Welcome back everyone here to day 2 of the Genesys main event live from the EU WCQ. The Genesys Championship has already played 8 rounds of Swiss on Friday, and we are returning into the dueling action here on Sunday with only 64 players remaining. And with I mean myself, Sebastian Lemke, and joining me in the booth for this round is Charles. How are we doing?
Very good, thank you. Very excited for this game, as you say. We have the Blitzkrieg strategy in full effect, along with the Red Dragon Archer being a fan favourite, and I believe won the last major Genesys event that we had as well.
True.
So this is going to be a very interesting matchup. The new kid on the block versus the tried and tested opponent as well.
And also Ryan, of course, having a special connection to the Red Dragon Archfiend deck, has been playing that for ages. But as you can tell, players are ready, so why don't we get our day 2 here underway? To get you informed a little further, we are going to play 4 more rounds of Swiss, 9, 10, 11 and 12, and then we are getting into a top 8 top cut, and that is going to determine the first 2 in the end, which are going to win a trip to Japan to Jump Festa. Ryan rolls a 3 here when they are starting this off, and that's a 4, which is more than enough.
Good.
Wait, no, was it both 4? It was both 4.
I think it might have been, yeah.
Oh, and that's better from Ryan's end with the 8. Wait, they only rolled 3 times a total.
I don't know what happened there. I think I might have missed something, but we seem to have decided who's going first at the very least. I think that is Ryan going first here with, as I say, his favoured strategy here. To my understanding, he took this to UK Nationals in the Advanced Constructed event and played it with the Elfner strategy. But we see here the special summon of the Power Vice Dragon as well.
Indeed. And, well, you say he took that to UK Nationals. Didn't he take that deck to every single tournament available to him for the last couple of years, essentially?
This is a very good point. We see adding a Resonator to the hand here. I believe that was Darkness Resonator. Has an effect which I believe allows you to reveal a Red Dragon Archfiend from the extra deck to summon itself here as well.
Yeah, it's just all about getting more tuners onto the field, having consistent access to them, and then creating a big combo field consisting of a lot of dragons. I've been told that a very decent way to deal with that dragon-based deck is just getting access to Fallen of Albas and then Contact Fuse into the good old Alba Lenatus. I don't know whether Zen is actually on that card though, so we will have to see. Some Blitzkrieg decks actually have that. They are playing a couple of branded cards. Not sure whether that's the case for this one in particular here though.
We do see the Crimson King being summoned here, a very popular card. Love the pose it's striking, the Jack Atlas pose on the card, adding the Resonator Call from the deck to the hand here as well. Crimson Call, sorry, not Resonator Call. Able to continue our plays going forward here.
That's how we do it. And Ryan, of course, at this point, he has played this combo a million times. He has shown that combo to his viewers. It is in his heart, it is in his soul. And I think from a points perspective, picking the Resonated deck actually does allow you to have a good amount for non-engine for your points distribution. As we see in his deck, he was able to bring in 2 Molchammy Perulias. There also is an Ibiru in there, which is a good staple in the Genesys format overall as well. So we were able to include a couple of cards next to our engine cards in there as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Summoning that Synchron Resonator. Importantly, not a Synchron card because the spelling is not right. But we have all these, like you say, this field full of tuners here, these Resonators, going to be hopefully going to be some synchro climbing shenanigans here. Adding the Skullmiter and deck to hand there because it is I believe, just a level 4 or lower Dark Fiend. Equally can be used with the Light and Darkness Ritual deck to add something like Grifo, for example.
Yeah. That's smart. Skullmeister may not be as popular in the constructed format anymore, but it has become a real big staple in the Genesys environment, and a lot of decks are running it, and also Ryan is making use of it. He's playing it as a one-off because here in that, as we just saw interaction, we're able to basically access it without needing to draw it, but still getting that huge, important hand interaction factor. Because hand interactions, let's face it, in Genesys, they're hard to find because a lot of them are priced quite heavy on the points end. So good to see that he can just basically get one that is on the low end in terms of points for free here.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you said, it is seeming to be a sort of engine v engine kind of field that we have going on with the Genesys strategy, because it is a lot of high-pointed non-engine options, some slightly lower-pointed ones, which are maybe not seen quite so much in Advanced Constructed, but really shine here in the somewhat lower-powered Genesys format, where the whole power level being somewhat lower does enable some very interesting cards and strategies to really take the field here as well.
And when we are playing engine versus engine, the trap card that we just searched there, the King's Resonance, is actually huge, because when you're playing against another combo deck, that card requires your opponent to have special summoned 10 or more monsters. And when they did that, which in a combo deck is definitely not as unlikely, then neither player can activate cards or effects in response to this card's activation. So that's already a good start. And then, basing it on the number of monsters that your opponent has summoned this turn, special summon, sorry, then you can either, if it was 1+, special summon 1 Dark Synchro monster from your graveyard or banishment. If it was 3+, every Red Dragon Archfiend monster in your main monster zone is unaffected by your opponent's activate its effect until the end of your next turn. Or if it was even 5+, you can change all your opponent's change all of your monsters, their monsters, to face down defense position.
Absolutely. I think we see the effect of the Bone Archfiend here to summon itself back to the field. Again, letting it extend through plays here, once again synchroing it off, because why would you not? And getting more and more of these powerful synchro monsters here. We see another Red Rising Dragon summoned to the field. I imagine it's not a hard one to return on the effect if that's the case.
I don't think it is.
We see the Darkness Resonator being summoned back to the field as well. Once again, all these tuners on the field with these powerful synchro dragons as well. I love the artwork on the Red Dragon Archfiend cards as well. There is that sort of through-line thematic. You can see they all linked and look similar, but they look fantastic.
I feel like that is also what Ryan got hooked on the deck as well.
Absolutely.
The artworks are just nice, just big dragons, and look at that. This may be Genesys, but still, of course, we're very able to use those new extended art cards, and we are slamming that beautiful-looking card there onto the table, which of course
Supernova Dragon needs
exactly
3 tuners, which is an insane requirement. Cool Toon could never. But and 1 non-tuner synchro monster, so the requirements are fantastic for this card. Beautiful extended artwork on that. We see the Crimson King, the Red Supernova, and the set one, which I imagine is that Crimson Call trap. But the effect of
King's Resonance, yeah.
Thank you. The Red Supernova can't speak today. The Red Supernova
It's early, don't worry.
It is. Must be first synchro summoned. Gains 500 attack for each tuner in the graveyard. It already starts off on 4,000. That is going to be gigantic at the moment here as well. When your opponent activates a monster effect, or when the opponent's monster effect declares an attack, you can activate this effect, banish this card, also banish all cards your opponent controls. That is insane.
It is ridiculous. I mean, it has a hard summoning requirement, so it deserves to have that kind of a crazy effect.
Oh, yeah.
And Ryan is, next to it, not putting up much. It is only going to be the Crimson King and that trap card, plus a Red Supernova Dragon. Ozen, though, starts with a set card here, but that is only because he wants to destroy that card right away with his first Blitzclick effect activation there in his hands.
I believe that is the Grain Blitzclick here, going to be destroying the Blitzclick alternator as well, so that's the graveyard, which I think then gets the... Oh, we see the activation of the effect of the Blitzclick alternator, but then the Skullmeister meeting that and saying no, because again, we did see that being added to the hand in the previous turn.
We did. Zen now clarifying how that all works, checks the graveyard again. And Ryan already putting up... Ooh, it's double grain, though, on Zanzan. That's not necessarily amazing, but we do have Surge in hand as well, so we could still be able to extend here. Surge Blitzclick. Targets the normal summoned one.
if we banish, there we go, banishing all of the cards that Zen controls here, leaving nothing on the field to target, and there we see Zen scooping up for game 1.
That combo is too much. That one card, that Red Supernova Dragon, is insane. And the way Search Blitzkrieg works is that you have to destroy the targeted monster, and when you don't get to special summon Search onto the field, and therefore we were not able to get any further monsters onto that field. And Ryan smilingly takes game number 1 of his most favorite deck of all time.
It is always nice to see that sort of thing. It's a wonderful thing to see people doing so well with their pet decks, their favorite decks, their favorite cards they've had forever. It really is a wonderful thing about this game, where we can sort of see these players who've been in the game for such a long time enjoying themselves and going, hey, I've loved this deck for the past, 10, 15 years. I'm going to keep on playing it, and it's wonderful to see it happen.
100%. And I mean, talking about that, I know that in Constructed you're a big fan of the Fairy Tail deck. You have been playing that a lot. And I got good news for you, because here in Genesys, looking at the tables, table 1 here in the first round of day 2 in round 9 is actually including a Fairy Tail deck. So we may see that later on at the top tables here on the feature, and maybe even in top 8 then.
Oh, I can't wait. I love Fairy Tail cards in general. But to see the players siding against each other now. Interesting to see what they sided now, again, because it's Genesys and because the non-engine is very different to what you would see in your standard advanced constructed games. Siding's also very different. We have some very interesting cards in Ryan's side deck here, which the one that you pointed out to me earlier, I don't think will be sided in here going second. That would surprise me. That specific trap card we might see if we go back to game 3. But then we see some interesting choices here as well for going second. Some powerful ways to remove from the field, like Santa Claus and the Twin Twisters. But also, I'm sure we have some fantastic options in Zen's side deck as well.
Certainly do. Like just finishing up on the Ryan side deck, there is Artifact Lancea in there, which in the last couple of years in the TCG, in the constructed format, always meant you're trying to counter the Malice deck. But there is no Malice here in Genesys, so what are matchups even that... I mean, is it good against Fairy Tail? It does have some applications against Fairy Tail, right? Game 2.
It's certainly not bad into Fairy Tail, but I think the issue with Fairy Tail is that you want to generally summon Snow more during the opponent's turn, and if you're doing, like, you're summoning during your own turn, because Lancea is only during the opponent's turn to use it. So I don't know if it's amazing into Fairy Tail, but I think there are so many decks in this format that can do well off of the back of cards like Dimension Shifter and Dimensional Fissure. Or we do see the Molchamia Perulia hitting the graveyard on Ryan's side here. And again, because Ash Blossom and Call by the Grave are so highly appointed in this format, rarely do you see any answer to that. We see the
Hideout in the Sky, Kulump.
Absolutely be activated here. Good to get that Molchamia out before this resolves, because it does put a token on your field, so you would not be able to use it after.
Oh, but I think Ryan, he has another Molchamia in hand, but decides not to use it. I mean, commonly now, you would immediately destroy the token to get your cards going, and you need something to destroy for that, of course. But I feel like activating that second Perulia there could still have been nice. Maybe it was Fuvalos as well, but I definitely think I saw another Molchamia there in the hand of Ryan.
I'm not sure you'd leave Fuvalos against this deck, because it just doesn't, play into it at all.
True.
But it might also be that this token's going to get destroyed pretty quickly, as it needs to for a lot of the Blitzkrieg effects to resolve and occur and whatnot. So it might be that Ryan's holding it. It might even be that we don't know what the rest of the hand is like. If it's not a great hand, your opponent might not want to play at all into 2 Molchamis and just leave you with nothing. And with the Blitzkrieg deck, you can do that, because it can still play during the opponent's turn. However, might just give Ryan a couple of draws here, which he may well need.
That's true. And I mean, to be fair, holding another Molchamia Perulia for your own turn against the Blitzkrieg deck, also not the worst of ideas. As long as the token disappears off the field, of course, and we are able to use it, that Blitzkrieg deck is known to interact with you on your own turn, trying to summon as many monsters as possible. And ka-ching, that first Molchamia Perulia draw has been gotten there, or has been accomplished. It's
know.
early still, yeah.
I wouldn't know what to say about that, to be fair. I'll just say that drawn has been drawn. That's what I was going to go for. But we see the...
Factually true, yeah.
Yeah. We see the...
Ooh, DD Crow. On both ends, that card is a staple in Genesys, hitting the Blitzkrieg, breakaway there in the graveyard, because it could ever come back into the hand, because when a Blitzkrieg card is destroyed by a card effect while that card is in your graveyard, you can just add it back to your hand. And that's where all the resource management comes in from the Blitzkrieg deck. It's just so resilient. It just adds all of those resources continuously back into your hand so that you can play on the follow-up turn, but that is drastically going to hinder that potential on Zen's. And also, it hinders what Zen is actually able to interact with on... Oh, we go for Whisker as well here right away, clearing up that token and giving Ryan another draw forward. And now also with that empty field, giving Ryan a chance to maybe on his own turn then drop that additional Mulcham Perulia.
Yeah, a lot of draws given to Ryan here. It might have been needed, but I'm not entirely sure what the hand and field situation would have been if not for the amount of draws given to Ryan in the situation. It is a tough spot to be in because the deck summons only from the hand, basically. So Perulia is kind of the only thing it needs to worry about, but we see another activation of the Column here as well, as it is not a hard one per turn on the activation at the very least, setting a couple of cards face down. This is a pretty good field.
It is.
It's at the cost of 3 cards drawn, but it's not a bad field, to be fair.
It's really, really good, but Mulcham Perulia has had plenty of applications in Yu-Gi-Oh!, but it feels like against this deck in particular, it's just so oppressive. Like all they do is special summoning from the hand. So having that card in your opening hand just gives you such a head start. And Ryan, at least in terms of cards in hand, certainly is ahead right now, but he has to convert that into something real, as the card advantage on the field certainly is speaking a different language here right now.
Absolutely. I think it may behoove Ryan to activate the Perulia now, is what they're because it just puts a bit more pressure on Zen of, do I want to give the opponent more draws, or do I want to leave it and hope that, although it's a lot of cards, it's not enough to play through here. But we see an activation here of the Twin Twisters.
Oh, wow. Bringing in that card from the side deck, of course, post-siding, going after both set cards here, and then taking a deep breath, because with that, Ryan actually just gets all of the unknown information out of the equation, as we will then have perfect information. Ooh, there was another copy actually of Breakaway, so the DD Crow wasn't as good anymore, as we had another one anyhow.
We do see the discard of the Crimson Gaia there as well. I think because he had 2 in hand, if I'm not mistaken. So this is, again, sort of maybe telegraphing that to the opponent, of letting them know, actually, I have one of these already.
Yeah.
So might be an interesting way to... Oh, we do see the activation here from the deck of the Blitzkrieg Return Stroke as well. Another continuous trap, as the deck is very fond of.
It is, and I mean, Cosmic Cyclone was taken out there though, this makes that Crimson Gaia a whole lot better, as it could have been countered so easily, so nicely by that Cosmic Cyclone.
That Return Stroke as well been doing a good job of protecting your Blitzkrieg monsters from the opponent's card effect as well, but not from your own, so you can just keep playing with your own effects and destroying your own cards here. We do see the Resonator Core being activated here though as well. I believe being able to add a Resonator card from the deck to the hand, unless I'm not mistaken. But we see the indication here of the Return Stroke, I believe targeting the Whisker and adding it back to the hand, which negates the effect of that Resonator Call as well.
But didn't we negate the Twin Twister with the Return Stroke as well? Or why is the Return Stroke still there?
Oh, no, sorry. That was activated by the Breakaway.
Oh yeah, of course. Oh, yeah, it was that way. Yeah, of course. True. Very right. So we got some huge value, honestly, out of that. It felt like the Twin Twister is going to accomplish a whole lot, but it really, honestly, only felt like a Mystical Space Typhoon on Cosmic Cyclone, really.
Yeah, more or less. I mean, I don't think it was awful. It at least forced a level of interaction, because the Blitzkrieg Breakaway does have another effect which allows you to return a Thunder Monster you control to the hand and destroy a card on the field. So at the very least, it is forcing one interaction over the other.
Yeah.
And we do see the Synchro Overtake being activated here as well, able to reveal a Synchro Monster from the extra deck and then add a material listed on that monster to the hand, revealing the Cool Tune RS. Yeah.
Where are we? Are we really in Genesys right now? Synchro Overtake, reveal RS, and we are going to grab ourselves a copy of Q-Tune Rico there. That's hilarious.
Straight to the field, able to add a non-level 3 Cool Tune deck to hand, and we see the, I'll say the only other Cool Tune card we have in the deck here, which would be the... Oh, is he adding? Yes, he is, okay. Would have had it in hand already.
That would have been unfortunate, but no, we are able to search. And Q-Tune Rico is going to give us Q-Tune Mix. And then it's like, what's going on here?
Yeah, this is actually very powerful play here for Ryan, because at this point, we can just summon the RS, Chainlink 1 Mix, Chainlink 2 Rico to destroy the Breakaway, and then also destroy, a Return Stroke, and then destroy a monster while the Return Stroke is no longer in effect, protecting the monsters. So there's a lot that can be done here with just the simple summon of the RS.
Yeah, it's checking two things at once, with the graveyard effects also applying, and there it is. It feels like just simply those graveyard effects in Genesys are going even harder, because those Enfield pieces are sometimes a little vulnerable. So this RS, as you were perfectly explaining, is not only able to negate something right on the spot, but in combination with the Rico and the Mix, we're taking apart the Blitzkrieg field here in the process even.
That is really interesting. That's a very interesting small package to fit in kind of any Synchro deck, actually. Just being able to quickly summon the Rico or Mix from the deck, whichever one you need to go with, summon, grab the other one to hand, and then you just summon the RS. What an incredibly powerful field-breaking effect just to have off of the back of the single Overtake. That's really powerful, actually.
Yeah, and I mean, you're saying small package, and it really is, because it is a one-off Mix, a one-off Rico, and then those Synchro monsters are one-offs in there as well. So no big package at all. Okay, I think we have chained the Whiskers, which also led to us, though, of course, drawing a card as Multi-Army Perulia is resolved, and then that is a Thunderclap Monk being special summoned there alongside the Whiskers.
Interesting, okay. See, this is a card that I've seen a lot of people play around with, even in Advanced Constructed for this deck, and it does seem to be quite strong for the strategy, as when your opponent activates an effect while you control this special summon monster, you contribute this card, negate the activation.
I mean, it's insane, isn't it?
Absolutely. So if you have that, just to be able to draw it, it's like, if anything, just an extra little, I wouldn't call it a call-by even, it just is an extra level of interaction, like maybe a Kawaki Meru Guardian, something like that.
It really is. It feels like the small brother of Thunder King Ryo, but maybe it's even the more powerful brother, as it sometimes turns out in family situations. Crimson Gaia, and then it's like, oof, that's a good second to last card to have in your hand there.
Pretty good.
And Ryan was holding it the entire time, as you spotted it being in his opening hand already twice. But now, kind of also, like the way he played it, I agree with you, it was expected. So Zen being surprised by it is interesting to see, because when you discard one of those, you would expect that.
You gotta have one in hand still. You just have to.
And you know what I saw there, which is really surprising? Ryan actually, he brought in Waking the Dragon going second from his side deck.
Interesting.
I saw it in his deck while I was browsing through it. That's really interesting.
That is interesting.
You wouldn't necessarily expect that, but maybe just for the odd interaction.
You know what? I can see the logic behind it, to be fair. Because when it leaves the field from an opponent's card effects, and he's now in the graveyard or banished, you can special summon one monster from your deck or extra deck. So.
And I got some news to you, because Zen has just evened out the score while you were checking out Waking the Dragon, because with the negation effect of Thunderclap Monk on that Vice Dragon there, we were not able to get further into the field, and that means Zen is winning this game, where he had to fight through double Multi-Army Perulia, but came out on top anyhow.
I think both players did a fantastic job there. It was a difficult game on both ends of the table, but it was just a matter of who was able to get more into, because that was a lot of one-for-one trades. That was a lot of, I'll give you one thing, you give me one thing, back and forth, in removing these cards one by one from Ryan's hand effectively, and trying to give him as few as possible from more and more Perulia draws. And yeah, just happened to be just enough to keep Ryan from playing the game.
Yeah, and now, going back into the side decks here, one of the most hilarious things in the world, Ryan is siding triple torrential tribute. Yeah, it is the year 2026. You're here watching the Genesys Championship in Brussels, and that is actually a thing to do. And that is just, to me, crazy, mind-blowing.
Absolutely. But having said that, you know what? Considering what his field was at the end of his first game, it is quite impactful, but I'd say modest. It's one big, I'm going to banish all your cards. After you've done that, you might as well torrential tribute if any more summons happen.
Totally, yeah. For sure, it does make sense, because as we're banishing our very own monster for that huge interruption effect, then of course we may as well just destroy all of the monsters on the field, because the red Supernova Dragon is banished and then comes back. Does it come back in the end phase?
It does.
Yeah, it does. So you're protecting it essentially from the torrential tribute, and then it comes back with a gazillion attack points.
It comes back with a lot of attack, yeah.
So it's just on its own will very well be able to end the game there.
I mean, even just with its own summoning requirements, it has 5,500 attack points. And there's going to be more tuners in the graveyard than that. So that is an absolutely absurd number to sit on at the start of your turn, which also has more effects.
It is, but players seem to be almost ready as Zen just goes into another pile shuffle there. He wants to get a good going second hand here in this third game, maybe picking up another DD Crow, and therefore, I mean, they have plenty of time, so they may as well just go for another big shuffle here. Yeah, I was about to announce game 3 already, but we're not quite there just yet.
Oh, goodness me. Very excited to see how Game 3 plays out here. Because we saw Game 1 without siding, Game 2 after siding, going first, second, and now it's going back the other way of each person siding differently for going first or second here. So it's interesting to see how this will play out and how this will go. But I think we are very nearly ready to move on to Game 3.
And here it comes. Ryan once more will be able to go first. Will we see torrential tributes? I sure enough do hope so, because I have a special place in my heart for this card. Played that in a lot of Time Wizard decks. Also, of course, in general, I played this card back in the day, really, when it was around.
Yeah, back in the day when I lad. We see the shuffle of hand. The Perulia coming down here as well. It is actually shockingly lowly pointed in this format for how powerful of a card it is in any given format. But we see Ryan considering his plays here, trying to see if there's a way to play around it. The Crimson Gaia here will hopefully help to deal with that.
I mean, it does only search a monster though, and usually that monster wants to special summon itself from the hand. So the Perulia there immediately would get some net value. We're not searching a monster, but hold on, we're immediately searching the trap instead. King's Resonance is being added to his hand there quickly.
Very interesting. We see, we already have Power Blast Dragon. So at that point, it's just an extra card you can get. But we see the draw here from the Perulia, and will we be seeing any more of those? I imagine so. If Ryan wants to continue to play here, we might see the same as last turn, where you sort of play into it a bit, and then just try and see that your field is enough to play through whatever your opponent has drawn.
Yeah, absolutely. Ryan, considering what he does need here, do we still go for a couple of special summons, or are we just going to keep it simple, keep it low to the ground? He's considering what his best possible line is into Perulia. And as you mentioned, with that card being so low pointed and being around in Genesys so much, you gotta expect that he has a line prepared into especially that card.
You'd certainly hope so. We see the Skullmaster already in hand as well here.
Another draw though.
The summon of the, I think that's the Soul Resonator, going to be synchroing off here into a, what level? This level 8? So I imagine Crimson King here. There we go. There's the Crimson King once again, striking the Jack Atlas pose onto the field in beautiful Starlight Rare, and going to be allowing him to search the deck for yet another Resonator.
And, oh, it's a Resonator
Ooh.
card, right? Yeah, you can search Red Zone with this.
Oh, amazing.
And we are getting into the Red Zone. This card is not included into the main deck of Ryan, but he is siding it in. Like he's going heavy on the trap cards, really. He's bringing in all he can, and therefore also this cool red Archfiend card. And we are setting that Red Zone, or for the moment searching it, but trying to later on capitalize on it as well.
We don't have quite as impactful.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Feels like it is it.
We don't have an impactful field compared to what we have with the first game here. But again, maybe we won't need it. Maybe I think the Red Zone does allow you to summon a Synchro Monster during the opponent's turn, at least when you banish, if nothing else. So it does do a lot for the strategy here. It's a very powerful card in and of itself. But we see
it's huge. Oh, bye-bye, Crimson King. A lot of spot removal in Genesis. A lot of cards like Santa Claus, as we explained earlier. But how about a good old-fashioned Kaiju getting rid of that Crimson King?
Thunder King, the Lightning Strike Kaiju, striking the field here, as the name would suggest, and sending that Crimson King to the graveyard. We do see the King's Resonance being activated here, though.
I mean, summon number one.
We
are counting. Oh, DD Crow now too, and Ryan is shaking his head. The non-engine coming in clutch here for Zen. After already having Perulia, he does have the Kaiju too, and now the DD Crow to top it all off. And now the Swords of Concealing Light. What is his hand? Does he even have any Blitzclick cards in his hand after all of this?
That is a truly fascinating and incredibly stacked hand here as well. Gonna see how Ryan is going to be able to play through all of this interaction.
I think we did use the Red Zone on this though, right? Because the Swords of Concealing Light did not resolve, and we can with Red Zone also destroy a card, so that's what we did, and the Crimson King still was able to come back as well.
I think because I don't think King's Resonance would target what it's bringing back, maybe, unless I could be wrong on that. I'm not sure what brought that back.
Let's find out together. I mean, Red Zone also, you said Red Zone, when your opponent activates a card or effect while you control Red Dragon Archfiend, but we didn't that.
Yeah.
So we couldn't do that. So maybe it was about the King's Resonance. Let me double read on that. Special summon one Dark Synchro Monster from your graveyard or banishment.
It doesn't target, so I think that was if anything, a slight misplay from Zen to banish the DD Crow, because
Probably.
going to get it back either way at that point. But we see here the effect of the column, thank you. Going to be searching the deck for a Blitzclick monster here as well, and giving that beautiful Jack Atlas token to Ryan here.
Oh, that's rough though. I was celebrating the DD Crow, but it turned out to really be a DD no, as we just really couldn't do any. Like we just lost a card in our hand, and the card still resolved the way that Ryan was trying to resolve it. So we really just gave up on card advantage. We have baited out the Red Zone now, though. We have played through, even though we didn't really play through the King's Resonance, but at least it's out of the picture for now. Yeah. So there's not much more. I
am wondering what else Ryan can do here. Obviously, there are cards in hand that we might not know. We did see the Skullmaster in hand already, so we know that at the very least is something Ryan can do, but I'm not 100% sure what we are going to be able to do here, actually. This could be a bit of a tricky situation for Ryan to be in. We see the banishment here of the Crimson King, summoning the classic Red Dragon Archfiend to the field as well.
That's what this is all about, and this is how I love my support. Still makes you play the original, still makes you play the original card. And yes, there's a lot of fancy new Synchro Monsters, but still in that beautiful ultimate rarity, which I pulled myself back in the day at the sneak preview.
No.
Yeah, I have a personal relationship to that card. It's still in there.
Oh, that's such a nice card to pull as well. We have the Crimson King coming back here as well, sticking to the field very well. and we see the summon here of the Whisker effect to summon itself and Grain as well.
We're snowballing the search first. Now you mentioned the Grain and the Whisker, and we are getting rid of the Crimson King. Maybe now finally for good.
It does seem to stick to the field, as I say, but we do still have the Scoremeister in Ryan's hand, which might come into play here at some point, and I don't think there's anything else other than the Red Dragon Archfiend, which is, it's no slouch in and of itself, but I don't know if there'll be enough here.
This is impressive on Zen's end. It really felt like Ryan, with those multiple trap cards, would be able to have this locked up, but Zen, with a multitude of good interruptions going second and good cards to play through his field, is looking like he might be able to do this. And I mean, Blitzkrieg, going first, of course, yes, it can set up a good field, but going second, it shines as well, just chaining the Whiskers sometimes and just destroying multiple cards, bringing more cards onto the field in the process while doing so. It's ridiculously good.
Yeah, very powerful card indeed. Again, this deck is just like almost fantastic in Advanced Constructed, so the fact that it's so good in Genesis is in no way surprising.
No surprise, no.
We see the Breakaway coming out here as well. I imagine activating a continuous trap from the deck, as we don't see the other requirements being used. We see the alternate being activated from the deck here, seeing how this will get played through here as well.
Both players now with a continuous trap card on the field. Ryan, the one that has already used his red zone though. So Zen, the one capitalizing more, using the effect now, putting one card back into the deck to search for another Blitzkrieg monster quickly from the deck.
And then if that does hit the graveyard, we will have the Skullmaster to meet it. We have another. Oh no.
Is it the same one? I mean, did we somehow recycle it? Or is
I don't think it is. I think the other one's still in the graveyard.
Yeah. That's hilarious.
Oh, that's a darn shame. Goodness gracious me. We see that second Thunder King, the Thunderstrike Kaiju, hitting that playmat right there in front of Ryan, dashing the Red Dragon Archfiend's hopes and dreams down into the graveyard. But we see here, I believe, an attack over the Thunderstrike Kaiju.
We do. So a little bit of relief almost for Ryan here that we're finally in the battle phase and this turn is going to be over soon. Yeah. But still, Zen really working through this field entirely, probably leaving Ryan on very little. But if he does leave him on the red zone, that is some decent follow-up to have, as red zone, of course, also has that special summon effect. So if somehow possible, I would really prioritize getting rid of that red zone as well there somehow.
Yeah, absolutely. I find that Blitzkrieg is good at doing it. We saw this in the first round of Advanced Constructed yesterday with the Blitzkrieg, I think it was branded. It's very good. I don't think it's necessarily amazing at finding game in the first turn it plays. However, it's very good at dismantling the opponent's field and setting up its own field. So if effectively it's just trying to say, I'm going to put myself on my turn one and put you back on the back foot here.
That's true. So Ryan, how good is our follow-up? There is a good amount of Resonator cards, but do have graveyard effects. Oh, the Torrential Tribute for turn!
Just a bit late, unfortunately, here. Would have been just beautiful in the last turn. But there we go, what can you do? Considering his play is very careful here, we know the Scoremeister and the Torrential Tribute in hand here. I don't think we know what the other cards are. Oh, there's a Power of Ice Dragon there, though, so we got something. So, Skullmeister is so nice to have as just a card that you are able to search for free, essentially, on your opening combo. As we see here, though, against Blitzkrieg, not really that impactful. It's only against the Alternator graveyard effect, really, and that card never got into the graveyard there. I guess it's worth leaving in as a one-off just to search if you can. You know, it's one of those things, it's not the most powerful thing in the world. If you can search it in your combo, you don't need something else. It's just an extra point of interaction you can use. That's true. So now we have resolved the Power of Ice Dragon, but there we are going to use the effect of the Alternator now too. Ryan thinking about that. Is there anything you can do right now? That was the hand gesture. Can you use any of this right now? Nah, I'm good. You can do whatever you like, my friends, right now. Absolutely. I think there was another Resonator in Ryan's hand, though, so I don't think his turn is necessarily over here. No. Definitely not. It is. I mean, we do still have the Whisker available. We see the Power of Ice Dragon being destroyed. There's so much that can be done here from the Zen side of the field, so it is a difficult situation for Ryan. I don't think it's curtains yet necessarily, but it's not easy. Yep, and that was
Amy Blitzkrieg, that was added to the hand there, and when that is added to the hand, you can immediately reveal it, target one card on the field, and we target that Power of Ice Dragon to destroy it, and then special summon the Amy Blitzkrieg right after. And Whiskers is also waiting in hand there still. Oh, setting a monster on Ryzen, the classic 2005 move, setting a monster, but also setting the Torrential Tribute. So
that's actually a really
better
good
be
point.
careful, better be careful. Don't play into the Torrential Tribute.
Very good point here as well, as you say. I don't know what the other was.
No! It's gone.
Devastating. Oh no, we wanted to see it happen.
Yeah, I was ready for it. I was so ready.
I think we still have the Scoremeister in hand, but I don't know that'll be enough in this situation. This is a very tricky situation that Ryan finds himself in.
Not the TT, the Torrential Tribute. Okay, yeah. Count that deck. It may as well be the last time you're able to, Ryan. 4,000 life points remaining, and then with a bunch of monsters on the field, only facing that one set monster, the Red Zone, and then Skullmeister in the hand. But yeah, we're breaking that set monster away there right away.
Very good, very good.
And now, destroying the Red Zone too, Ryan. Are you sure? Before that, he says, may I be able to use the graveyard effect of the card you have just destroyed?
Yeah, we do.
Don't be too quick.
We do have something at least, but I think we have the Whisker negating that straight away. Because why would you not at this point? It's you know your opponent is on very limited interactions and there's not much that can be done. The Red Zone's gone. The negated effect of that resonating in the graveyard, and all we have, thank you, and all we have here is the Scoremeister in hand, which at this point I don't think is doing much.
That's true. Then only really needing to get those monsters into attack position and then storm in, because of course all of his monsters that were summoned from the hand are also still currently boosted by his field spells. So that is, in my opinion, already more than 4,000 attack points, but still Zen keeps on going, gets another Whiskers onto the field, and that will be absolutely. Oh yeah, the Crackle too, sure. Good. Bring them all in, the whole family.
Why not? Let's go for it. Just check his graveyard. Is there anything else that could be done here that this might be curtains for Ryan?
And Ryan, last card in hand, Skullmeister. That is the fist bump, and that means Zen wins this round number 9 here in the Genesys Championship. The first round of the day. Everyone restarting essentially, fresh and after a good night of sleep, and fighting for that top 8 here in that Genesys Championship. That was a fun match to get into the action today.
It was really good. Good display of, again, as I mentioned at the start, it's the nuclear on the block versus the tested opponent here. These very powerful strategies that both are expected to do well this weekend. But we see the Blitzkrieg coming out on top there, if only quite closely, I would say.
Yeah, very, very close. And also, in a lot of situations, you see that the going first deck post-siding in Genesys is very heavily favored, but not here. Zen actually was able to overcome that disadvantage, winning going second with the Blitzkrieg strategy, which may as well be one of the most powerful going second decks overall in Yu-Gi-Oh! Right now, and Zen proved that nicely here. But with that match coming to a conclusion, there's not much more to say for the moment, but please stay tuned, everyone, because we are going to see, of course, round 10 of this very, very soon. So more Genesys action coming your way in just a bit.
Welcome back, everyone, for the next round, round 10. It is for the Genesys event here in Brussels, the Genesys Championship 2026. And we are going to see another unique matchup of Erik on Crystron Elfnote versus Simon Franke on Dinosaurs GMX.
Back to the roots. That guy has made top cuts before with Dinosaurs, and we're still playing the OG cards. There's still Oviraptor and all of that. But players are ready, so why don't we get into the action of round number 10? Honestly, just looking at Genesys deck lists makes me giggle. You just see Dark Hole in the main deck. How funny is that? And all that kind of stuff. It's hilarious.
You definitely need something that is low on points and that is some removal, because the going first fields are so strong. But let's talk a little bit more about the players. Oh, a 4 from Erik. That is not what you want to see. And that's a 9 for Simon, who is shockingly going to start off the game. But let's talk a little bit more about Simon, because if you are a member of the German Yu-Gi-Oh! Community, that name definitely says something to you.
It does. I was saying we have made top cut with Dinosaurs before, and his story is even more special, right? Because back in the day, when Oviraptor basically released, he only went in with 3 structure decks, as far as I remember, and then made top cut at a German national championship with that. Okay. We are using the Miscellaneous Saurus here, and we are going to banish it from the graveyard.
Miscellaneous Saurus has a lot of points to his name, so that's a big part of the combo here.
And we are going to immediately bring out the returned Dino Deneen there onto the field. Level 1 Dinosaur. And therefore able to be summoned off of Miscellaneous Saurus. And Erik now realizes, yeah, well, this is not just dinos, this is Dinosaurs with a nice little GMX package. All the other way around, really. Both are equally represented in that deck list. It's almost 50-50. And so also no surprise that there is the next GMX monster immediately flying onto the field, which is the GMX researcher Selande.
Yep, we are in a lab now, so I think that we are maybe cooking up some dinos. Definitely cooking is Simon Franke in this situation. I'm quite curious where this is going to go, because you have GMX Velox, for example, as a possible end field piece. There it is, the fancy croc.
The classic Archosaur. And yes, we are also alongside that running the... Ooh, we drew the Dogoran going first. Of course, not that nice. We're just destroying it here to get ourselves the double evolution pill. The way it is intended to be in this deck. Beautiful to see that we're still doing the old shenanigans of trying to get to the Ultimate Conductor Tyranno even.
A setup for Ultimate Conductor Tyranno is so incredibly cool, and now also paired with these GMX cards. I really like those. Now we are actually going, I think this is the fusion version of the Deneen, right? That is Evolved Deneen?
Yeah, it is.
This one is actually really sick as well. You can just search for a GMX card. And this also has a graveyard effect, if I'm not mistaken.
Does it? I'm not remembering the graveyard effect.
Summon it from the graveyard.
Oh yeah. Oh, true. Yeah, that's good enough.
That is, I would say, quite decent actually. Having a free fusion monster on the board opens you up to a lot of
and now the gamble factor. We're searching for dinosaurs and GMX cards. Okay. So far only a dinosaur, but there also is a GMX card being found.
And that is that Kimridge? No.
No. It's GMX partner Silandra. And we are going to immediately also be fusion summoning. So you have the choice. Do you want to fusion summon or not? And yes, we do want to do that here. And we bring out our next extra deck target, and that is the GMX Alos, which is being summoned here. And Erik is having a good read over all of those cards. And that, I think, is a pretty common see in Genesys, because there's just so many different decks. It's basically impossible to prepare for all of them.
Turns out you can full combo with everything.
Yeah.
But now Alos is really, really cool because you can actually get your Miscellaneous Saur back if you want. You can get a GMX card back or a Dinosaur monster from Banishment if you want to. However, it does look like Simon has other plans. We have set up a baby Cersaurus in the graveyard, so that is also something that you could summon back. But...
Ooh, the Dogoran?
What?
Wait, is Dogoran maybe enabling us an Exceed play here? Because in his extra deck, I spotted there is cards like Felgrand? Are we going to see Felgrand?
Oh my
Shadow
goodness, what?
Spectre Original joining us? I haven't seen this card in ages, but it is of course a rank 8 that is good to go here.
Divine Dragon Knight Felgrand. This is the last time I saw this card was in Sylvan.
Yeah, you're right.
But this card is of course an interruption, yeah? It is going to be able to, during either player's turn, right? So it doesn't even have the problem-solving card text.
True.
This card is just going to be able to basically Forbidden Crown something.
Yeah, and now with the classic OG polymerization, we do bring out the card that you have already mentioned previously as like the main interruption piece of the GMX engine that will be left on the field, and that is GMX Velox, who then on the opposing turn is able to activate cards as a quick effect from the top of your deck, and if you're able to find a GMX, you are also able to special summon that and destroy a card from your opponent.
That is really, really
it's huge,
strong. Yeah, but it takes quite some damage, right? So you are going to take 400 damage for each revealed card, and we've already taken
never a problem, Leo.
From the Applied Experiment 55.
Never a problem. Don't even start thinking about that. But you're never losing because of it.
10 cards would be 4,000 damage, and then 5 more cards would be 6,000. So if it takes us more than 14 cards, we lose.
Deck building issue, if you ask me.
That is true. If that is the point where you're losing the game, that's true. But this field actually doesn't look too crazy to me.
Ooh.
That card looks a little bit more threatening than Lucina. Now Simon has to pick up the Lucina and read it, which is an absolute threat. We've also seen that on the main featured match from the WCQ used by Herman Hansen already, and plenty of other players, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, I'm honestly surprised that you're able to play such a hefty Elf Mode package here in the Genesys environment, as we have triple Lucina, triple Tinia, and also the Fortuna to go alongside it. Yeah. We're missing Regina, of course, but besides that, you're almost able to play them all.
I mean, even before Regina's release, the deck was decent.
Yeah, it was.
So it does not surprise me that this engine does see a good amount of play. But honestly, this field looks very, very breakable.
The thing here is, this is vulnerable. Like, you go Lucina, and Lucina basically just can search you the Elf Node Power Patron, and then that is really decent to just interact with, because you can just, for example, book them face down, and then you even have them block their main monster zone. But it looks like we have immediately used the effect of Velox here, and Velox made sure that the Lucina is destroyed immediately, and we bring back the Evolved Davine as well, or Deneen.
Because this guy, when you excavate something, it summons itself back, and of course this card triggers on special summoning, so you get another free card. So while the end field is not the absolute craziest of all things, the follow-up is immaculate.
It is, and therefore only understandable that Simon is 7-2 here at the moment. This is table number 4 right now. So, I mean, we are definitely still in contention to be going into top 8 here for that Genesys Championship. So an X2 score should definitely be guaranteed to make it into that. And it's not that many more rounds to play. It's this round here, the round 10, and then 11 and 12, and after that we're already segueing into top 8. So Eric, we see a Genesys staple in his hand. There is Forbidden Chalice. Basically every deck runs that.
I wonder why we are holding it and not trying to throw it onto something, because Chalice is a card that can be dodged, right? If you don't know what the set card is, so if you want to chalice a Conductor Tyranno and then they chain something like a fusion card. Ooh. Okay, we are showing Smyger. Smyger is a card that plays really well for the Crystron deck. And this is always the moment where you realize, oh, there is a whole other engine.
But like, is it so good? Like in Constructed Advanced, when you normal summon Smyger, the first thing you do with it is immediately you link it off to get value out of the graveyard effect. Here, though, what are you doing with it on the field? That's the thing.
You're not summoning Clockwork. No. That's very much true. That's, on the first day of playing Genesis, I realized that graveyard effects are a lot worse in Genesis.
Compared to the Advanced Construct, for sure, yeah. You're right.
Destroying our own Velox with the Ultimate Conductor Tyranno, and that means...
Yeah, putting it face down certainly works. There we go. Smyger is face down now. That's a problem.
But we still have a Tinia that might be able to just play.
Tinia's good, yeah.
We have another Crystron name in hand, and we have the Rhapsodia of Madness, which is also not the biggest extender for your deck. So Tinia actually does work. I think you can get the Welcome Home with it. And we have a Chalice for the good old Falgren. So there is a good chance that Eric actually might push through this board.
Oh, Simon not wasting any time, immediately doing the Felgren dance, but there is the Forbidden Chalice, the Genesis staple, and Simon not liking it by the looks of it.
Simon, what do you have said there? Has to be something useful for you now, otherwise your opponent is going to start comboing, because that Lucina was destroyed before it could activate its effect, so technically if you get it onto the field somehow, that card is still going to be able to get some use out of it.
Oh yes, and Simon gives the thumbs up, so we are resolving Tinia, and we all know how much Tinia can do, as we are getting the Welcome Home here. Welcome Home then can give us access to that very, very, very strong level 1 tuner, and one thing I'm worried about, can we just get rid of the Smyger with that? We can, right?
I think you just need to check a monster, and face down monsters, as far as I'm concerned, are still monsters.
Yep, you just send one monster from your hand off here to the graveyard, so that Smyger being face down really doesn't matter, so maybe not the perfect timing on Simon's end in terms of interruptions and the way he ordered it, because really, I would have liked it so much if we would have just put that Lucina face down there in the middle main monster zone, because then that would have meant, no more Elf Node shenanigans for the rest of your turn, as that middle column is just completely blocked.
Yeah, you would have to have Welcome Home hard drawn.
Yeah, exactly. And even if you do have that, maybe we could have just then destroyed the Welcome Home with our Velox, which we chose to destroy the Lucina with. So just maybe changing the order in those interactions could have been good. But maybe Simon also has an answer to the Welcome Home here in his hand, but doesn't seem like it. Of course, those common hand interactions like Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit and Ash Blossom and Joy Spring, not as common in Genesis.
I think you see more Ghost Ogres than Ash Blossoms.
Yep.
Ash Blossom is really, really expensive when it comes to points.
Totally.
I think it's 15. So that is a big portion. And now the Elf Node Power Patron is actually also going to be able to surge because it was used as material for a Synchro Summon. And now, as you called them before, the Elf Node shenanigans are going to start. And we also have sent Smygar to the graveyard. So I think the Crystron shenanigans might also start. That is just something so remarkable about some of these newer decks, that there was 3 disruptions, 3 very good disruptions, and you're just pushing through them with a mediocre hand.
Yeah, well, we're all loaded here. We can go into both of our engines, and that is a scary thing to say when both of these engines actually have been meta-relevant decks in the TCG Advanced region, and now we're able to go off of them here in Genesis. To be fair, there is some limits to both parts. Like, as we explained already, there is, for example, no Regina helping us out to go even further with the Elf Node part. And in the Crystron department, there is also only one Christian inclusion, so that is making things a little bit harder. And also, there is no Soul Fodor in the... Oh, wait, there is Soul Fodor. Never mind. There's only 2 Soul Fodor, but still, that is more than enough.
We also have the followed up Fortuna from the Elf Node Welcome Home. And I feel like the summoning of Crystal Wing is too easy in the Elf Node. I feel like you should have to work a little bit more to summon a Crystal Wing.
Nah, it's fine.
Let Crystal Ring breathe from hand. That is also very much massive, because as we said, the Lucina in the beginning of the turn was just destroyed on summon, or on resolution of the summon, and therefore if you go for the Rhapsodia, you can tribute your Fortuna, and you summon the Lucina back if you want, and that is going to give us an extra card.
That's true. That's so good.
And I mean, you don't even need the craziest... You don't need to do the craziest things with the deck, right? At some point, just a Crystal Wing, the trap setup, and having a bunch of the Elf Node monsters can just very well be enough.
Like double trap setup even. We get the Elf Node trap and we probably are going to get the Crystron trap as well. So that is looking really good here on Eric's end. Playing through the field and then building up his very own as well. That's strong.
I love those niche strategies that players find in Genesys.
Yeah.
Because just, hey, I have this engine that gets me some cards that send cards to the graveyard, and I have another engine that really wants to be in the graveyard.
Honestly, Leo, with seeing what Eric is doing here, this looks like a perfectly valid constructed advanced strategy to me as well, because the synergy really is there. Like the Elf Node cards, they give you access to bringing cards into a graveyard from the Crystron department, so it's really going hand in hand. And there is FA Dawn Dragster now on Eric's end, possibly checking the last set card that Simon had there the entire time.
Yep, I mean, we are pretty much in the clear that this card isn't going to do everything that Simon needs it to, because otherwise, if this was an interruption, I think we would have seen it on the Tinia
probably
earlier in the turn. But now we have a monster negate and we have a spell trap negate, and we are still kicking. So
wait, what do you mean? I saw Eric browsing through his deck there, and he is playing both the Crystron and the Elf Node engine, and then there is triple Molchami Fubulos in there. That's crazy.
Yeah, that is absolutely wild. Even though I find this a interesting pick for the metagame, because the most anticipated deck might be either Talonites or Blitzkrieg.
Well, against Blitzkrieg, it's really not good at all, but against Talonites, but on the other hand, it's pretty decent,
true.
Right? So,
but Purulia, I think, would be the better choice.
Against both of them, yeah?
Yeah. Against Talonite, yeah, they summon a lot from hand.
They do.
They go through their combo with also Sombre, which adds something back, and then summon something. So there is a lot of summoning from hand, and Blitzkrieg, against Blitzkrieg, Fuwalos doesn't do anything, because they just immediately lock themselves to summoning from hand.
That's true.
Which says a lot about the value of Purulia in that matchup.
Yep, now Crystron Tristaros has hit the field, and looking at the extra deck, I am curious to see, like, there is only Synchro monsters, so that's already a big difference from the regular Crystron deck that we used to see in the TCG department, in the advanced department, because there is no such things like as Infinity. We're not going down the rank 6 avenue, but there is like real big powerhouses. There's, for example, the Duration in there, which can be a good level 11 finisher, which we may see here. And then there also is cards like, I think I even saw Satellite Warrior in there. Yes, there's Satellite Warrior in his list, which could also be huge, of course, and also to be destroying. Like, that card, we might be ending the game here with Satellite Warrior if we do get to that. That's a big Synchro Summon coming in there, free materials for it, and it is Satellite Warrior. No, wait, no, that's a Crystron one.
Yeah.
Looks very similar, actually, but that is Crystron Quariongandrax.
No, I think it is, because we are also targeting 3 monsters on the field right now.
Yeah. That is also what Quariongandrax is doing. They're so similar in artwork and card text, really.
Oh, and we are chaining the experiment. Dawn Dragster just immediately says no. Simon is a little bit astounded by that. But Simon just gets rid of all of his monsters.
Wow.
Banishes all of those, and Erik is setting up possible game here. Goes into the battleface, offers the handshake.
That's insane how Eric did this.
It's crazy.
He took apart not a small field, like multiple points of interaction from Simon there, but Eric just seemingly not caring and just playing through all of it, and not only playing through it, but then ending the game in the very same turn as well.
It's crazy how explosive those decks can be, right? Because if you just... there can be 5 monsters with 3,000 attack points. You just brush through them as soon as you can start.
And we looked at the list earlier, and we were already, as I said, giggling because Eric somehow is siding a Mermaid Atlantean package from his. He's bringing those cards. How is that a thing? I'm so excited to see that, because it's a package of 5 cards. We are bringing in 1 Atlantean Marksman, 1 Atlantean Heavy Infantry, and then 3 copies of Poseidra as well.
Marksman.
Yes!
It's just
just saying it out loud already makes me smile.
It's what's next beside in Dragoons attack and then special summon. Oh no, beside in Marksman attack directly and special summon Dragoons from deck.
Maybe. Of course, I'm talking about the Storming Atlantean. So it's no Merman cards, right? They're all Atlantean. So it's really just siding Atlantean cards there at the end of the day. But I mean, having that card and having access to it is actually crazy. So I really want to see that.
I mean, this card just special summons itself basically for free going second and gets rid of a monster card or a face-up card and a face-down card.
Yeah, but then the part on the field is also just crazy because you just can send one Atlantean or Merman monster from your deck to the graveyard to target one card your opponent controls and return it to the hand. So you send Marksman or Infantry and go after 2 cards at the same time. So I mean, this card is busted in Mermaid going second, but what if you can just bring it in for free in the side deck? Honestly, marvelous. I don't know whether that's a big thing in Genesis, to be honest, but any kind of water deck going second should probably be including that in Little Engine.
Yeah, it sounds like it should be. How much are you locking yourself into water, though? Is there any locks on this? Because otherwise, this is just an incredibly generic card. However, I mean, you are indeed siding 2 bricks.
I mean, you have to discard a water monster for it to be summoned. So you need to have water monsters somewhere in your main engine already, I would think.
I thought it was from deck, but it's just the on-field effect from deck.
Yeah.
Not a big Mermaid player here, most recently.
But a big Mermaid enjoyer recently, right?
Of course, yeah. But
since this at least
can also just get you going in this deck.
Well, I want to get going with this second game, so why don't we get it started here in round number 10?
Let's go. Simon has the option to go first again. Eric in the last game defying all the odds already. I think he's actually drawn one of the Fuwalas, and if you followed the last turn of Simon closely, you could see that this card is really strong, and Simon is nodding because in Genesis, having Ash or Cold by the Grave or anything like that is rather unlikely. So you will need to be able to find your way through this, and that is going to be incredibly tough.
Normal summon, soul-eating Oviraptor. What a time to be alive.
That hand from Eric does not look too promising, though.
Well, we may be able to refresh it with a couple of cards. So don't be too worried. But for now, it is going to be Simon searching for his miscellaneous Saurus.
So does he want to just set up a little bit? How many non-engine cards does he have after siding? How?
Leo, have you read Misk? Of course he's going to set up. And he's going to use the effect in the graveyard there too.
Of course, and we're giving the first draw.
He's going to give that draw indeed. Yeah, and the gesture by Eric, politely pointing onto the Fuwalos, saying, I may draw 1 card with my Moltrami Fuwalos there.
And he found another one.
He did find another one. So here, though, it's going to be interesting because you don't want to just discard that on an open... Okay, he did just discard. Oh, wait, or is it on the Baby Ceratosaurus? I think he's chaining it onto the Baby Ceratosaurus.
Oh, that
which is crazy.
Now Simon is nodding because this is now all of a sudden turning into a very, very bad scenario for him. I think he's actually cited a Cosmic Cyclone. That's at least what it looks like.
Oh, Leo, don't look at me like that. You can't see Leo right now, but Leo, since the beginning of days, of Yu-Gi-Oh! Days at least, has been the biggest fan of Cosmic Cyclone. And yeah, Leo, I would like to inform you that we also saw Cosmic Cyclone in our Round 9 feature match already. Yes, Cosmic Cyclone is a big staple in the Genesis environment. And yes, Eric has drawn a 3rd copy of Moltrami Fuwalos there.
I don't know where my weird obsession with Cosmic Cyclone comes from, because the card is not really that crazy. It is just banishing a spell and trap card, but something about it is just oddly satisfying to me. However, how satisfied is Simon with the situation? Because Eric is just amassing cards, even though his hand still doesn't look like it's the most playable one. I mean, right now it doesn't look like anything because it's just one stack of cards. But
oh, but look at this. We have summoned out
Kaitoptera.
And that is a level 4, so here comes Evolza Dolka. I mean, summoning Dolka for, in total, 4 draws even, right? Because we summoned the Kaito from the deck and then gave 2 more away here. And yeah, that is, I'm afraid to say, just a monster negate there on the Evolza Dolka.
Yeah, and after side decking I don't think it's ever worth it to set up a field for multiple draws because there are so many good field-breaking cards like the Dark Hole we
he
just
picked it up for turn as well. That's crazy. Oh, he drops the third World Championship Qualifier. Look at that graveyard. Ay, ay, ay.
That is something, but I think the Dark Hole is really, really important here because also, if you didn't have anything to play with, you could have normal summoned the Smyga and then just Dark Hole.
True, true. Dark Hole. Oh, Simon now politely picking up his cards and putting them all into the graveyard.
Oh no, but we can definitely play.
Yeah, we got a couple more draws. This does look like it. Oh, and getting it started by summoning out the Tristaros as your first play is hugely important because now whenever Simon tries to interact with you, immediately you can chain the effect of Tristaros as well.
Yep, and that is going to get you started even more, possibly dodging some effects. This card is pretty strong. Gives you a lot of flexibility, a lot of interaction in the opposing turn. One of the ways to play around opposing Molchamis is just setting up this card and then hoping for the best in the next turn.
Yep, and look at this. We get the Smyger into the graveyard for free by discarding it for the effect of Crystron Sylfafnir. And that is now going to destroy the Sylfafnir as it is allowed to do so. And the graveyard effect of Sylfafnir immediately special summons out another Crystron, which is another Tristaros, funnily enough.
Now the big question is there a way to bridge from Crystron into the Elf Mode?
Ah, don't get crazy now, Leo. Both engines are strong enough. I don't see it. Maybe there is. But not necessarily sure that what that would be.
I mean, is there maybe something you can do with a generic searcher from the extra deck? Does not really look like it.
The generic cards in our extra deck are Stardust Dragon and Black Rose Dragon, Leo.
When there is Cosmic Cycle. Is it enough for Simon to get through this turn? Because this is quite the card to take out from your opponent.
Yeah, it's the cluster.
Yeah.
Oh no, the inclusion, sorry.
Mystical Space Typhoon could never do it. Oh, we are risking it now for the biscuit. So the experiment, and honestly, Fuvalos is just going to get us another draw.
Oh, true.
So even the third Fuvalos is doing a job. We're now taking the Deneen, and Simon is going to be... Is this Excavate and Fusion Summon?
No. It is just Fusion Summon. But you can, if your opponent controls monsters, also use fusion materials from your deck. So that is what we're going to do. So we're not activating just yet, but we're giving a draw to Eric. That Molchami Fuvalos, or that combination of Fuvaloses, has put in so much work.
Yeah, they are really paying off. And you know, I was a Fuvalos hater in the beginning. Take that.
And did you see that? Yeah. We picked up Forbidden Chalice with the one Molchami Fuvalos draw, meaning that, of course, we are having an immediate answer to the GMX Velox as well. We're just making sure how this all is resolving. I think we did it correctly, though. The very moment something is being summoned from the deck or extra deck, you get that draw off of the Molchami Fuvalos. And now the previous chain link, which was the Crystron to Star Wars, is going to resolve and synchro summon with something from the deck, which we are about to summon out for it.
Yep, doesn't start a chain, the draw of Fuvalos, and now... Yep, the Velox has to wait for the Synchro Summoning resolution first. And now it is going to happen. We are going into the Crystron Synchro Monster.
Which is the Crystron Elisgalatis, another staple. And that already, like, it's making it also easier to just out the Velox because that one's now smaller. We're making it bigger and smaller at the same time because I think the Chalice will be played on it too. So we're giving it 400 at some point, most likely, to then take 500 away from it again with the Elisgalatis. But Tristaros, it already has such a strong effect on the field, but then we're not even talking about the graveyard effect yet, as we can just banish it here to special summon 2 Crystron monsters from the deck. Oh, chaining the Velox, and good news for Eric, because he has that Forbidden Chalice to also answer that.
Yeah, that's what you get for just committing so crazy into the double Fuvalos. It is, Simon is smiling away the pain at this moment, but it is, honestly, if you have Cosmic Cyclone and if you have the Quick Play Fusion, I don't know why we committed so much into something like a Dolka as well, because if your opponent's hand is ideal, we're going to very much lose anyways.
Yeah.
But if they're going second, they are going to cite so many different breakers. And yeah, basically just all of those breakers, they are going to find some crazy engine.
Oh, another Tristaros.
And then it's never going to be enough to just have a fusion at the Cosmic Cycle. So I think you would really have to bank. When you get double forward, you need to trust your non-engine.
Also, to further explain a little bit on how that interaction went and why Simon wanted to use the effect of Velox there so desperately. Of course, the graveyard effect of Tristaros is destroying one synchro monster on the field, and only if you do so you are able to special summon two from the deck, and therefore Simon was trying to solidly deny that by chaining the effect of Velox, but yeah, that was denied by that Forbidden Shadows man.
Yeah. Denying is just the name of the game for Eric here. He has just stopped everything that Simon tried to do in the beginning immediately, and I think that this is just, again, going to be...
It's all over again. Once more party time for Crystron, Quarion Gondrex.
And that one is going to probably take care of the Velox at some point.
Yeah, it just banishes it on the summon, really.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
There we go. Simon reading the Quarion Gondrex again. This card actually came out in Invasion of Venom together with Totally Awesome.
Yeah, and the crazy thing about it is it's not only cards on the field. You can actually target cards in the graveyard too. So we are taking follow-up away. We are getting that annoying monster out of the way too. But if I can find good news for Simon, I think we will not be able to this time just go for a game because we're missing those big Elf Note monsters. There was no Elf Notes involved at all here so far, and we have drawn into the heavy infantry as well.
That is, of course, the downside. If you're siding in 2 bricks for 3 cards that you can't use to break a field, there is definitely a punishment for that, especially if you resolve multiple Fuvalos, even though then that's the least of your concerns, right? But Eric, he has still a little bit of follow-up. In a sense, he has the GD Crow, honestly, but that doesn't sound too impressive.
Battle phase, there we go.
Does he even set something up with this? Does Crystron not do anything on its own? Maybe not without the cluster. Maybe the Cosmic Cyclone actually did save the day.
You mean the inclusion? Yeah, we would set up cluster at some point, but that was sort of denied with the inclusion too. And now main phase 2 Sulfador, destroying the Quarion Gondrex, which would then of course be able to activate its graveyard effect when destroyed by card effect, and we can then get one of our banished monsters back onto the field.
So Eric does have another trick up his sleeve, and then he would have a level 2 tuner and a level 5 non-tuner, so at least a Dawn Dragster could be set up.
Oh, cluster into the graveyard, that's huge. Cluster and Smyger.
So how are we getting the cluster back?
I think there definitely is a way to add back from the graveyard, but I think that is inclusion, right? Let me double check on inclusion. Inclusion says you can banish this card from your graveyard and target one Crystron monster in your graveyard and special summon it. But one of them adds back from the graveyard, I'm quite certain.
I think we're going to another Eliscalatus.
Eliscalatus time, yup.
Eric is, he just,
there you go, there you go. As easy as that, it is about the Eliscalatus. Ah, that's strong.
A lot of work to take away some of the resources. Summon the Eliscalatus for a second time in this turn. And set up a cluster. I think that's all it. He has cluster and crow. But those do tend to hit quite hard versus the dinosaur and especially the DMX card.
They do.
But if Simon just has a researcher here, doesn't he just pop off a bit?
I feel like yes. This was not as impressive as it was in the first game going second from Eric, because he was completely missing out on those Elf Note cards, and that may as well cost him this game here, because Simon does get that extra turn, does have the opportunity to get going here again.
And the experiment in the graveyard also does have an effect, and therefore we are banishing it. No, we are banishing the Dolka.
What? Oh, we're just making sure. Wait, what are we making sure?
Yeah.
What? Why the Dolka? Huh?
That is a good question.
The GMX 55th experiment report in the graveyard can banish itself in the main phase to just activate the top cards of your deck until you activate a GMX card, and you can add that to your hand. And for that one, there is nothing to be paid. Like we're not having a risk of going down in life points so heavily.
Also, why? Oh, okay. I was wondering about the life points, but it's 2,400, and the no life points damage effect here, that is actually quite relevant, because otherwise
It's big.
This would be
okay.
almost game here on the spot. And now Erik, he has used the DD Crow on a Dolka, which felt so irrelevant, and afterwards immediately just reading a card that gives our opponent a free extender or a starter.
Did we search for the double evolution pill? Maybe Erik knows about double evolution pill, and he took out the only non-dinosaur from the graveyard. That's the only explanation I can find. Because we banished all the GMX monsters last turn, which are partly non-dinosaurs. And then we actually went in now to banish that very last non-dinosaur. So I think we're just playing around the double evolution pill.
But I mean, for that you have cluster, so that is a rather easy out for that. And if your opponent gets into the GMX engine, of course not everyone knows that, they are, at least the researchers, non-dinosaurs.
True. So GMX partner Selandra or Selandi activates its effect in its hand, revealing it to special summon a GMX monster or a dinosaur monster from the hand, which can just be itself, which is quite funny, but works decently fine. And Simon, all of a sudden with plenty of options there, brings out the Deneen.
That card, honestly, Selandia is incredibly crazy. Getting a monster on the field without normal summoning, and then getting another one if you actually have some resources in the graveyard already. And this is now, like, the DD Crow looks like it has to do a lot of work, but it just took out a Dolka, which in the long run is not really gonna matter.
It feels wasted, not gonna lie. So Simon, if he wins this game, we're not having much time for game 3 anymore, so I think that got to be a consideration for Erik as well if he wants to concede at some point, not thinking that he can win here anymore. But for now, let's fire that next interruption that we set up. Let's fire off that Crystron cluster effect, and we are going to be destroying the Deneen that was just summoned.
But honestly, especially on the featured match, when you have your cool Genesis deck that you want to show off, I don't think you want to scoop games preemptively, especially when you still have a horse in the race.
Fair.
Also, you don't really know the ceiling of the GMX cards, so if you scoop too early, sometimes they just cannot play. Sometimes they are missing one specific resource that you didn't know was incredibly crucial for the deck.
That's fair. Okay, Elascalatus was destroyed, so we are going to use its graveyard effect here once again, bringing out the Tristaurus. But at this point, is there even more Crystron monsters left in the deck to get actual use out of the on-field effect of Tristaurus? I am a bit doubtful of that, because we've gone through so many on the last turn as we only were going into the Crystron part of our deck, so not necessarily many options remaining there on the end of Erik. Oh, never mind. We're using the effect of Tristaurus.
Yep, and we get the Sulfador, and that should make a Dawn Dragster maybe, or a Black Rose Dragon, that is also possible.
Ooh, Black Rose Dragon would be sick.
Nope, we are going into the Dawn Dragster. We
Another one.
Want to lose our cluster just yet. That is just a spell trap negate, and Deneen is very much not a spell trap.
Absolutely true, and I mean, we made sure that at least the Dawn Dragster is still an option, because we did put that Sulfador back into the deck with the Crystron cluster, so that's how we secured to still resolve the Tristaurus there. Okay, Simon, that does look like a contact fusion to me.
Goes into Alos.
Alos is here.
Now the question is, there's also a really, really big pushing GMX monster that can actually just completely wipe the field. That is the GMX Comprex.
And Comprex is a card that, let me check his deck list, is he running that?
That card is crazy. If you use it with 5 materials, you can attack 3 times with 3,700.
Oh, but first, let me get the Felgrand. And yes, there was the double evolution pill, which we were trying to play around, but now we have set up an answer to the Dawn Dragster with the Felgrand, and all of a sudden it is Simon picking up the pace here, because he knows he is making it happen here, and we have that ultimate conductor Tyranno on the field, and we got the game in the back as well. What a comeback here from Simon.
How did he pull that off? That was crazy. Just because Erik had no access to any of the Elf Node cards, he really couldn't push through it. I mean, they were a little bit resilient to the interactions that Simon had, but they didn't end up doing that much. And then Simon actually just popped off The DD Crow could have done a little bit more. I think Simon was lacking a good starter in hand, and the Experiment 55 that just
What
did it.
if we just used VDD Crow on the Experiment? Would that have been enough? I'm not sure, actually.
I think so, because Simon was at 2 or 3 cards in hand. One of them was the Evolution Pill.
Yeah.
Yes, you can summon the Tyranno, but you still have the cluster. And that one is just going to pop the Tyranno.
Yeah.
And then there's one more card. And I think if you have, if you know a card that is going to force at least one of your interactions, I think he could have also still destroyed the Skeletus, so he could have also made that Dawn Dragster still. I think it was always the way to go to banish that card, but he did just not know about the effect, because as soon as Simon announced it, he just said, what?
Yeah. He has tried to check in on all those graveyards effects, but he did miss out on a very crucial one with the Experiment. And who can blame him? Only released in Blazing Dominion. That card hasn't been around for too long, so Simon made good use out of that.
I think the Blazing Dominion support for GMX is absolutely insane.
It's so cool. It's not like a super big meta stay, but it's such a cool deck to play in general.
Because it has some going sect abilities. I think it can also cook up something in Constructed.
I would hope so, but for now it's good enough here for our round 10 featured match in the Genesys Championship, live from the European Championship here in Brussels, and players are getting into their final shuffles here for game number 3, so let's get going into game 3. There we have them. Not even 10 minutes remaining. And for the first time in this match, Eric going first. Yep, little hydration break. I appreciate that. It is warm here in Brussels, so get that sip of water in. And now combo off. Fly away, Eric. Because for the first time, finally, you are allowed to go first in this match.
And that does look like a Tinia in hand at least, so there is going to be a starter, a Tristeros as a normal summon to secure your combo, and then a special summon of Tinia. I think that is almost as good as it gets.
Just hard-drawn access to both of the engines. That's the dream, and we actually get the Smyger into the graveyard through that as well.
That must be the juiciest wombo combo that you can actually have with the deck. When you also have the discard Smyger for the Elf Node Welcome Home.
This is massive, and Simon just looking at it for the moment, not having any way to interact with it apparently. One thing though, in Genesys, Darkroot No More is exponentially more popular compared to Constructed Advanced. So those big combo decks can be punished by that card. Just saying, that might be the case here again.
Yeah, but there's not nearly as many counter traps as in Constructed, like Solemn Accusation or Solemn Judgment. I mean, you can play them, but they got points.
Yeah. They are hefty on the points end. And now we have established Crystal Wing Synchro Dragon searching for Fortuna. For now, the middle column is occupied, but we are going to make sure that's not the case any longer as we do go into the next Synchro Summon. Excel Synchro Stardust Dragon. We got all the big Synchro tools in this deck.
I think we also run a Stardust Dragon, no?
We do.
I think we can actually protect our monster as well after the effect of the Excel Synchro Stardust Dragon. I think it contributed itself, and then you special summon a Stardust Dragon, and then monsters that are used with Stardust Dragon as material are unaffected, right?
Yep. That is absolutely correct. Only for the rest of the turn.
Okay.
So it's like kind of isolating you from Nibiru a little further, which you're already isolated against as you have the Crystal Wing Synchro Dragon on the field. Still cannot hurt, but for now we have also set up the Crystron, the Crystal Inclusion and the Rhapsodia of Madness for the Elf Node department. Eric just switching between the engines left and right, just going into both of them fully and using those last 10 minutes of the match really to his fullest potential, trying to get that big combo field going and hoping that it sticks. Look at this. There is Dawn Dragster, there is Crystal Wing Synchro Dragon. How is this not the best deck in Genesys?
I was going to say, this looks exactly like the field that the Elf Node combo deck is putting up in Constructed, because it also ends on Trap, Crystal Wing, and Dawn Dragster.
We're done though. We're setting 2 cards. Are we just keeping the Excel Synchro Stardust Dragon around?
Yeah, we can.
It's a quick effect, yeah. We can do it on our opponent's turn.
And also, it does play into Nibiru if you activate it. because you can respond to it, to the Nibiru with this card, and then you get the monster that is protected from the Nibiru effect. If you use it now, Nibiru can be chained, and then if you Crystal Wing, there is the chance for an Effect Veiler, which is at 8 points.
Okay.
So I think it's correct, actually.
Okay, let's see. What kind of field-breaking cards do we have in store here? First of all, we will have to lead off with an engine card, and that is GMX Lab 5, which is our field spell of the GMX cards. Oh, do we deal with it?
Oh,
immediately clustering it. Okay, no time wasted.
6 minutes left on the clock, and Erik says, yep, not gonna waste any more time in the lab where the dinosaurs are cooked up. Is getting destroyed. Rhapsodia of Madness is, of course, Cluster and Madness are cards that are really not punishing you to go for big combos against something like Dark Ruler No More. However, just using the Cluster first opens you up to big field negates.
That's true. Simon, any kind of response to that now? Maybe that Dark Ruler No More we were mentioning now plenty of times. No, we're just revealing something in the hand, and I would think that would usually be the GMX partner, Sealandy.
Oh, and there is going to be a Crystal Wing activation.
Just negate it, and we gain the attack points with a 2.
That is a big, big dragon.
It is. Simon.
Dragon D's negates. Simon is now playing Dark Ruler No More, and that he could have activated just before he activated Salandea.
But I mean, now we're just going to negate it with the Rhapsodia of Madness. But is there maybe now Cosmic Cyclone or something? No.
That would be absolutely huge, but no, of course, we can negate a face-up card with the Rhapsody of Madness. And then Tinia, of course, summoned back, can swap places with the Dawn Dragster and banish a card from hand as well.
Yep.
So, limited amount of pushes, 3 cards left in hand. This is going to be 2 to play through such a huge field. The first one is going to be picked. We're banishing the Soul-Eating Oviraptor.
Such a good one as well to hit there.
That is possibly the best normal summon. Whoa, we are having the Researcher. Forbidden Chalice onto that Researcher. Simon is laughing, and that is honestly not the greatest sign. He reveals the Deneen in hand, and Erik with the huge combo field that just looks like full power Elf Node is going to take the game, and he continues to be in the running for the top 8 cut.
Leo, seriously, Erik was insanely impressive. Game 1 playing for a full field. Game 2 doing the same again, but then not able to close it out just yet. And now going first, witnessing that insanity of a combo that he just pulled off there. He is a definite candidate for top 8, I want to say.
That is a very, very cool thing about Genesys as well, because the players, you know, they cannot prepare for every single deck in the format because there's just
impossible,
so many.
Yeah.
So both games in Game 1 and 2, we saw the players making some mistakes because of missing knowledge about the other deck. But I think that is it for the round 10. We are very close to starting the next round. So we're going to go back into a break. But in the meantime, you can, of course, always take a look at the main stream, watch some featured matches and some content we got prepared for you guys. Welcome back to the penultimate Swiss round for the Genesys Championship 2026 in Brussels here at the EU WCQ. My name is Leonard König and I'm joined by the ferocious fairy tale fanatic Charles. How are you doing, my friend?
I like the intro, thank you. I'm doing very well, thank you for asking. We have a wonderful, interesting matchup here. It is the Blitzkrieg matchup versus Fairy Tale Endymion here. Using those Endymion cards as they are, I think, very lowly, if not pointed at all, as essentially just free level 4 spellcasters on the field to get your plays going. So very exciting for this matchup. Can't wait to watch.
Just the same on the other side, the top meta deck. Let's see who's going to take it. So let's go over to game 1. We have been informed that Lutz has already won the dice roll, so he is going to be able to set up perhaps quite a strong field, depending on the hand.
Absolutely. It's Blitzkrieg is an interesting deck because even if you just kind of set one pass, it's not necessarily a bad hand for you.
Yeah.
You could have a lot of interactions there, and I know from trying this matchup myself, it can actually be a bit of an uphill battle for Fairy Tale if they are not able to keep their monsters on the field.
Why is that?
They need to have something on the field to keep getting their extra monsters out. You need to have, even if it's just an opponent's monster, there needs to be something there to keep playing. We do see the Radiant Typhoon Visions being activated here by Lutz, and drawing to hopefully having something to discard would be disastrous if not, but I'm assuming there we go. We see this card being discarded as well. I don't know what that card is. Let's have a look.
Never heard of it.
That card is
Super Leitendak Plasma Knall. I don't know why we have the German translation, but it is Superconductive Plasma Blast.
Thank you. There we go. Very interesting. I think also quite a new card as well.
Oh, we are setting 2 and passing even after resolving a vision. But as you said, that might not mean that there is nothing in Lutz's hand, because cards like Alternator can actually allow you to start playing on the opposing turn. But Henry is starting with the Endymion spell that is going to get us a Prince of Endymion rather quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. It's such a good little package to include in the deck as well. The Empire of Endymion lets you special summon one of those from your hand, as well as optionally, I believe, send one of your Prince of Endymion to the graveyard to protect something else from destruction. So this little package is very good into the Blitzkrieg matchup.
Yep.
It's just other things which might struggle here. But we're going to see here the add of the Prince of Endymion, now using the effect to reveal it from hand along with their Match Giru to summon itself and taking a bit of damage there for Henry.
So, but you can destroy the Empire of Endymion. That is...
I believe... You know what? I'm not sure.
Let me just give this a quick read. If a card you control would be destroyed by battle card effect, you can destroy one regular the Prince of Endymion in your hand or face up field instead.
There you go. A card, not monster. I was thinking monster, but it's just any card. So yeah, it does a lot. It helps the strategy out a great deal. It's a nice thing, especially in the Genesys format where you're against Blitzkrieg so much. It does help out the strategy a lot. Taking this approach rather than the Necros approach, which is interesting, because the Necros approach has been very popular in the Genesys format, as the Necros cards do essentially just give you a lot of free level 4 spellcasters on the field. We see the summon here of the Fairy Tale, I believe. That is Rochka, I think.
Yeah. It is very interesting that the Empire of Endymion does not really stop the Blitzkrieg deck from activating their effects, because they just require something to be destroyed by card effects.
Yeah.
And the protection effect still destroys something by card effect.
It does do that, unfortunately, but I guess it can protect the thing that you want to keep around more than anything. But we see here the effect of Rochka. You make your opponent gain 500 life points, and then your opponent looks at the top 3 cards of your deck, chooses one for you to add to your hand, and then shuffle the rest back into your deck. It's a very weird effect.
Yeah.
It can open up the opportunity for your opponent just to give you nothing and see more of your deck. So it's a strange one, but it's not necessarily a bad effect if, like here, you see a lot of engine.
Honestly, yeah, he just hit 3 different engine cards, and that just makes these choice so incredibly difficult. Wonder how much practice Lutz has versus the Fairy Tale deck. But Rochka seems like a perfectly fine card if you're in an advantageous spot already, because Blitz has really not developed anything. And what does that mean for a Blitzkrieg deck if you have just 2 set cards and pass? I think there might be something like an Alternator and a Whisker, and those actually would still play. So if you go Alternator, you shuffle back a possibly other Blitzkrieg card. You actually, oh, we have a Crackle!
Ooh, Blitzkrieg Crackle being activated from the hand here. I think that does, I don't know if it targets or just destroys the last thing that activated. I think it's the last thing that activated. So I think that'll be the Magic Guru being destroyed when this is summoned to the field here.
Or the Endymion.
Or the Endymion.
Very importantly, the destruction happens before the Crackle is being summoned.
I see.
So therefore the card that is being summoned out by Crackle, any Thunder monster from hand, cannot trigger.
Interesting. Fascinating, that is. Wow.
Yeah, that is the balancing on basically all of those Blitzkrieg cards, where you are just going to have to destroy something to summon them out, and then afterwards you need to destroy something else. Other than that, Kolum, the Hideout in the Sky, would be an insane starter.
Absolutely. So we see the Fairy Tale Ball being added to hand here. Such an insanely powerful card for the Fairy Tale strategy. Any deck would love to have this card.
Yeah.
So it is a Searcher. You activate it, add a Fairy Tale card from deck to hand. It allows Fairy Tale to attack directly, which is also incredible. But the main effect, which I find fascinating, is if your opponent special summons a monster, you can target any monster your opponent controls, change its name to Prince of Fairies permanently, and also permanently negate its effects as well. So, we do see the Cosmic Cyclone coming down here, though, unfortunately putting a stop to this powerful card.
But that is wild, playing Cosmic Cyclone in a deck like Blitzkrieg, where you would say Mystical Space Typhoon was basically designed for this. However, you do want something of this in the main deck for example, the Mirror Image there is pretty strong. If you chain this to an Alternator, because Alternator shuffles back for cost. So if you chain a Cosmic Cyclone to that, though, you might actually take away a lot of their resources.
Yeah, absolutely. Very powerful indeed. Seeing if Henry can push through here. I think what Henry might be doing here is just trying to use as many interactions, as many pushes as possible before getting to the Wicket, because that is the main choke point the deck seems to have, is if you can stop the Wicket from activating or resolving, it is a real stopper for a lot of your plays, unless you've been lucky enough to draw the cards that you need from sending off of Wicket.
So walk me through this. What exactly does Wicket set up? What does it do for the deck?
So Wicket can detach as many as it wants to send the same amount of Fairy Tale named cards from deck to graveyard. So that can send the Quick Play spell, Once Upon a Fairy Tale, which has the effect of when it's sent to the graveyard, you can set it from the graveyard, apart from the field. The Equip spell, which can equip from the graveyard, or not that it's in this deck, but something like Snow. So it fills your graveyard with all these things that can come out of the graveyard. It's essentially a Surge 2. It's a very powerful card.
That is pretty strong indeed. The first thing that came to my mind was Fairy Tale Snow, but of course this card has quite some points to its name.
85 currently in the Genesis format, so it's very costly to play. Not impossible, but very costly indeed. And we do see here an overlay being formed, and I believe this may well be the summon of, yes it is, the Fairy Tale Wicket. Also has another effect from the graveyard where it can quick effect to target a light Fairy Tale monster you control, summon itself, and then send that card to the graveyard. Ooh. So it can again with Snow, take it back to the graveyard, summon itself again. But we see here the effect to send to, I believe we are sending the Once Upon a Fairy Tale, and I think that...
Luna.
Yeah, that's interesting, because Luna doesn't really have any utility from the graveyard here.
Perhaps we have an effect that special summons it back from the graveyard? That doesn't do anything for it, because it has to be normal summon in order to activate the summon effect?
I mean, it does have the effects on the field as well, where it can target an opponent's monster to essentially send it back to your opponent's hand, unless your opponent can do something just to you can ash that effect, for example, or just use the effects. Your opponent can also stop this by sending a card with the same name from the deck or extra deck to the graveyard.
Now, that was also a pretty minimalistic setup for Henry. There was just a Cosmic Cyclone that basically put not an end to the turn, but stopped it from absolutely wreaking havoc. Now, Lutz, where are you going with this turn? Because you need to find something to play with. You're already down on so little life points.
Yeah, this is a very interesting place to be for Lutz here. By no means unwinnable, but a strange place. We do see the normal summon of the Crackle here, though.
That is one of the weaker Blitzkrieg cards. And now we're going to have the Plasma Blast activated again. So this card stacks your deck a little bit. So you can place a Thunder or Rock monster from your deck on top of your deck, and then you have a Thunder monster in the field or GY. You can destroy one card on the field. Okay, so I see why this is good in Blitzkrieg.
Yeah, absolutely.
So you actually get to stack your deck, and, well, with Crackle that doesn't really matter too much, but you actually get to destroy something that is quite huge.
Another effect of Wicap, which is going unused here, unfortunately, is that it makes your light Fairytale monsters unaffected by your opponent's activated effects. So it's very strong. We do see, thinking about it, we see the Forbidden Chalice activated here as well.
That is huge, especially if this was the card that was being targeted, and we are packing our things up. Lutz really needed that Crackle effect to resolve. Crackle can, of course, send Alternator, and Alternator then gets you started by banishing itself. You can find yourself a breakaway or a column hideout in the sky. If you can't, then you won't.
Difficult, yeah. That was a good display of what both strategies can do there, I think, because it was an unfortunate hand maybe for Lutz, but I don't think terrible. I think he did well to keep Henry off of finding it, because Fairytale can find game quickly. Fairytale can find game very quickly in this situation, and he managed to keep him off of that and get back to his own turn to hopefully keep playing and find more ways to keep playing the game.
Yeah, the Cosmic Cyclone was very well placed. That is a good answer to the Fairytale Ball.
Yeah.
I'm still struggling to find the good showcase on what Blitzkrieg can do, because he really didn't do anything.
What I should say is a good showcase on the player's skill there. So a fair point, well made. But yeah, as I say, I think both players did well there with the hands they were dealt, literally, and the cards they were using, the cards they were given.
I do think it was a good showcase on what can happen as a downside of the Blitzkrieg deck, because not every strategy can be perfect. Actually, very few strategies are perfect. I think the only example that comes off the top of my head is actually Tear Elements back in the day.
Yeah,
that was the perfect deck. Oh my goodness. Okay, I'm starting to go through all the nostalgic elements again.
I've also just spotted some very interesting cards in... we have Henry's side deck here, and extra deck as well. I've spotted something which has really caught my attention, that being the Quintet Magician. A powerful card which, with the help of Super Polymerization, you can summon during the opponent's turn to get the effect to destroy your opponent's field. And Mixuzi the Confounder as well, which does that as well. But I think we are gearing up and getting ready to go into Game 2 shortly. I'm not entirely sure on that, but we do see interesting cards here as well.
Let's see. Yeah, Henry is still a little bit in the sideboarding process, but we're getting a last good shuffle in there. Hopefully, Lutz has shuffled his deck well enough too, so that he can actually show us what the Blitzkrieg is made of, because that deck has some really, really cool interaction. I want to see some whisker action.
Absolutely. We're fantastic to see some of the Blitzkrieg brand new strategy pop off in a way that we've not seen in this game. We've seen over the weekend a few times. It can do a spectacular job and do very well, but in this game, although again I think Lutz did a fantastic job with the hand he was dealt, was not quite enough to take the game there from the Fairytale strategy and from Henry. But again, just checking side deck options here, some very interesting ones here. Some fairly standard things we have, like Santa Claus, Kaijus, things like that. But we also have one of my favorite cards in this current format is Pear Bear Scare. A very interesting card.
So cool.
The thought process of this, the thought experiment of this card is, if this card is good, no it's not. If this card is bad, then it's really good again, because it's all about usage. But we also see something like Giant Trunade, which is really interesting. Could come in very handy. Yeah,
I mean, you said it. The deck can find game incredibly quickly, right? The ball enables you to just attack directly with everything.
I call it Fairy Temper. It does it so much.
Yeah, but I think it's a Hatronade.
Oh, is it Hatronade? I see. The artwork's very similar.
But the players are ready, so I think we're going to give them the go. They can start playing, so we're just going to wait until the confirmation. That is no problem. We have a second, but the players, Lutz and Henry, they're staring each other down. They're ready for the game. Fist bump of sportsmanship, and we're going in. Lutz, can you show us what the Blitzkrieg is made of?
Also just noticed Lutz's extra deck here as well. I hadn't even noticed that part of the strategy. That's very silly of me, but we see some of the angelic cards here in the deck, and I don't think we saw that at all during game 1 there.
No, that is true. I mean, he had nothing to play with. But if you go second, a good old opening to e4 is pretty strong. Now, that normal summon Surge is a decent start, but that also does mean that something else is going to happen. We set a trap card, so are we showing a Grain? Oh my goodness, we got to discard the Breakaway, which is not the worst thing in the world, and Twin Twister our own spell trap card. Now, Henry, I mean, what could you possibly have in your hand to answer a Twin Twister on his own card?
No, there's no way. There's simply no way to start. And I don't know what is even... I don't think you can. That's not possible, surely.
Yeah. So now you have actually a plethora of cards. So you have revealed 4 of your 5 cards in hand already, but actually Lutz now gets to start playing. So Surge can trigger off of this. Breakaway, I'm just checking if Breakaway triggers on any destruction, or if it has to be...
I believe it's of your...
It's Blitzkrieg.
Yeah, of your own Blitzkrieg cards, yeah, absolutely. But still, that can happen very easily in the strategy as well.
Especially since you have the Alternator in the graveyard already, so that is pretty much fine.
Speaking of our favoured strategies, you are planning on playing Blitzkrieg yourself, are you not?
Yes, and I want to play it as well in the just constructed format.
Yes.
Really big fan of that. We still have some pretty strong players in the tournament. Very few players are XO by now, very few X1s as well. But we have some X2 Blitzkriegs that I'm quite excited to see in the long run.
Yeah. We see the column being added now to the hand activated. If we have any way to answer this, it would be fantastic, but doesn't seem like we're going to get that.
And now it seems like we're going to get the full setup. We're going to give the token over, and then you can actually just, I think we've added the Grain before with the Surge, so Grain pop the Hideout in the sky, trigger Surge, and oh no, Surge we have triggered already, but trigger the Breakaway. Breakaway can give us the Alternator, and then we're already basically set up, right? Because you are going to be able to, well, set up another... Oh, we got Whisker here. That's also
very good,
very much fine. Whisker is an insane card.
It really is. It's a wonderful card. It's one of those things which I can understand. Like, my sort of deck building thought process says play it at 1 because it's kind of not maybe the best thing by itself, but you kind of have to play it at 3 because it's such a powerful boss monster to be able to summon and use every turn.
Let me tell you something, in Blitzkrieg nothing plays by itself.
No.
There isn't a single 1-card combo in the entire deck that does anything.
But I also like decks like that.
Yeah.
I like decks that you need to sort of examine, like Vanquish Soul was like that. You need to examine your hand and see how best to play it each turn. But we do see here the Grain Blitzkrieg being activated from hand, destroying the Hidden City. Hidden City?
Hideout in the Sky.
Hideout in the Sky, thank you, Callum, to summon itself.
Card is actually named after the physician that discovered electromagnetism.
Did not know that.
Yeah, his name was Charles, actually. Charles Coulomb.
That's really cool.
It is.
Wow, I've learned a new thing today, thank you.
It was 85% true. There's an 85% chance I messed some of the facts up, but that is what it's supposed to be.
Fascinating, thank you.
And maybe it's just an accident, right?
Well,
I'm not here to confirm any intention behind the naming of the card. But
I'm choosing to believe you.
Thank you.
Yeah, there we go. We do see, the Ghost, Mourner, and Moonlit Chill activated from hand here. And also the DD Crow sending the Breakaway out as well.
That is honestly pretty strong because we know there's only one more card in hand for Lutz, and that is just... Honestly, if that is not a huge card... Actually, from the hand movement, I think there's 2 cards because we have the Whisker as well. I think we searched that at some point. So you could special summon out the Whisker, pop the token, and then you can at least trigger the Hideout in the Sky from your graveyard.
Could do that.
So you get some follow-up, and you have, of course, then the Whisker on your field that can be used to bounce something back to negate a monster effect, which you really would need because your field does nothing anymore right now. However, if that set spell or trap card is something like a Twin Twister, and the Glare promised me something like that, if you actually get to pop something here, you have got everything you want. You have Surge, you have the ability to add another Whisker, you have Grain for follow-up.
Yeah. Also, again, like it's so impactful into the field spell. You don't necessarily use it on the equip spell because that can come back from... Unless it's come back from graveyard already, then maybe. But you use it generally on the field spell because that's going to be a way to find game as well.
It also is a little bit of a tell that he did not play the Column, because this card would give the monsters that are summoned from hand plus 500 attack points. And if that's the only card in your hand, you need a discard for the Twin Twister.
Interesting. Yeah, you make a very good point there. Oh, wow. Yeah, very good point indeed. And I guess on the plus side, if it doesn't get used, which I imagine it will be, but if it doesn't get used, it's follow up the next turn as well. So it doesn't have that dual purpose of it's discard fodder or use it again.
That is true. Twin Twister, it's so cool to see some cards like those again. I remember it was revolutionary when Breakers of Shadow came out. Super Polymerization is a huge, huge hit. So Surge and the Whisker, oh, that is so brutal. But what are you summoning though? They're all Thunder, I would imagine.
Truly, they are all Thunders, so this can be the Garura, the Wings of Resonant Life.
Yeah, and Lutz can't be too happy about that, I'm going to be honest with you. I think if you are reading a Twin Twist, I mean, you have just seen one, you have seen the Column not being activated. I think before you activate any sort of spell traps, you attack over the grain. And that is exactly what Henry is doing. That
is a very heads-up play there.
Just not giving you any chances to trigger anything, because you know that the cards in your graveyard, the Hideout in the Sky, is also not going to add itself back when a Twin Twister is destroying it, because it also needs a Blitzkrieg effect. Oh, we also don't have anything else to play with, so that's...
Unfortunate. I think that was the Forbidden Chalice with Seagain set there as well. So at the very least, being able to hopefully stop the first and maybe only play from Lutz here as well. But if that is a Twin Twister, then that is not going to be a big concern here.
But if the... Okay, we are discarding the Step Leader. And that is really, really good here, I think. Oh, we are Forbidden Chalicing our own Garura, Resonant Wings of Life, so we actually do get 400 attack points more. Plays like this, they throw me back.
Yeah, absolutely. It's worth doing, because it's just a slightly bigger body on the field, just a slightly better chance of being protected, and it's not doing anything on the field during opponent's turn either way. You need to be destroyed to do things during the opponent's turn.
So how many interactions can Lutz get out of his sleeve here? Because we just said there is no one-card combos in this deck. He just discarded a Step Leader for the Twin Twister, so that is a card that could theoretically add itself back upon the destruction of something. What if you Surge? Then you pop it, you get the Step Leader, and then what?
I think this is the thing, because I don't think this is a one-card combo, because the graveyard is already stacked up here, but we do see the Surge being added to hand, as you correctly predicted there.
I don't think this plays.
Maybe not. I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see how Lutz plays this out. Using the Surge to destroy the token, wouldn't want to destroy that Garura in the slightest here.
There's another graveyard. There's the Step Leader effect, and I think Step Leader just summons something from hand.
I see.
And then destroys itself. Or is there a way to just destroy it without summoning something? Because that would then absolutely play. So let me get this card up real quick. If a card is destroyed by Blitzkrieg's card effect, you can also target a Thunder monster in your graveyard and add it to your hand.
Interesting.
No, this card really needs more to play.
We see the Skullmaster coming down and answer that being added back to hand. There is nothing Lutz can do. Play does pass back to Henry here. Doesn't really have any ways to play at the moment, but only needs one card to get going, and that will very quickly find him the game.
But Lutz is still sitting on a 2000 attack point Surge. Garura can crash into that, draw him a card, but then he wouldn't find game that turn, because the battle phase would have been used. So Lutz is definitely right now threatening to win the grind game. Has the Step Leader in the graveyard as well that can possibly trigger, so Henry will need to find a way to go through this and then also try and remove the Column, because otherwise Lutz will start to run away with the game slowly but surely, adding a card each turn. So Garura is going to crash into the Surge. That is going to give you an extra draw. Garura is such a huge card ever since it came out.
Absolutely. Very unfortunate fact they didn't have the way to play here for Henry as well. Hopefully, I think I spy a Fairy Tale Ball in the hand here. There we go. That is going to do a lot here. Don't think it's going to get quite everything by itself, but it is at the very least going to set up a decent field here for Henry.
So what are the next steps that you're taking? You are in this situation, you have nothing else except for the fairy tale ball. Your opponent is also sitting on no interaction. What is your move?
It's a tough one. It is honestly a very difficult one. Fairy Tale Ball is not bad. I wouldn't call it a full one-card combo. It can do a lot by itself, but not everything. So we see the Luna, normal summon Luna, adding, I imagine, the Match Guru to hand here. Be shocked if it's not, or maybe a Genia. Genia might make more sense here, to be fair. I think we are going to be adding...
So what is the reasoning for this ad?
Genie of the Ring here, you add this instead of Match Guru because effectively what they're doing at the moment is the same thing. It's another thing on the field, another level 4 spellcaster. After that, it starts really being different. So you want to be able to send a Match Guru to the graveyard off of the effect of Wiccat, because Match Guru can summon itself from the graveyard, and then you can also add a one of the spells you haven't used yet. So yeah, this actually will get quite a lot here, because we can detach to send whichever spell of our choosing plus the Match Guru, which again the Match Guru can summon itself from graveyard, search for whichever spell we don't have yet in hand, and then continue to do with our plays.
So what is the end goal that we're trying to reach?
I think we're trying to end on the Teller Omni-Negate.
Yeah.
That might be all we can get here, with maybe the Quick Play spell set. I think that's what we're going for. So the Quick Play spell will be able to summon up to 3 from, so it's up to 1 each from hand, graveyard, and banishment with different names, which allows you to flood your field, essentially. But even if not that, even if it can just summon the Luna can do plenty by itself by just hopefully sending a monster back to the hand, which you can ensure will happen because you can change the name of the monster to Prince of Fairies. So if it's something you don't want in the field, change its name to the field spell, send it back to hand. Otherwise, there's the opportunity to stop that.
I see what you mean. However, I do think that Blitzkrieg would very much appreciate getting this surge back to hand.
I've also just noticed, goodness me, so we have something we can do here, changing the name of this surge. It's already changed to a spellcaster from Genie of the Ring effect. Now it's also called Prince of Fairies. This means we can use it as fusion material.
Oh.
Because a quick spell can use the opponent's monster called Prince of Fairies. It kind of is not a spellcaster, it is now a spellcaster. So we're going to equip that to the Match Guru, I believe, from the graveyard.
Is there a way to get rid of the Kulum?
Yes, if we summon Teller here, if you summon Teller using an opponent's Prince of Fairies as material, it destroys all the cards your opponent controls. So
that is a big effect.
Yeah, I was thinking about this in terms of the just in a vacuum, the field spell 1-card combo, not remembering, of course, the opponent's materials are our own materials here. So this is a lot more than I had once thought. We do see that Teller of Fairy Tales hitting the field and activating the effect to destroy that column. I'm not sure how much further we can go from here, but oh wait, no, we have the Quick Play spell. I don't know that we can find game from this, but
we used a battle phase already.
We did. I got excited.
But yeah, I get that. But I think just clearing off everything that your opponent has and having an Omni-Negate on the field with the Teller on no cards in hand as well is pretty much telling the story of this game. Lutz cannot find a way to get his Blitzkrieg engine going in Game 1 or in Game 2 so far. And Henry is threatening with a few Fairy Tale monsters, the Wiccat on the field. Next to the Teller, there's 1 card in hand for Lutz. What is this miraculous card that he just so desperately needs? Is there anything that can get him out of this sticky situation?
I really don't know. I'd love to see if it's at all possible, but goodness me.
Nope, it is not. And Lutz offers the fist bump of sportsmanship, gives up the game, shows the Angelecki problem, but he had other problems to deal with.
There you go, absolutely correct. We do see both these players at this point in the day are obviously very well versed in their decks and also knowing how their opponent's decks play as well. Very good to see they knew where to hit each other's interactions, how to use them, what to do, and did their best. And it was a fantastic game to watch, I have to say. It was really good fun.
Yep, it was very nice that we finally on stream see the power of the Fairy Tale deck.
Yeah.
Fusing with your opponent's monsters is absolutely massive, especially if you can then go for a complete board wipe. Also, very nice use of the hand traps for Henry, really showing why playing a engine with basically no points is a massive advantage if you can still manage to put up a field. But this was it for this round for the Genesys Championships. You can still go over to the mainstream, watch the content there. See you soon.
Hello, duelists, and welcome to round 12 of Swiss here. The last round of the day for the Genesys event. We have a very exciting matchup. I'm Charles Tracy Adams, and I'm joined by my wonderful co-host, Sebastian Lenker. Basti, how are we doing today?
We're doing fantastic. Genesys action all day long, but this is going to mark the last round of Swiss for the Genesys Championship here in Brussels. And we do see a familiar face, someone that has made results in the Genesys environment already, being Richard on the left with a crazy 60 card pile combining Sacred Beasts and Blitzkrieg. And on the other hand, we have Doomsy, which is a bit pointed, but the version we are playing, we found a way to still make it work here, so I'm really curious on how that is going to work out, and whether that is going to work out, we're going to find out. Let's get into game one.
Yeah, as you mentioned, we have a 60-card list here from our Sacred Beasts user. Sacred Beasts Blitzkrieg as well.
User, okay.
Duelist, I don't know.
Well, both, actually.
But I find that really interesting because I think the Genesys format promotes the idea of a lower
Totally,
card
yeah.
For, you know, because it takes a lot to fill up that with non- or low-pointed cards.
100% agree. That it's even possible to get a 60-card deck while still being in the 100-point total is madness. And we do see one of the ways how Sam is able to get multiple level 4 monsters onto the field. This feels like Gladiator Beast days all over again. And we do have the elemental hero Prisma.
It really does. What an interesting... that's just such a cool way of getting your meters into the field. I have a friend who is a big fan of the Art Mage stuff and of heroes. If he sees this, he's going to go insane.
And yeah, we're playing all Exceed monsters in the extra deck, as of course this deck would always do, as it is an Exceed-based strategy. But then there is the one fusion monster, which we have just revealed there, the Art Mage, the Arcturus. I'm wondering, do you think we can even summon that? Probably not, right?
I don't think so. I think it's there purely
just
for
this,
the
right?
Prisma. Also, just noticing how powerful that Prisma engine is. It's all the 3 copies of a hero lives, there's the Prisma, and then you can shuffle back the Prisma with the media to summon it. You can use that more than once. You can keep doing that. That's insane. I love that tech.
Yep. And oftentimes you would be bringing out another Power Patron, but as this is the Doomsy deck, this is going to be the Doomsy Power Patron, and there is one Prisma. Enabling this is actually straight up hilarious.
Absolutely. We see the Doom's Diacturus here as well, the other Diacturus available to us, and then ranked up immediately into Doom's, I believe it's called 12 Graflario.
Yeah.
But yeah, amazingly powerful set of cards here from the Doom strategy. Gonna see how the rest of Sam's turn plays out here, as he is going to be summoning the Doom's 12 Drastria from hand as well. 12-0, sorry.
I don't know the numbers. I will always go with Drastea, but now we are going to use the effect of Graflario as well. With the Drastea still waiting in hand, of course.
Interesting.
Ooh, searches for Doomsy Raiders. This, once again, just, it feels like Genesys really makes the players find new ways on how to get access to their engine, and therefore we're finding crazy combinations. At the very moment, I'm not aware how Sacred Beast, Blitzkrieg, like those two engines are tunneling into each other, but maybe Richard is going to give us a view into that, an outlook into that.
Yeah.
But here we can immediately, with the very first turn on Sam's end, see how well the, for example, Elemental Hero Prisma is bridging into your Doomsy package.
And here we see the summon of the Alara here as well, the Doom's 7/7 Alara. Very powerful card as well. I think it is a starter in and of itself in the strategy. So we see the activation of the Doom's Raiders, summon the Alara, summon the Amalth as well. Even more ways to get into your plays here.
That is correct, and I hope we're going to see it later on as well. But me as a fellow Shark enjoyer, I gotta mention that there is Shark cards in this Doomsy deck, as well as there of course is the Surfacing Big Jaws together with the Drake Shark. So we're just finding a bunch of ways to get 2 level 4 monsters onto the field and then pop off with our Doom Zs. Ooh, Springen's Merrymaker.
Ooh.
Sargas. So that is a signal that we do still have space in this deck to also include the Regulus.
Such a powerful card as well. It's one of those cards where if you can slot that into your deck somewhere and you don't mind it, I wouldn't even call it a brick as such, it's just not combo. Because you can just summon it so easily and it just insulates your players. It is an interaction during the opponent's turn. With the right setup, it can be taken back from the graveyard as well, depending on what deck you're using. It does so much for so many strategies that can just have machines in the graveyard.
Yeah, and all the Exceed monsters of the Doom Z archetype are machines, and additionally to that, the one main deck monster that also is a machine is the Power Patron Doom Z, and that's why we are able to immediately get that Regulus onto the field here, and we can therefore make sure that a card that is not very popular in Constructed Advanced right now, but decently popular in the Genesis environment, the Nibiru the Primal Being is not really a factor here anymore, as we would have the Regulus to negate it.
Absolutely. We see the Doom Dirge being activated. Doom Dirge, is that the right word? I think it is.
It is, yeah.
Being activated here from hand as well. Very powerful card as well. You do have to pay a cost of life points each standby phase these cards are active. But these...
That's fine.
No, that's fine. But they help you sort of to rank up your Doom's monsters into stronger, much more powerful Xyz monsters for the end of the turn.
And also Doom Dirk is so good of a going second card as well, because it doesn't really require to be equipped to a Doom Z monster. You can just equip it to an opponent's monster when they have built their field, and then you can just say, hey, destroy the monster, and well, that works against the opponent's monster van, which is insane.
Absolutely. Very powerful card going first and going second, as I think Doom's is just a great deck for that. We've seen it's able to play through so many interruptions in both this and Advanced Constructed format.
That's true, and also something I want to note here, both players on a remarkable 10-1 record, so I think both of them should have a really decent shot at making it into the top 8 here of our Genesys Championship, even if they do not end up winning this round here.
Absolutely correct. We see the Doom's Change coming down here as well. Has a bit of a Fire King-like effect of being able to destroy a monster from your hand or deck as well as placed upon the field. And I think they do have a lot of similarities with Fire King in that they have effects when they are destroyed as well as they are summoned.
100%, and Charles, don't give our viewers ideas. I can already see the Fire King Doom Z Genesis deck profile coming in.
I'm shocked no one's played that yet, truthfully.
That's true. Okay, that is the Doom Z Destruction being sent into the graveyard there, which easily we will be able to recover later on as well. And, well, the Blitzkrieg and the Sacred Beast, they both kind of want to surge, so getting that card onto the field may be a huge issue for Richard here. In general, those 60-card combo piles, of course they need to access those other parts of the deck, as you are only seeing 6 cards in total when going second of those 60, so that's 1/10. So yes, you need to search, obviously, to get to the rest of it, and there is Doom Z Destruction in our hand now.
Absolutely. That wonderful effect of the Doom's Destruction as well, being able to essentially draw on Lockbird, or even like a deck lockdown more than anything, does so much to stop your opponent being able to play. There aren't that many decks that can play around it, especially, I think, in the Genesis format.
That's true. For now, there's not even an Exceed monster on the field, though. Like, the Doom Z Destruction needs to, of course, be targeting an Exceed monster that you control, the Doom Z Exceed monster, to be precise. But, oh, Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit, we hold that for so long. But here, that I think kind of forces the Regulus negate immediately trading with that, because that might be our only way to bring an Exceed monster onto the field.
I think you're just allowing it to go. I think the Drastria can also...
Oh yeah, it can rank up on the opponent's turn,
yeah.
You're right.
So there's not just that, but it is very unfortunate for Sam here, having to essentially choose between which of the cards he wants to have on the field here. But we do see the Drastria being indicated to here, I believe ranking up with that Doomdurg equipped to it into the Drastrius.
Still worked out in the end, so we are good in that department, so our Doom Z Destruction will be able to activate. But Richard, let's see whether he still thinks this is possible. He is a fantastic deck builder and has had huge success with the Monarch strategy, usually in the Genesis tournaments. For example, at YCS Dortmund, but is now onto new territory with the Sacred Beast Blitzkrieg deck.
We do see one of the... that is
Seventh Ascension, yeah.
Interesting.
I would have expected that card in the other deck, but not in this one. But with chaining the Doomsday Destruction directly, resulting in Richard just simply sending that card to the graveyard without it doing anything.
And then we see the Surge Blitzkrieg activated here as well to, I believe, target the Regulus to destroy, which does, again, it just contests it. It's either removes it from the field or it's going to, well, it's going for the field either way.
Well, just this simple interaction there is once again showing us how powerful Blitzkrieg is going second, right? You like to start off your own things, you're destroying opponents' cards. Okay, yeah, well, I destroy yours to get my thing onto the field. Like, how good is that? Just by actually establishing your own field, destroying opponents' cards. But was, of course, here denied by Sam just chaining that Regulus to it.
Absolutely. We do see another Ghost Ogre in hand here, though. So here we see the Grain targeting that Doom's Destruction here as well. Going to be very powerful play if this does resolve. Not sure if Sam has a way to negate or stop that in some way, but that will allow Ricard to keep playing as well.
We do chain the Drastrius to it.
Sending the Dooms Raiders there as well. Summoning the Grain and destroying that Destruction.
So, Drastrius only interacts with monster effects on the field or in the graveyard, but as soon as the effect on the field is activated, we can now chain Drastrius and we can attach the material to negate that effect, and then you can even equip a face-up monster your opponent controls to it as an equip spell. But seems like that was not the case here, as we destroy it instead.
Absolutely. You mentioned about having the 7th cards in the Dooms deck instead. I think they do work perfectly well in the Sacred Beast deck because you don't necessarily want to be summoning that much from the extra deck either way. So we do see the 7th Chakyon coming down here, revealing, let's have a look, the number, I think 108, I'd like to say on that, to grab a level, I think that's a 9? Maybe an 8, I'm not sure, from the deck to the hand.
We are going in and we're searching a kaiju with it. That's madness.
Goodness me.
So we have in fact revealed...
I don't know what this does for Ricardo.
Number C. We revealed number C107.
There we go.
Richard throws down the kaiju over the Drastrius.
But then...
Oh, we're passing? I think we're passing.
He has a Ghost Ogre in hand now. This is the unfortunate thing. So at the very least, you can try and keep Sam off of any more plays. But there wasn't any way here to keep playing with his own strategy. Actually, I don't think Sam even knows what Ricard's on at this point.
Fair. Very fair. Here, Medius the Pure is still in the graveyard for follow-up. The Doomsday Power Patron is put back into the deck, enabling it to be special summoned out again by the Medius. But we don't even need to do that as Richard has picked up his deck before that could ever even resolve. But even though we didn't get there, that was still pretty well done by Richard. Actually, just with the activation of the 7th Ascension, baiting Sam into activating the Doomsday Destruction, which seems like a very obvious thing to do as you just deny the search of the 7th Ascension. But with that, getting the card face up so you could target it also with your Blitzkrieg cards, and therefore well done by Richard, even though he did not win this game in the end. But yeah, 60 cards, like how? What are we doing? I just realized we were wondering earlier, because there is Shaddoll cards in his extra deck.
Yes.
In general, let me count 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 7 fusion monsters in his extra deck. Of course, yes, the Sacred Beast card is going to account for a couple of that, but...
I've just spotted an insane fusion monster in the extra deck there. The first one we see on the screen. That's a Roid monster.
It is. Super Vegroid mobile base is in his extra deck, actually, which is insane. But we're having ways to bring those out beyond just simply going with our Sacred Beast, because there is heavy polymerization in his deck as well.
Had not noticed that. Very good point there, Basti. Yeah, that's fantastic. Goodness me. I'm so happy there's the Super Vehicle mobile base there, because the original Roid archetype is one of my favorites from GX, and it's nice seeing it get truly any level of representation here. We see the opponents, I think, finishing up siding and cutting each other's decks here. So I think we're about ready to move on to game 2.
And in this second game, it of course is now Richard going first. And that is honestly what we have all been waiting for, to see what this big combo pile, this 60 card deck is able to produce. So Richard, we're all your guests now. Run the show and run us through what your cooking has led to here for this Genesys Championship in Brussels. Possibly, of course, enabling him a way into the finals of this tournament, where when he gets into the top 2 spots, he would book a ticket to Japan. It's not the World Championship of the TCG, but it is still to Jump Festa, so I think he won't be mad about it.
Really cool.
Right?
I'd love to go to Jump Fest. That is such a wonderful thing to be able to do. We see a handful of interesting cards here, and that is a very interesting one indeed we're seeing over here. That is the... what was it called?
Card of Soul, I believe. Yeah, Card of this Soul, yeah, exactly. And that card, basically with the release of Sacred Beast, now all of a sudden got popularity again. A card all the way from the Dark Illusion, so quite an old card. And people now, it's fun always when people are digging out old cards and realizing, hey, this actually in this deck is like a superb search that we definitely should be including, because you just look at the deck, and if you do, you can add one monster from your deck to your hand whose sum of attack and defense equals your life points. So easy math. I know we're all Yu-Gi-Oh players are not math experts, but 4,000 plus 4,000 for your Sacred Beast monsters always will end up being 8,000, which of course your starting total in the Yu-Gi-Oh game is also for the Genesys format.
Absolutely. So we always add the Hamon here, which then can discard itself to add the Sacred Beast released. It does so much for the... I found that Sacred Beast strategy so interesting. I need to learn this deck better and play it myself, because it looks fun. The GX fanboy in me sees this deck being played with the Roid in the extra deck as well, and I'm just having a wonderful time discarding the Whisker here as well.
That's interesting to see.
Yeah.
So we have added 3 Sacred Beast monsters with the release with different names from the deck, and then discarded 2 cards. We were thinking quite a while on the second discard. The one was one of the Sacred Beasts we searched, and the other one then ended up being the Whiskers. But here we keep on going, and that is, in my opinion, maybe the most powerful card in that new Sacred Beast deck, and that is the Sacred Beast Thunderclap, which is that continuous spell, which now just places 2 Sacred Beast Thunderclap from your hand, deck, and their graveyard face up on your field. So out of 1, you just made 3.
Absolutely. Does such a good job with the strategy as well. It's thematic as well, because it is all about sort of tributing spells, tributing traps, and getting 3 of them on the field to be able to do so. So very thematic for the archetype as well. Seeing that activate, seeing that field spell as well is mental.
Oh yeah, the Fallen Paradise of the Sacred Beast. Up to, not once, not twice, thrice per turn. You can send 3 other cards of the same type, monster, spell, or trap, from your hand or field to the graveyard. Then you can special summon a Sacred Beast monster from your hand, deck, or graveyard, or banishment, wherever you like, essentially.
Absolutely. We see the Summoner of the Sacred Beast being activated there as well. I find that card fascinating as well, because that's the creator on that, of the card art. Sure. I didn't know that was involved with the Sacred Beasts.
Ooh.
That's interesting.
That's cool.
So we do see the 3 of those summoned, which will allow us to tribute, and we see a 7th Ascension here as well.
Wow.
Are we going to be able to access both of our engines in this game?
We search for 7th Tachyon first of all, but that is going to lead to more, quite obviously. And we also have established, it's not the old Raviel, but it's the new form of Raviel that is chilling there on the field right now, which is still cool enough. Just saying that name out loud already makes me happy.
Absolutely. Infinity of the Sacred Beasts, Raviel, Lord of Phantasms. Long names on them. Oh. Well deserved, in my opinion.
Absolutely. And it is being joined now by Hamon on the field. So that was through the field spell effect that we just explained. We sent all 3 of those Thunderclaps to the graveyard to then get access to the second one of our big Sacred Beast monsters.
That we do. They themselves have such... Oh, we've seen the beer with the Primal Being! He's dropping the rock on the field, removing Ricard's plays and leaving him with a rather chunky token and not much else by the seams of things. And we do see him, I think... Is that passing turn after that?
I mean, we still have the 7th Tachyon, so surely we do something with that. But Sam showing that he is super comfortable with the matchup, waiting for the exact right moment, getting maximum value out of the Nibiru. But still, I think we cannot deny everything that Richard is trying to do here.
You know what? He keeps on playing. I thought he was gesturing to pass turn, but I don't think he was. Clearly not, as he's still playing. The Raviel, Lord of Phantasms, is back onto the field, has a powerful effect in and of itself. You contribute 2 other Sacred Beast monsters. Destroy as many monsters your opponent controls as possible, and if you do this, card gets 1,000 attack for each card destroyed. We don't have those on the field currently. We may have a way of getting to those soon.
That's true, and that was brought back onto the field through the fact of Summoner of the Sacred Beast. Could just be banished from the graveyard to bring back a Sacred Beast monster from your graveyard, except a level 8, but luckily enough, Raviel is a big boy, he's a level 10.
Absolutely. We see the 7th Tachyon revealing the giant hand here, adding a level 4 Earth monster, which is, I think, Crackle, or maybe both Crackle and Surge, but at least it's one of them. Yeah.
It's a Blitzkrieg card for sure, and it is Surge. There we go. We go in, and maybe we can still put up a decent combo field. And I mean, those decks, those pile decks, they're always really, really good in playing around Nibiru, because your first engine already is checking the Nibiru at some point, and it got to some degree denied, of course, by the Nibiru, but now afterwards you can still continue to play, and goodbye Nibiru, as this time there is no answer from Sam to hinder this search from resolving. And well, our first field spell has done its job, so we can just keep on running away with it, and we do activate our second field spell, which is, of course, the Blitzkrieg field spell, the Hide in the Sky Kulam.
Absolutely. And now destroying that with Grain as well to summon it to the field. It is one of those, like you say, one of those strategies where you're trying to work through those interruptions with one engine. It's not necessarily that you're trying to make one engine to be part of your field at the end of your turn. You'd like that. You don't always need that if you have access to both engines in hand here. And we do see the summon of the Emmy as well.
Emmy Blitzkrieg has destroyed the token that was given to Sam. Sam with a glimmer of hope, another monster on his side, but nope, taken away here again. And now, after already having that big Sacred Beast combo, it feels like we're now just going to go full combo on the Blitzkrieg end as well. Arguably, the Sacred Beast combo is a little more impressive because there's bigger monsters, more power coming out of it. But still, just the setup that Blitzkrieg has given you is really, really, really layered and good as well. So when we establish that, that still feels very much good enough, to be honest.
Absolutely right. We have the Whisker here being summoned to the field as well, which, again, is such a powerful interaction to negate effects from your opponent's monsters as well. I don't think we have anything live for the Raviel effect, unless I'm much mistaken, but there may be a way of getting that during the opponent's turn. I'm not sure on that front, but we do see the Breakaway being activated here as well, by the looks of things.
Honestly, give that man a prize already. That's a crazy deck to bring. 60 cards. How did you even manage to fit that all in there? 3 sad cards together with the Whisker already on the field, and the Alternator also chilling up there. But Sam, to be fair, only invested on 1 card. So he is going to play with 5 cards into this, which does seem possible when there are cards like Darkhold and such around.
Absolutely. And again, 1 card for a lot of potential interruptions is not a bad trade in the slightest here, but still start off with a 5-card hand. I don't think we've seen any of Sam's hand here, keeping it very close to the chest and face down on the map by the looks of things. So just waiting to see.
Maybe a Kaiju Slumber, because Kaiju Slumber is a very popular card in Genesis, and that would be a good one to find here. He's also siding copies of that. We do have a Kaiju-related card, but it's not the Slumber, but it's instead a real Kaiju that is just being summoned a regular way here.
Gardala, the Mystery Dust Kaiju, being summoned to the field here, having just remove that main threat that we could see at the very least from Rickard's field. And now summoning the Power Patron at Dooms, or Doom's Power Patron rather.
Yep, that's what it is. And we got the Drastea as well, just right next to it. And Richard needs to react to this, because Drastea, arguably the most powerful main deck monster of the Doom Z deck, so you don't really want to get that onto the field. So Richard is really contemplating whether he needs to respond to this. Oh, could this be...
Ooh. That is one of the Sacred Beast traps, I believe.
It is. It is Sacred Beast Combined Assault, which we're going to chain to that. Able to special summon a Sacred Beast monster from hand or graveyard in defense position, and that's how we get the Uriah back onto the field.
Uriah has one of those effects which your opponent can't respond to. which is crazy. It's insane having that on a monster. It's a powerful effect as well. I believe it just banishes one of your opponent's spell traps, but it just means your opponent can't activate them or do anything with that.
That's true, and also, if you bring back something with Sacred Beast Combined Assault, and then control 2 or more Sacred Beast monsters, whose original level are 10, you can negate the effects of one face-up card your opponent controls.
And we did see Sam scooping up the game there, giving it to Ricard. That was, understandably so, that was a huge field to be able to deal with one card down in hand. Did his best there, and I think didn't set a foot wrong there. It was just a huge amount of pushes and engine from Ricard's hand there as well.
What a deck, what a brew. But now Sam again with almost measly number of only 40 main deck cards will be able to go first again, which of course does mean though that his deck is going to be pretty consistent in the end, right? So consistently getting access to those Doomsday extra deck monsters seems pretty nice. I hope we're going to see some shock shenanigans here, and then I'm curious whether that is going to be a side. And in Genesys, there is not many counter traps, as the Solemn cards are pointed pretty heavily. But we still have found a counter trap which is able to be used, which is Debunk, which is running in his side deck. So is there a lot of... I mean, wait! Of course there's a lot of hand effects at Blitzkrieg. It's amazing against Blitzkrieg, I just realized. Yeah, that's mental. That's good.
Very good. It's only at 2. I actually am not sure of the point total on Debunked, if it has any at all, but it is only at 2 in the side deck. But we, I think, are just... considering our siding options here for both players as well. Interesting to see what they do side in. I think I did see Ricard siding in something which I'm not at all surprised by. I think it was Typhoon, which is a very powerful way to stop your opponent's plays during their turn. If you do... I think this is the issue with the 60-card deck, is it does give you a lot of ceiling, but also that lack of consistency in seeing the cards that you perhaps want to see at any given time.
Especially post-siding. I think we talked about that on Friday already as well. When you are having those 60-card decks, of course, the side decking process becomes a lot less important because you are just going on average to see way less of those cards that you're siding in just by the pure nature. And I'm good enough with maths, but I know that drawing a card from your deck in a 60-card deck is less likely than in a 40-card deck.
I mean, this was the whole logic years ago of allowing people to use Upstart Goblin for a 39-card deck. That's the whole point behind that.
Absolutely.
But we do see both players starting to shuffle up and go over to the final round here, the final game of the final round of Swiss of the Genesys tournament.
Here we go, one more game to be played before we're heading into top 8. Both players decently likely to make it, no matter what the outcome of this match is. Still getting out here with a win and already asserting dominance over the other opponent, which you might meet again then in Top Cut, is of course what both are aiming for.
I've also, complete side note, just noticed the irony of using Sky Striker sleeves in Genesys. But we do see the North Summon of Alara here. Again, very powerful card, able to start off our Doom's plays. To grab, I believe it's the Doom's, they're the Adrastria from the deck to the field rather, sorry.
Yeah, immediately getting it set onto the field. Probably going to be activated just after though, and there we go, equipping it to the Alara.
Does allow for more play.
Oh, finally! The Shark Party is starting, servicing Big Jaws as we have activated that spell card. Just there, we're able to special summon it out onto the field for free.
Absolutely. Able to also grab the Drake Shark from the deck, which has a, I believe, a Poplar-like effect, where when it's added to hand, can then summon itself to the field, like Poplar, like Crowley, like a lot of cards that can do that. Crowley's my favourite, but we are going to be summoned to the field and able to go for an Xyz monster. I don't believe they waterlock you, I think they Xyz lock you, which for this deck is not a problem.
Completely, okay. Ooh, we go into Light Dragon at Ignister as our first option here, which is seemingly something that you would put onto your end field, but not necessarily something you want to summon that early, to be honest.
Yeah, very interesting. I don't think a bad play, like you say, but it's an interesting choice to be made here. We do see the Graflario goodness me, being summoned here to the field, activating its effect here as well to grab something needed from the deck, it seems.
I like this though, because I think what Sam is doing here is he is playing around Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit, because Light Dragon and Ignister is protecting your other Exceed monsters from card effect destruction. And we did get hit with Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit in the very first game, so we know it's in the opponent's deck, and therefore very smart and heads-up play by Sam.
I do see one in Ricard's hand here as well, but also just protects it from the Blitzkrieg cards, because they can do all that stuff during the opponent's turn as well. So yeah, I think you're absolutely right. Very heads-up play, very intelligent move here. Going to be summoning here the Amalth by sending the with Raider sending the Clefairy to the graveyard and summoning a Power Patron Dooms as well.
Also, just correcting, I said Exceed monsters, but actually it is able to protect all of your monsters. It doesn't even need to be an Exceed monster. You detach an Exceed material from itself, but you don't need to protect an Exceed monster, so that's huge.
Goodness gravy, that is powerful. So we see the activation of the Yggdrasil from the graveyard here, equipping to the, I believe, the Power Patron Dooms, which in and of itself will have a powerful effect to be able to sort of quick exit. I like that a lot with all the Power Patron, the little guys, the little dudes, because they can all do like a quick version of whatever they're. They're basically
apprentices of the strategy, right?
Absolutely, yeah. We see the Alarius into the field again here, seeing how Sam will progress his turn now.
So Richard, is saying, hold on, maybe this is where I'm getting my revenge in the Nibiru department, as that could be a pretty powerful card, because that's nothing the Light Dragon and Ignister can protect us from.
Absolutely, but we do see the destruction being added to hand here as well.
Yeah, that Doomsday Destruction is huge, as we saw in Game 1, but if we actually do have Nibiru the Primal being able to just hinder Sam from ever establishing that Exceed monster and just getting rid of those monsters on the field, then the Doomsday Destruction doesn't do anything. So it's not always Joel and Lockbird-esque. You do need your setup for it. So if Richard actually is able to get that out of the way, that would be very, very, very important and massive. But that is a rank 4 first, and that is going to be Merrymaker. There's Saga. Saga's effect will also resolve. So we're grabbing the Regulus here. If there is Nibiru, it gotta be there quick.
It's now or never with Nibiru at this point, because as soon as that Regulus hits the field, if it's the opponent, if it's your own turn, you can call by it. We're in Richard's turn here. This is Sam's turn. So we do see the equip of the Power Patron Dooms and the summon of the Regulus as well.
That worked out nicely. Now there is the Drastea, and I think that's the trend we saw from Sam. He is sequencing it in the way that he has the Regulus on the field before committing into that hand effect of Doom the Drastea to make sure that his most powerful main deck monster is always resolving and protected.
There's also the nice part, which it does put that Dooms card in the spell and trap card zone, which you can destroy with the Dash Reel, because you don't need to keep that equipped machine monster on the Regulus to keep it live and working.
Yeah, it only needs to send a Therion card, which the Regulus itself, it very much is. And that is now a big, big field, because the Sagas apparently is going to stay on the field as well, which shall not be forgotten, as Sagas is when what exactly was it? The material is detached from a monster on the field, and that could be while you are protecting, for example, your Light Dragon and Ignister, you're able to target a card on the field and then destroy it or return it to the hand.
Oh, we see the spell mode, removing so many of the threats from Sam's field here, leaving with just the gigantic champion Sagas, which with no more material detached is not going to do a lot at all here.
Oh boy, and now we go in, reveal the Harmon. This is crazy, because I think maybe I just saw it wrongly and thought the Ring Dragon of Ra Sphere Mode looked like a Nibiru, but I think he has Nibiru as well. Oh no, maybe it was just the Sphere Mode? Maybe, probably. My eyes are bad, I'm getting old, it probably was just the Sphere Mode that I was seeing.
No, they look, I've got glasses, they look similar enough, don't worry. So we see the activation of the Sacred Beasts spell here as well. able to search 3 and discard 2. So many of the Sacred Beast cards have such an insane amount of card value on them as well. It is all like search 3, send 2, add 3, summon 3. They do so many things in 3s, and therefore they're all so powerful.
It is the released that we are resolving now, and we're grabbing the whole family here again. 1, 2, 3. Interestingly enough, that I just saw there that Richard decided to keep in the Card of the Soul, because I think Card of the Soul, wait, it's always only interacting with your own life points, right? Because
It is.
Okay, so because for a second I was thinking, hey, your opponent is on 79, so you're kind of messing that all up, but of course, just focusing on your own life points, you are completely fine.
It is, I think, somewhat risky though, because you are giving your opponent a chance to do even a single point of burn damage, and it will mess up that card you're about to activate. You wouldn't want it to be able to add Uriah.
And that does look like we have discarded the Blitzkrieg alternation there.
We have added the creator of the Sacred Beast to the hand here as well. Sending that to summon the little guy, what's the little guy again? The Martyr of the Sacred Beast to the field, which lets you get another 2 Martyrs onto the field as well.
Huge, and that Blitzkrieg alternator in this 60 card deck actually is a free off, which in regular Blitzkrieg decks it's not necessarily, but with that synergy it does make so much sense that you're just discarding it, and then you can of course capitalize on the graveyard effect of it. Sam, his whole field taken apart by that sphere mode, but here comes the Twin Twister. Heavy investment to only be using it on 1 card, but it is a valuable target that we're getting out of the way with this. With what we saw earlier is the Sacred Beast Thunderclap, which when basically resolving just gets you 2 more Thunderclaps.
Absolutely.
Right away.
We see the Doom's Raid has been destroyed as well, which allows the destruction of the Martyr. That is actually quite impactful. That's a lot more interaction than I was expecting here, considering so much of the field was removed by that sphere mode.
True, true.
We see the Alternator activated here, though, to attempt to add a Blitzkrieg card from the deck to the hand, if I'm not mistaken.
That is going to be the field spell. Column is here. We're not hiding anymore in that 60 card pile.
No, absolutely not. We do see a handful of hand interactions from Richard there as well, so quite interesting to see how. I think there's a ghost, there's Ghost Ogre in there as well. I guess there's no place to use that during the opponent's turn because that Light Dragon Agnes was summoned so early on.
Yeah, I think so. That was very, very smart and heads up by Sam, we gotta say. Okay, we're searching for Uriah. Discard Uriah right away, though. I think that was because of the Hamon effect resolving there. Just search 1, discard 1. So basically just Foolish Burial for the Uriah, which now in the graveyard immediately is going to come back through the effect of that summoner that we sent there earlier as well.
Which can immediately remove the Spell and Trap threat, because again, the moment that Uriah activates, you cannot respond.
Yeah. Okay, here's another gift for you. Take that token, make good use of it, or maybe I am going to make some use out of it as well, destroying those with my Blitzkrieg cards.
It is a very interesting way to blend these 2 decks. I think the synergies just come from like Hamon also being a Thunder type, maybe Whisker's level being sort of impactful here, I'm not sure. But there are interesting synergies, and I can see why it's working. Obviously, it's working so well in this situation.
Yeah. He may as well end up being 1st or 2nd place after Swiss if he does end up winning this match here. So another strong display by Richard, who at this point could be considered one of, if not the best Genesis player in all of Europe. He certainly will be if he wins this event.
And certainly the best Sacred Beast player.
Oh, yeah.
We see the summon of the Grain here as well. And the Uriah effect to destroy the Spell and Trap in the back row. That was the destruction, which not able to be used here, but it's worth getting rid of just in case.
That's true. So this is table 2 of the tournament, and you do of course see those 2 decks. I just want to mention though, table 1, Labyrinth in there as well. So Genesis seems to be a trap-friendly environment as well, as we have someone with that strategy, which is not super popular in the TCG Advanced constructed format right now. In Genesis though, you can make everything work.
Absolutely, there's plenty enough in Genesis it seems. But is this the Breakaway activated to activate the alternative from the deck? Obviously very powerful card in and of itself, able to send that grain back into the deck to search for another one. To alternate.
Alternate the state of the field. And Sam, after so confidently playing out his big combo there, is now left watching. That Sargas, which we were looking that effect up for, is not doing anything anymore because no materials are being detached. We are using the field spell, we are using breakaway. That's the amazing thing about Blitzkrieg, that you're always getting those resources back into your hand, and then we can use the breakaway next turn even as an interruption.
Absolutely. I've said it before, the Blitzkrieg deck doesn't necessarily seem to always be able to push the game every time. However, it's so good at dismantling the opponent's field and setting up one of its own, which when you're in a game of resources, of trying to make sure you have all the things you need, your field setup at the end of your turn is often a lot of your resources. Not all decks can keep going that grind game in the same way that Blitzkrieg can.
That's true, and I mean, Sam siding in those Twin Twisters, I gotta say, in Doomsday especially, it's so good, right? Even though if you're only targeting one card from your opponent, then having the chance to also target your very own Doomsday card there with the Doomsday Raiders and then destroying a monster through it, all of a sudden that Twin Twister leads to so many things, destroying not only a spell trap, but also a monster ultimately.
Absolutely. I think we are just considering our plays. I don't know. Oh, it's back to Sam's turn now. Apologies.
Yeah, it is.
I missed that completely. So we have the Mouth here activating as well, adding the Drastria to hand. Still with that Sphere Mode just sat on the field. I don't think it's doing
chilling.
much.
It's chilling.
It looks nice.
It's
big
pretty. Time. So how is Doomsday now outing that Uria though, I'm wondering?
This is going to be difficult, I think, because it does destroy the spell trap, and therefore it's not maybe, because a lot of them do get effects when they get destroyed, so it's maybe not the end of the world. I think that Richard will have to really be careful about where he uses this interaction here.
I mean, how many trap cards does Richard have in the graveyard? Is there any even at the moment? There might not be.
I think there were, no.
I mean, there is one in the graveyard of Sam, though. We're counting for both players. There is now finally the Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit that Richard had since the very beginning, and this time it is resolving, completely shutting off what Sam was trying to do there. And Sam is just nodding, accepting his fate there, and Richard immediately is going to use... Are we using...
Sure, yeah.
Oh, apparently nothing.
Oh.
Signalizing there is nothing I can do here anymore.
I think maybe checking for a target which no longer existed.
For sure, yeah.
Yeah.
Was that maybe... Were we trying to activate Amy, maybe?
I think so. Understandable. Happens to the best of us. We all have those moments where we forget that our targets are no longer in the deck. Maybe it was sided out. Maybe there just wasn't any in the first place. Either way, it happens.
That must have been the reason, though, because Amy Blitzkrieg, of course, in any kind of way, when you're destroying a card on your opponent's side or on the field, then you're allowed to search for a trap card from your deck. So even when you just use Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit there, that would lead to that card resolving if you had a trap card to search with it.
And we saw the Uriah effect to destroy the Power Patron Dooms in the Spell and Trap card zone. Still not deterred, we're activating Doom's Raiders, or adding, I should say, Doom's Raiders from the deck to the hand. Gonna keep playing. Again, Dooms is so good at playing through interruptions and interactions here, so it will be interesting to see how far it can get against this this quite powerful field, and with its own dismantled field at that point.
We still keep on pushing. We still want to make sure that we're winning here. But the Sagas is not really too big of a threat. And then the Sphere Mode eventually is going to go back to Richard as well at the end of this turn. So we need to put up something else next to it. Will the Doomsday Raiders be enough for that? We shall see.
That we will. Considering his plays here, we see Sam being very thoughtful, very careful. We are a bit pushed for time. It is round 3, but we are a little bit pushed for time here on this third game of the match. Activating the Doom's Raiders from the hand, attempting to activate the effect here as well, and met with a breakaway.
Of course, we knew that. That card was added back from the graveyard for its very own effect on the last turn. And we are now immediately also using the Amy Blitz kick, which of course was added back to the hand just that very moment. And Sam realizes there is no way to get back into this here. So Richard going second. And honestly, to me, surprising enough, that seems to be the theme so far here on that second day of the Genesys Championship live from Brussels. Going second, we do see a lot of them winning, actually.
That we do. I think the format is very kind to field breakers and that kind of thing. It doesn't.
Yeah.
So it is a format where going first, although obviously going first in any format does have that little bit of an advantage, but there are so many breakers that are available to you in Genesys that it does favor the going second player a little bit more than you'd expect. And it's easy to, especially with sphere mode, break a field apart, as we just saw happen there.
Yeah, so that means we have seen a couple of those cards in the 60 card deck that Richard brought to this tournament, but there is still a lot of them that we haven't even seen yet, because that deck is plenty with cards to discover, and we will be able to possibly discover those later on, as well, as Richard certainly is going to be one of our top 8 players. And speaking of top 8, that is going to be the next thing we have here on this second stream of the Genesys stream. So stay tuned, as top 8 will be coming next. But for the moment, we're going to hand you over to a short break. Welcome back here to the live coverage of the Genesys Championship 2026 live from Brussels, and we are into top cut, top 8. That means nowadays in any kind of top cut, and we already seen Chara Lampos already saying sorry if I messed up that name with his way of putting his starting hand there onto the table. Both players actually are trying to figure out a cool way to do that, and he's up against Rio here.
That is very much ancient Egypt. It looked like a pyramid, now it doesn't anymore.
That's true, and Rio is the only player in all of those 12 rounds that has not lost whatsoever at all playing his Dark Lord deck. And now on the other end, we do have Labyrinth, 2 decks that are not considered to be like the strongest meta-defining strategies in Genesys, but still both of them made their way here to top 8, and interestingly enough, they actually already played in round 12 just 1 match ago, and here they meet again.
And you just know how that went, because we have seen that Rio is undefeated so far. I think someone can tell the players to go, so we can start the match.
And here we go. Who is going to get things going by winning the die roll? That's a 4, respectable. But will it be enough? Wait, that's a 4 and the other one gets a roll of 2? Okay, oh, it was an 8?
Yeah, so I think that Lampos is supposed to go first here, and that is usually a good thing for Labyrinth decks. Let's take a look-see at those hands of both players. There is, of course, a high price on those Labyrinth cards, because Lovely and the Lady, they are costing a bunch of points, just like the welcome
and let me tell you then, that means that we're just not going to play the Lady at all. 0 ladies in this deck, but there is the perfect start, I want to say, as we find one of those so-called...
Transaction rollbacks?
Transaction roll... No.
And the furniture pieces?
Furniture. That's what I was trying to say. There we got there, finally. Yeah, we found one of those furniture pieces, as we like to call them, and that is the Chandelier, which discards the transaction rollback, which is the most perfect discard you could ever find. Besides that, though, we're keeping it rather minimalistic and simple, to be honest.
We're setting to like it was 2010, and even then it was a suboptimal opening.
Oh, you know what's crazy, though? Rio... Usually, in the Dark Lord deck, you're only using Herald of Orange Light. But Rio was like, well, I can actually just go beyond that even, and I will also bring in Herald of Green Light, which sadly only works on spell cards, though, so it's not going to be of great use here against the Labyrinth deck. So... there's another Herald for trap cards as well. Why didn't we play that? Why didn't we anticipate the Labyrinth matchup? I'm disappointed.
There isn't even a single target, because yes, you can use it on the activation of Labyrinth, but that activation happens via effect, so you cannot even interrupt in that chain. But Rio is now matching the first turn of his opponent.
Nah, you gotta be kidding me.
I think the only monster he has that could be a starter is the Gulgalet, and that is the one that when it's sent to graveyard, searches a forbidden card. That's a forbiddenly terrible opening.
Yeah, I would agree. And Chara Lampos is going to activate the effect of his Arias there, and we are going to just use Arias to special summon, which is really something you so rarely see, but that is only to be done because we want to get big welcome Labyrinth resolving and having a monster on the field before that ever gets activated, so we can bring out the Lovely. Lovely brings that Arias back into the hand, and now we will be able to use the effect of Lovely as well.
And I like doing that at the end of the main phase after so many cards were set, because they know each other's decks by now. He knows there is Forbidden Droplet, Forbidden Crown, cards like these in the decks, and now Lovely, when those cards are set, is safe from Crown or Droplet for at least one turn. So we're destroying a card and we're hitting the Crown. That is already some good advantage, and now we have the Chandelier back in hand. I don't even think we are playing a Welcome Labyrinth, so this is either going
We are. There's one Welcome Labyrinth in there.
And I just realized that the Labyrinth is not activated from deck, it's just set from deck. Oh, there's the Welcome Labyrinth. So actually, I was absolutely wrong when I said it. You can negate the activation of the Labyrinth with the Herald of...
You're right.
What's going on now with my voice?
And I mean, here though, I think we have in that case Herald of Orange Light also in our hand, if I saw it correctly. And that could have been nice against the lovely Labyrinth, but that was chain blocked, of course, with the Labyrinth Chandelier. And that is not that nice of a card to hit with it. So we got the lovely Labyrinth through. And now that card already waiting face up on the field is massive, as we can set back another trap card. We can then also use the effect this turn again. We're just snowballing card advantage.
Also, don't forget, if your opponent responds to a Labyrinth effect, the Aria special summons itself from the graveyard. I don't know if that counts only for trap cards or if it's any Labyrinth card activation.
Pretty sure it's any. Pretty certain that's the case. So Welcome Labyrinth as a one-off is now here being activated. Rio checking on the graveyard effect of big Welcome Labyrinth there as well. Setup seems marvelous really here for Charalampers. We're not having many of those engine pieces for the Labyrinth deck, and I think like on the first couple of turns his setup is going to look very similar from what we could expect from a TCG constructed advanced version of the Labyrinth deck. But I think in the grind game, that's where it gets a little bit tricky, because you just have less monsters in your deck because there is no ladies. You also have less copies in total of Welcome Labyrinth. And yes, while that is always setting itself back, still it's not amazing, for example, if the so popular DD Crow just all of a sudden takes one of those out. So there is a couple of things why that deck is a little less consistent, but it is still good enough apparently to make top 8 here.
Oh, and Rio is now considering perhaps a Forbidden Droplet. No, that is one of the Dark Lord trap cards. Discard the Golgalad, and that is going to, I believe,
the Dark Lord Rebellion.
Destroy one card.
Yep, it is destroying something, absolutely. But wasn't that in response to a Labyrinth effect? Yes, it was. And you already explained that Arias was only waiting for that already in the graveyard, making sure that it can just come back from the graveyard for free.
Oh, that is huge. We are actually chaining the Droplet to that, so we can destroy a card for free. And a Droplet is sending a trap card, so not even Transaction Rollback could be chained to this, which would be a good way to bounce perhaps the Ariana. I wanted to say you could bounce the Lovely, but that doesn't really help you a lot. Having it in hand is worse than having it in the graveyard, in fact. Because you can just big welcome, copy from the Transaction Rollback and summon it back from the graveyard.
But that's just so many attack points. I think very clearly we're just going to negate the Lovely here. I don't know why we're thinking about it so long, because that's like the most obvious card that is still going to generate value here this turn. But the only... yeah, there it is. The... oh, we're destroying it as well. Okay, we're doing both with it. That's massive.
But Lampos could still, in the battle phase, attack... Now I'm quite curious actually, because I think we have activated the Ariana. So don't we get a Search or the Destruction from the Lovely, depending on what we negated? Because I think there should still be the Search of the Ariana.
I mean, did we already met the requirement of Lovely? Have we activated? I think we never activated that, yeah?
That's a very good point.
Yeah,
so I think we are just getting rid of the Ariana effect with the Droplet.
The thing now is, we have the Transaction Rollback in the graveyard, and now we also have the Lovely in the graveyard. Yeah. So we can just bring it back with Big Welcome Labyrinth when we copy that effect with the Transaction Rollback, which is pretty promising, to be honest, because then we can get rid of one of those cards in hand, and that would be all we need, as Rio was already struggling to establish things.
And you get the Chandelier back. That is also massively helpful. So there is plenty of resources that you're generating from that. Also, of course, having the Lovely on the field means that your Big Welcome Labyrinth from the graveyard is going to be an extra interrupt, bouncing a card, while Rio is already not that happy with his resource game. Transaction Rollback is now being used, copies the Big Welcome Labyrinth for the mere cost of 4,000 life points, and we're gonna see our Lovely. And it is going to swing in for 2,900 after destroying a card on Chainlink. One, I believe, Chandelier should be Chainlink. 2, and that is just making me almost
course.
nostalgic.
Yeah, honestly, we have not seen that much Labyrinth lately in the advanced department, but here, seeing it in Genesis keeps me surprised, but still is going to lead to the destruction of the card we were mentioning that is so suboptimal against the deck that we're facing. There's a lot of spell cards in Genesis, but not in the deck of Charalampos.
And now in the main phase 2, what are we setting back with our Lovely? Because this card has, of course, another effect. But how impactful is this? I think you'd rather want to have the big welcome in the graveyard, just to bounce.
You can just set back the regular Welcome Labyrinth,
Yeah.
that works.
But that card, as you said earlier, it doesn't really do too much.
Yeah, there's not many targets left in the deck. There is no Lady Labyrinth, there is no real threat to bring out with it.
This is, I think, after we hit the Herald of the Greenlight, the go time for Labyrinth.
Perfect timing.
And that is going to make the Welcome Labyrinth a lot more threatening, because that card also gets a pop.
Yep. Well done from Charalampos, revealing the cards to his opponent that are still known. Nice sportsmanship there, even though it's already set. He says, hey, here, I'm reminding you those 2 cards. You are aware of those 2 cards, you know. So almost all of the information here available to Rio, but how much can he make out of it with only 3 cards in total?
Yeah, his hand didn't look too great. I think he has X-Shell in his hand. I think he picked that up. Oh, but we are going in. And that is the Dark Lord Dance. That is the fusion of the deck, so you can fuse with monsters from your graveyard as well. Taking X-Shell and the Gulgalet. And that is the Morningstar.
Yeah, it is Morningstar indeed. That's actually, from what I was seeing there, from the potential still available, one of the best things we could have had here with only those 3 cards in total.
So we are close to popping off, actually. Hope at least. Or is it the Evening Star?
It is the Dark Lord Evening Star, yeah, you're very right. That is the one that we have just brought out, and that is going to set a Dark Lord spell trap from the deck.
Now the question is, does the Labyrinth effect target? Because this card cannot be targeted by card effects. Of course, non-targeting effects would play around that.
It doesn't target. It just says, hey, as an addition, as a nice little add-on and bonus for your trap cards, you can also just destroy another card on the field.
That is absolutely massive. If you take care of the Evening Star that way, you can just generate so much more value, especially because you have the Stovey Turby and the Chandelier in your graveyard already. So it feels like there's infinite resources on the side of Charalampos. But I mean, it's looking very, very good for him right now.
Look, I think Rio's asking the same question now that you were just asking. Can you just destroy the Evening Star with that? Is it targeting? And no, it's absolutely not targeting. But you can still use the quick effect of Evening Star, paying 1,000 life points, target a spell trap, to just also apply that effect and then shuffle it into the deck.
So what are we summoning out? We're sending out the Ariadne. That is, of course, a pretty cool card when you are removing something from the field as well. So I think that the Ariana is going to give you a draw. It's been a while since I've played.
You can definitely draw a card with it. That would be available to you here. But you smuggled a D into the name of our Ariadne. It's not Ariadne. I was confused, but the Ariadne was the other one that was the counter trap related Ariadne.
Ooh.
Both trap related, funnily enough. Yeah.
True, the ferry. That was ages ago.
Yeah. Okay. Charalampos low on life points with 4,000 because we resolved transaction rollback, but seemingly more and more in control here of this match in top 8. He sneaked into top 8. He was 8th after Swiss. He lost in the last round against Rio, but he may be the one capitalizing big time here. Still working, of course, on his goal of getting to Japan, because I let you be reminded that first and second place actually here from our Genesys Championship are going to get travel and accommodation to the Jump Festa later on in the year in Japan.
And we're going to get, of course, another pop from that lovely effect. Stovey Toby wants to activate. tributes itself, and a discard, and that is absolute king back jack as well.
Wow.
Lampos is not going to take any chances here, and he is putting his opponent in an absolute chokehold, setting up the next big one.
And Rio's had a spinning there with all those trap cards resolving, and it's really looking like perfect control. We're resolving the backjack now. Look at the top 3 cards of our deck. Stack them within the rules into the order we are desiring, and then we can just... But Rio, I love it, is just not conceding. He's like, hey, we have an untimed top cut here. I still have some very, very small hope here in this match. Let's play this out.
He's searching for the Golgolet. I'm still sure I'm butchering this name.
No, I think Golgolet was right.
So this card, when it's sent through the graveyard, like with the eggshell, is going to give us a forbidden card.
But I think that was Jehuti that he searched, right?
No. He's going to draw 2 with the eggshell, and now he's going to find a forbidden card.
I mean, they all have wings. They're all Dark
That
Lords,
is
so
true.
kind of hard.
But let's see. All of a sudden, Rio has 2 new cards in hand and a forbidden card, which is not on the forbidden and limited list, but it's just a card with the word forbidden in its name.
Transaction rollback.
But Lampos still has some interactions. He still has the big welcome effect from the graveyard to bounce something, and of course the absolute king back jack. Wonder what the power plays are for the back jack here.
There is a couple in there. There is multiple options. One that definitely also was very popular in previous TCG Constructed Advanced lists, and that is the super... No, not super. It is a superb card, but simultaneous equation cannons could be there.
That is 9 cards on the side of Lampos, and it's gonna be 3 on the side of Rio. So he's going to be at 12 cards, which means if you want to use the cannon, that equals...
Yeah, keep on talking, Leo. I'm following your words there.
That was a very easy way to make this math, and I used it when I played the deck on Master Duel a lot. However...
That is Jehuti now for sure, I'm certain.
Jehuti is a really good normal summon, immediately replaces itself, summons another monster. And now it just looks like Rio is actually starting to play the game here.
Does seem like it. There is no way. He had no saying in this entire game so far. It was all Lampos. And now all of a sudden with just the 2 cards he's going to get going here, that would be a showcase of maybe Dark Lord being the best and undefeatable deck here in Genesis. So far it is undefeated, but can it stay that way?
Search for the Morning Star, of course, that is the main deck monster, not the Evening Star. And
of course.
Now has a lot more follow-up. Oh, this looks like an Exceeds play, and that is Minerva, the Exalted Lightsworn.
Oh my!
And now things are getting crazy, but this is surely where you consider a big welcome, right?
And Dogmatica Punishment is also a good option to get rid of it, of course.
The question is, what can you now send to get rid of it? Oh, actually considering the Illusion monster. Is that a...
Oh, it's Berthelmate.
Berthelmate.
Yeah, it's Berthelmate, and Berthelmate actually is able to bring back a Fiend monster from the graveyard.
And Rio scooped it up, said, okay, this is one too many, I give up. And Lampos with a dominating Game 1 victory.
Labyrinth, he found the way through the Labyrinth and is Rio playing with the camera there. Not happy with how that first game went, of course, but still enough time possibly for him to recover. And honestly, one thing that was mostly in the beginning when Genesis first was introduced that you could always be sure of was players being prepared for trap-related decks, for trap-heavy decks. Because in the beginning days, the Apophis deck was incredibly popular and so many people were playing it, so it was just natural that people were bringing the Twin Twisters, the Cosmic Cyclones and so on and so forth. Don't look at me like that with the Cosmic Cyclone mention, that people were playing all of those cards. And even though the Apophis deck is not very popular this weekend here anymore, I still feel like looking through all of those side decks here this weekend, there were a lot of Cosmic Cyclones and Twin Twisters overall.
Honestly, Apophis, not even a bad strategy if you're playing into Blitzkrieg, because Blitzkrieg can only destroy your cards, and as soon as you have Man of the Mark and the Temple of the Kings on the field, there's basically an absolute lock that you can't get out of.
That's
so
true.
that is very, very funny. But I don't even think that Cosmic Cyclone is so incredibly great versus the Labyrinth deck.
I mean, it's better than Mystical Spice Typhoon.
Of course.
Guess what? He's not playing Cosmic Cyclone, but Mystical Space Typhoon. Is there what could be the reason for that?
Points.
Oh. Well, that's a pretty smart explanation there, Leo. Gotta give it to you.
I mean, sometimes decks also profit from destroying their own cards. There were times where in Sky Striker you were playing Mystical Space Typhoon over Cosmic Cyclone just because you could use it on your own Area 0 or on your own Sky Striker Mobilize Engage just to get drawing or get to summon out a ray from your deck. But I do not know if that is an application that you're having in the Dark Lord deck as well.
Possibly is. Sadly, there is no Heralds for the trap cards in his side deck. That could, honestly, that seems like a pretty fair side. Just bringing in Herald of Purple Light as well, because that can then just against trap card related decks be super strong, as you can negate those powerful trap cards that Charolampos is trying to control the game with. But we do not have that available to us here in Rio's list.
So Mystical Space Typhoon has 0 points to its name.
Yeah.
Cosmic Cyclone has a whopping 1 point.
There you go. We didn't have those extra couple of points anymore. We were on the total already, and therefore Mystical Space Typhoon was the only thing we were left with. And then also there is Final Bringer of End Times in his side deck. Time for game 2 here in this top 8 encounter between Rio and Charolampos, where we saw the Greek taking down game number 1.
Can Rio fight his way back? Drawing 5 and starting the game is a good start if you want to do that, but there's of course this one incredible combination of cards that a Labyrinth can have to beat you, and that would be Arias plus something like a Daruma Karma Cannon or a Dogmatica Punishment. Some huge interruption.
All right, let's get this started. Players are ready. So here we have it. Ooh, interesting card in the multiple interesting cards in the opening hand of Rio, to be honest, because there is a real good starter there, Leo. Though, like you were already being like, is there even a way to start? But yes, there is. Maybe the best starter of the deck, the Prohibited Power Patron Patrol Terminus or Portal Terminus, which is now sending the card to the graveyard, which has absolutely no relevance to that resolution, because we are just looking for a Dark Fairy here, which all of our Dark Lords are. So back to Jehuti we are.
Yeah, Jehuti is the best one-card starter in that deck, so you get quite the reasonable setup here.
Look at all of those Heralds of Orange Light still in there.
And we really love those forbidden cards, don't we?
Of course we do. They're crazy. Which one is it going to be here?
Love that we just decided which token we are going to use. And that is Cyrus on a token with a Roid.
It is.
We have seen
Leo here
before.
That is a cool tech card here in his deck as well. That is super duper polymerization, and we are going to use it in the way here, targeting the Golgolet to not only summon the monster out, but then also send the card to the graveyard and special summon the Evening Star on top of that.
It is such a good way to cheat out those difficult to summon cards and using them as fusion material.
Pretty strong. Good to see that that card has found a home in this Dark Lord deck now as well. Of course, I mean, it is a fusion deck at the end of the day, and it is a super duper polymerization, so we may as well.
Costs 2,000 life points though, so I mean that didn't stop players from playing cards like Instant Fusion that there was a life point cost. But this one, I feel like 2,000 is more of an investment than 1,000.
You
heard it here first.
Yeah. No, for sure. I do understand what you mean. That is the Sanctified Dark Lord that we are searching there as well. On top of things, immediately setting it onto the field. And that means that we can send the Dark Lord monster from hand or face up from the field to the graveyard to negate one effect monster until the end of the turn. But But we get Leo, you talked about the life points. You can gain back life points with the Sanctified Dark Lord ban.
Perfect.
Yep.
Immediately
Comes in handy.
navigating your way out of the misery that you set yourself up for, which was going down to 6,000 life points. So Rio is just toying with his opponent, giving some hope. But we all know that in modern days Yu-Gi-Oh! Life points is more of a resource than ever.
Ooh, and he draws the Mystical Space Typhoon there, which we discussed is a little worse than the Cosmic Cyclone. But it really is not bad against Labyrinth at all. If you have a way to just target destruction, one of those spell and trap cards, and mostly trap cards in that case, is super, super strong.
I mean, just going first, I think he has 2 Final Bringer of the End Times and a Mystical Space Typhoon.
Yeah.
Need to check if Final Bringer of the End Times is a hard once per turn card.
It is.
Yes.
Oh,
So that is just popping 2 spell and trap cards in the end phase. That is absolutely massive.
It is, especially when some of them sometimes are being brought out by, for example, Chandelier or Stovey Torby, which is a huge investment to even get that one card onto the field. So having these ways here is real, real good. And I think it was insanely important for Charalampos that he did win game number 1, because post-siding, there is just a lot of ways to deal with his trap cards here in the format and also in the deck of Rio.
But there's this one blowout card from the Labyrinth deck, and that is the Equation Cannon that we talked about briefly earlier. And that card can change games immediately. However, if you have a lot of interruptions, if you have a lot of ways of changing the number of cards on the field, you can make your opponent with the simultaneous Equation Cannon.
You can. You can, for example, use a Mystical Space Typhoon on your own card or on the simultaneous Equation Cannon. And all of a sudden it is a different total, and maybe you've been outplayed by that.
But also the Final Bringer of the End Times,
Totally.
that gets rid of 2 cards.
Yep.
So that is immediately demathing the math. That is absolutely phenomenal. So you have different ways of beating the Labyrinth deck here, and even the strongest of cards.
I mean, Leo,
That is
first game, Labyrinth 2 set cards. Now second game, Rio with 4 set cards. Who's the real trap card player here? To be fair, not all of them are trap cards. We discussed that at least 2 of them are spell cards with Mystical Space Typhoon and the Final Bringer of End Times. But still, ooh, that is end phase, right?
It should be end phase, so that is a possible.
We're playing around possible set Mystical Space Typhoon and Final Bringer of End Times, but if we kept one of those Final Bringer of End Times here in our hand, that would be a perfect moment to use it here in the end phase.
But also I find it very, very interesting that he waited until the end phase with the Absolute Backjack discard, because the Absolute King Backjack allows us to find a trap card in the top 3 cards of our decks, and then we can actually immediately activate it. So that is basically, if you find the right cards, if you find something like a Daruma Karma Cannon, that could just stop the opponent's turn.
That's true. I'm with you on that. Interesting to see that he has decided to hold that until the very end of the turn.
Oh, do we have a Karma Cannon?
Oh, he just drew it. Or what?
No,
Oh, no, okay. It is the Karma Cannon.
And that is going to get rid of the tokens completely, because this puts every single card when it's activated on the field face down, every single monster card, and the cards that cannot be flipped face down, like Link monsters, which does not matter in Genesis at all. Those cards will be sent to the graveyard via game mechanic. So that was always a really cool way to out something like the big Ed Ignister arrival.
This is massive. Rio now setting that fusion monster, as you explained, also getting rid of the tokens and then setting his last remaining monster. But there is, in the end phase now, the Final Bringer of End Times, getting rid of his Jehuti, getting rid of the Welcome Labyrinth that Charalampos said. So it was good to get that.
Boy, that hurts.
Karma Cannon going, but still we have another Mystical Space Typhoon, we have another Final Bringer of End Time, so not sure how much that ends up going to matter.
It is so good for him that he drew 2 Final Bringer of End Times, because if he just had 1 and he set that 1, he couldn't have destroyed this Welcome Labyrinth, and that was the way for Charalampos to actually start playing. And now Rio is starting to diminish the back row. This card is going to destroy another card on the field. Gulgulet is also going to be let go, so you're going to get a Forbidden card. This destroys the simultaneous Equation Cannon.
The Equation Cannon. We can just work through this step by step. There is not going to be any back row left for Charalampos when it goes to Rio's turn, I'm almost certain.
Yeah.
because we have another Mystical Space Typhoon, as easy as it is. We have Final Bringer of End Times. Look at this. Oh, but we do hit the Annihilate Retro Light, and Annihilate Retro Light, actually, when it is destroyed by the opponent's card effect, you can set another champ card from your deck. That's mental, that's crazy. How did we hit that one?
I mean
we destroyed two
every
of them.
single one,
Yeah.
so I think the chances of that were rather high.
So it's actually, maybe it's good that we hit it before we activate the Final Bringer of End Times, because now the card that is being set with this can at least also then be destroyed with the Final Bringer of End Times.
Yeah, so we can choose, is this going to be something that is dangerous for me, or will I be able to ignore it and destroy the other card I do not know about? So sometimes in Yu-Gi-Oh! Information is just everything.
He's not sure. Oh, I think he's considering Dominus Spark. A card, yeah, it ends up being Dominus Spark. A card I was surprised that he even had the points to bring that into his list here. And now Charalampus himself even checking. Can I maybe activate this card immediately? But no, the card is not that crazy.
It is crazy, but you're right, not that completely crazy. Now, Charalampus knows that Rio also does not have that many monsters in hand. So a Dark Lord has just been searched. I think a Morningstar it was.
Yeah. And yeah, Leo, we've been mentioning it plenty of times throughout this weekend. Chaos Origins, quite a set, right? Another card from that set here with the Annihilate Retro Light.
Yeah, there were so many insane cards coming out in that set. It's really, really fun to watch how it affected the metagame. Now, Rio says, okay, the card that you just
the
openly
unknown
said...
card, okay.
Oh, Ice Dragon's Prison is actually very big.
It's huge.
And I mean, I think if Charalampus knew that there was going to be another removal for my back row, I would have said 2 Ice Dragon's Prison, because this card is really, really strong versus the Dark Lords.
Let me see whether he would have had that chance. In his deck, there is a grand total of 2 Ice Dragon's Prison. So yeah, he probably would have had the opportunity to do that. But clarifying what kind of resources are left in the graveyard there.
So the Dominus Spark would actually be able to trigger the Chandriglia in the graveyard and the Welcome Labyrinth, because it just needs to remove a monster from the field. A trap card needs to remove a monster from the field, and that basically every single Labyrinth card under the sun can trigger and use additional effects.
Back to Rio, and we do go in with the banishment of the Dark Lords, and that is not banishing anything, but instead adding a Dark Lord monster from the deck to the hand. The reinforcement of the army for the Dark Lord deck, as easy as it is searching for another X-Shell.
And we can discard the X-Shell and the Morningstar to get 2 more draws, 2 fresh cards, while gathering more resources.
I think in Genesis, a lot of the decks have a problem with draw power, and they are not really good at drawing cards. This deck, though, is doing that very, very, very well. Oh, we're dancing, Leo. That is the Dark Lord dance.
Question now is, do we have even another... Oh, wait. If we summon the Evening Star, it cannot even be targeted by card effects. So Dominus Spark actually a little helpless against that.
That's true.
So we have 2 very dark monster that are level 6 or higher. So that does work. And it looks like we are going to summon...
Yeah, just Evening Star again. Yeah. There it is, of course. Once again, pretty much the only fusion monster that time and time again Rio has gone into. And you can't target it, as he just explained it, very first sentence of the card.
Yeah, that is a strong boss monster. I love it when decks have these really characteristic boss monsters.
Oh, but now maybe we're going to see something else now, because the Evening Star is being used to copy the Dark Lord dance. So we are fusion summoning one more time, and there is the first Dark Lord still sitting in the graveyard. So that could be a real big fusion monster that we're about to bring out here.
Are we summoning the first Dark Lord? There it is.
Yes, let's go.
So, what can the first Dark Lord do?
Well,
win the
no
game.
fairy monsters at all can be targeted anymore next to itself, and therefore the last remaining card there for Charalampus, the Dominus Spark, not able to do anything anymore. And oh, Rio likes that. His friends and the crowd applauding him, cheering him on. He is still still in this, and he is going into a game 3 here against Labyrinth, where we saw that he has all the tools available in his side deck, and he's of course also in game 3 are going to be using those Mystical Space Typhoons, those Final Bringer of End Times, and maybe even more than that. So he is feeling confident to make things happen here.
But you can see in Charalampos' deck there is Magic Deflector, and that is a card that really plays well around those quick play spells. So it is much easier to dismantle a field of Labyrinth cards, of set cards, when it is still the end phase of that turn.
Yeah.
So if you have to already set already activatable trap cards, use Mystical Space Typhoon, that isn't really hitting the spot that much anymore.
Magic Deflector is big. Chain to a Mystical Space Typhoon or chain to the Final Bringer of End Times, that can be very, very tough.
The good thing for Rio is, of course, that his engine does not really have a lot of equipped field continuous or quick play spells.
Absolutely.
It's rather just the non-engine. So that is a trade-off I think he would be even fine to take if you have a Mystical Space Typhoon and, for example, a Final Bringer of End Times, because they are quick play spells. You use the first one, then Magic Deflector gets chained, and then you still get rid of the other one. You can still use that, and then you're going to still, after all, get rid of 2 of the trap cards.
Yeah, but if we have both of them, I think there is some argument to be made that the Mystical Space Typhoon may be used first, already without having a monster on the field. So, you know, and when you don't have a monster on the field, then all of a sudden the Final Bringer of End Times cannot be activated anymore. So maybe Rio has to already in his head consider the factor that there could be Magic Deflector, and therefore already go, for example, for a normal summon of the Jehuti, as we have seen plenty of times by him.
Charalampos is now siding his cards out, and we are getting ready for that last game.
All right, we're about to be ready, so why don't we go into game 3? Here we are, both players smiling, understandably so, with them already making the huge accomplishment of reaching top 8 here, and that also comes, of course, with some good pricing. They already have secured, even if they lose here, a complete set of Blazing Dominion, excluding the Starlight Rares. On top, also a complete set of Battle of Legends Glorious Gallery, and then another, or Gallery, rather, Gallery, and then 24 booster packs from recent sets as well.
So let's see, are we going to have a set 4? Are we going to play with some engine? What's it gonna be? That is a Ariane, and Ariane is a pretty nice start. Okay, we took it back and then we summoned it again. So I think what we just did is clarify that we are actually going to main phase.
No, I think we're still dancing. I think that is still the aftermath of the Dark Lord dance that was activated in the last game. So it's like you gotta do it in like a fancy way.
You're bouncing the cards without having Big Welcome activated. However, Big Welcome would be a pretty nice...
We're not using it!
Wow.
We're not using the Ariane.
We're just sending it with Ariane.
Okay. Oh. What's the upside of that? Yeah, you can send from the field. I'm just wondering what's... I mean, it doesn't matter really, but we are just sending the Big Welcome Labyrinth from the field here instead of just sending it from the hand straight away. But Ariane is resolving. We know in Genesis the hand interaction is not very strongly represented, so that will oftentimes resolve. But now Charalampos is thinking himself, what am I even going to bring out with this?
Yeah, and I think it's most of the time just Ariana.
Yeah. Gotta be.
Because, and now bear with me, you can overlay them for a Ring 4 Exceeds.
And what could that be?
That would be...
Exciting Knight.
Yeah, that was actually my last Labyrinth deck, the card that I got out, because then you bridge into the Fiendsmith engine. I do not think that is going to be possible.
Well, will be hard. There also is the...
King Backjack.
Oh, you can do that?
I don't...
That's crazy.
I did not know that was possible.
You can special summon level 4 lower Fiend Monster from your deck in defense position. That is absolutely possible.
Oh, and we are
very strong.
Wow, we're using the Big Welcome. We can't bounce anything from our opponent's side.
That's crazy. Triggering the Ariane with that as well to special summon a Fiend Monster
from hand.
Or set a spell trap.
and draw a card, but I think that we have the Ariana in hand already, so we just added ourselves a free Absolute King backjack. That was so
What
sick.
a crazy loop that was from Charalampos. He took his time to find that move, but actually insanely well executed, because now we can just search for either the Chandrily or the Stovey Torby to then discard that backjack. What a play from Charalampos here in top 8. He is ready to take it all down, and he's ready to be the first one to finally beat Rio here in this tournament.
I didn't know that Labyrinth was a combo deck, because this was really, really sick. You're setting up these immediate interactions. Also with the Stovey Torby, more resources. You are going straight for the Welcome Labyrinth. We have another big Welcome in hand. Another option would have, of course, been the good old Labyrinth. Maybe playing around the Herald of Greenlight.
Maybe. He's the absolute king, backjack, and he will be able to look at the top 3 cards. Oh, one more? And Charalampos carefully is going to put them back in the same order that they were in. Interesting.
Okay, if someone likes his top decks, that's fine.
Good enough.
Setting more and more cards. Oh, only 2. I think the entire hand was very much red, but keeping 1 card in hand. What does that mean?
Maybe it is Transaction Rollback, and Transaction Rollback really is not a trap card that you want to set, but rather want to discard when the Stovey Torby comes back. That would be an explanation.
I think versus specifically the Dark Lord deck, there is a good argument to be made to
they have trap
set,
cards.
because
You're
they
right.
have some nice removal in their trap cards, and sometimes they just get sent to the graveyard so that Evening Star can copy it. But we're starting off with the Searcher for the Dark Lord deck, the Banishment. Getting an
the
Ixchel.
Dark Lords and Ixchel. It's always Ixchel, isn't it? Like Ixchel left, Ixchel right, drawing 2 cards has been always the most powerful thing to do in Yu-Gi-Oh! Pot of Greed says hello, but in new ways here in the Dark Lord deck.
I mean, Ixchel is also super old. I think the card is from 2017.
Ooh, let me fact check that, Leo. Let me fact check that.
Because I remembered playing versus the deck when I played Paleozoics at a tournament.
Yeah. So Dark Lord Ixchel was first introduced in 2016, actually.
Oh, even older.
Pretty close, yeah. Pretty close, though. Good call. All right, we do get the Gogolet into the graveyard. And looks like we are aiming for Dark Lord Dance. Yep, still dancing time.
But what does Charalampos have? Because he has had struggle interrupting his opponent in the first game. Honestly, it looked like Rio was going to push through it. But this time around, I think he has a lot more non-engine. That's really what you're aiming for.
Yeah, it is. Definitely. And what will... Oh, we're preemptively activating the Welcome Labyrinth here. That, in my opinion, can only mean that we're trying to get the lovely Labyrinth already onto the field.
Yeah.
And we probably also have then the big Welcome Labyrinth set up. And the top card that we were ready to keep, and absolutely understandably so, is the Ice Dragon's Prison, which now can be set and most importantly also be used this turn.
Ice Dragon's Prison is so incredibly good versus decks that have the same typing. So you can choose a card from their graveyard, a monster card, special summon it to your side, and then if your opponent has a card of the same type on their field, you can banish both of them. So if your opponent wants to use cards from the graveyard, target cards in the graveyard, or has resources in the graveyard, you can steal those resources, banish them, and also take monsters from the field.
It's insane. It has been one of the craziest Labyrinth cards back in the day, and it still is to this day, at least in the Genesis format. Okay, we're going to get that Arias into the hand now as well with the big Welcome Labyrinth, and we're taking a step here. Chainlink 1, 2, 3, 4. That's where you know that Labyrinth is having a good time. Drawing another card with the Ariane.
Oh, I think we're cutting the deck one more time. It has not... we just resolved that. We just cut that deck. That is fine. But very, very cool interaction also by knowing that he can get to an Arias later in the turn, keeping that one trap in hand. So even if it is a transaction rollback or you found something cooler that you might want to activate, Arias is going to be able to allow you to.
Lovely. How many cards in hand? 6, 7. So we are getting the Gogolet out of the hand, which is not necessarily the one we are trying to aim at, because I saw there's, for example, the final Bringer of End Times in his hand, which could be used against that just discussed Ice Dragon's Prison.
Gogolet, not the card that you want to snipe out of. But the final bringer of end times, yeah, you're right. But it is not targeting, I don't think. So even if you destroy one of your monsters, if you have two, like with Jehuti, you can still get rid of the other card.
I think they are targeting. Let me double check though. Let's see.
You can banish one monster from both players' fields.
Oh, you mean the Ice Dragon's Prison? Oh, yeah, you're right. But the I was thinking rather of the final bringer of end times because
that does target.
Would be targeting a monster you control or a card your opponent controls. So you can like, yeah, you can still get some value out of the Ice Dragon's Prison. I see what you mean, yeah. As long as we do have two monsters on the field. And we do have that now. So there's a little gift now from Rio because he is summoning that Dark Lord over to his opponent's side, giving him over that Dark Lord Nastin.
It is also crazy that he has found a Daruma Karma Cannon in the process of this turn. So Arias is going to have huge impact unless the other card that was set before, that is set in the middle spell and trap zone, is also a Daruma Karma Cannon.
That's true.
We keep just resorting to this Minerva. And I mean, wait. You cannot use Ice Dragon's Prison now since the gift.
Oh, why is that?
Because you can't summon a monster for your zone.
You're right. That gift looked weird in the first place. But actually there is no free zones, but there still is the Stovey Torby on the field able to possibly clear one zone.
Yeah, you can always use the Stovey Torby as chain link one. It reminds me a little bit of Sky Striker Ace Ray when you have your main monsters.
Totally, it's basically the same, just without link monsters.
you tribute it away and then you can play all of your cool cards.
Of course, Stovey Torby, for the people wondering, is not only able to use its effect in the hand, but also while on the field. Oh, does Charalampos see that though? Oh yeah, he does, of course.
Pretty sure.
He is in the top 8 of this Genesys Championship. He's one of the 8 finest Genesys players of all of Europe, so obviously he will see that line, but...
Let's say Daruma Karma Cannon, but that is a lot of monsters.
And we're chaining the Stovey Torby, understandably so, of course.
That does make sense, but I think Daruma Karma Cannon is not even once per turn, right?
Nope, it's not. Absolutely isn't.
So the other one from hand can be so incredibly strong later on. I think even though Rio has so many cards in hand, the pushes of the deck are somewhat limited. So if you have to play through a Ice Dragon's Prison plus a Daruma Karma Cannon, if Charalampos takes his time with the interruptions, he's going to be able to stop his opponent. I cannot see a way in which you win through this field.
Are we still chaining? Oh yeah. We're also immediately activating the effect of Arias here. And I like that because getting the Arias into the graveyard as quickly as possible, of course, also possibly enables us later on to use the graveyard effect of it to bring it back onto the field. But let's not do that very early because we want to make sure that our Ice Dragon's Prison can resolve before that.
I felt like the Arias was a discard for Stovey Torby. Just happened very late. Because it would have resolved as the first thing, right? Because it would be the last piece on the chain link. So I think we might have another Arias in hand.
Maybe we do. Final bringer of end times now. And this is where the Ice Dragon's Prison is not getting any value at all because there is no other face-up monsters on the field anymore. And therefore, yes, we're getting to special summon. Congratulations, that's an X-Shield for free for Charalampos, but we can't banish anything with it.
That is huge. So Rio, with this final bringer of end times, getting tremendous value out of this. Even though you can chain almost all of these good trap cards, sometimes that is just not enough. Because right now, this doesn't really do a lot. It just takes away one of the resources from your graveyard.
I'm wondering, didn't Minerva also have like an effect when being destroyed or something? Yeah, if this card is in its owner's possession, is destroyed by an opponent's card effect. So we gave that up our own here, so that won't trigger.
Oh, wait a second. I think Rio also has a Ghost Bell and Haunted Mansion in hand. That would have been another way to play around the Ice Dragon's Prison.
True, but we didn't care now.
Yep, we go for the Dark Lord Dance.
Let's get that party started.
Oh, we can also use the X-Shell.
Of course. We can do that, and we're going to use it together with the Gogolet to go into that Dark Lord Evening Star again. Yeah, I mean, Dark Lord Dance clearly says you can also use Dark Lord once your opponent controls as material, which is hilarious that Charalampos actually gave it overdone.
Yeah, but it also makes sense because there are some cards that you can just special summon to your opponent's side of the field.
That's how the whole deck works. Now we're copying it again. Do we just now also use the second monster that we gave
Rio,
them?
You are an absolute menace. The first Dark Lord is being summoned as well. And if you have used the Morning Star, I think you get to blow up the entire field of your opponent. That is looking marvelous for him.
This is crazy. He's not going to go through all of this, is he? You gotta be kidding me. That was like the biggest Labyrinth field I've seen in the wild.
There's no Arias in the hand anymore. He really just discarded the Arias, thinking that he's going to go through this turn anyway. So that looks like Rio might actually close this game out. Right now he has 7,700 attack points on the field.
Yeah, I think Rio might be the Dark Lord himself as he goes into the battle phase. That's not quite enough just yet. It actually is Rio going second, 12-0 so far in the tournament. Still stays undefeated and is now into top 4. And the way he did that was impressive. Through that big Labyrinth field that Charalampos put up, he did not care. He is loving it, sending kisses to the fans at home, moving on into the semi-finals. And I can see he wants to go to Japan.
Yeah, but we are loving it too. Rio, the OG Dark Lord, going through Swiss, does not fall for the curse of Anubis and now goes into top 4. Now, of course, if you want to have more Yu-Gi-Oh! Action, there's also the mainstream. The EU WCQ is in its final steps of the tournament, so make sure that you are tuning in to that part of the broadcast too. We're going to be back with top 4 soon. Welcome back. We're nearing the end of the Genesys Championship 2026 here in Brussels. Top 4. Jonas versus Richard Blitzkrieg versus Sacred Beast Blitzkrieg. I cannot wait for this to start. I'm joined by my wonderful co-commentator Charles, but the players are ready. They are waiting for us to give their go. So let's go to the table.
Yeah, Blitzkrieg has shown itself to be a truly more than competent strategy when it comes to the Genesys format. Low point cost has meant that it has really taken this format by storm and done so well. We have a 12 roll from Ricard there, and then versus a 5 from Jonas. But well done to them. Well done to them. It's a die roll.
Good job.
Sure. Well done on rolling 12. Here we have Richard starting off here as well. We saw this Sacred Beast Blitzkrieg deck quite recently, a couple of games ago, and it's really something quite impressive to behold.
Yeah, that is true. Oh, we have Raviel. That is such a cool card already. So you can search for a monster, and we're searching for the Harmon, of course. Harmon is now going to get us another card. This engine is quite weak to the card called Droll and Lockbird, however that one is so heavily pointed.
Absolutely. But we do see the Calamity of the Sacred Beasts, Hamon, Lord of Striking Thunder, adding that powerful Sacred Beasts released from the deck to the hand here as well. Or, like, this card is absurd. Add 3 and discard 2. What an absolutely incredible card this is. We're adding the Creator, the Martyr, and Uriah. Able to discard, what are we discarding here? 2 heavy polarizations there as the effect resolves, and it's absolutely incredible.
That checks out going first. The big question is, does Jonas have some of the incredibly powerful non-engine in his hand? Maybe some hand trips that he can throw at his opponent so far. There was not really a need to. You don't necessarily need to play around cards like Triple Tactic Talents in Genesys too much. So keeping something like Mulchamis in hand is still rather fine. But also, the in-engine of the Blitzkrieg deck is pretty strong because you have Crackle. That one destroys something, and then you have destroyed something via the effect of a Blitzkrieg card.
Yeah.
Therefore, Whisker actually hits like a truck and can get another card destroyed. And then the Crackle triggers, and then you also have the negation. So if you have this combination, that's like having Holly Sue with all of the cards in hand.
Absolutely. It really is an insane way to start the turn. It obviously won't always happen because you won't always have that exact number and the exact type of cards you need in your hand.
What do you mean? I can't choose?
No.
I've activated Pot of Sloth.
It's my turn.
Okay, unfortunately.
Yeah. Sorry, man.
That's fine.
Oh, I'm sorry. But we have the Sacred Beast Thunderclap as well, able to activate a further 3 Sacred Beast spells from the deck face up straight away. That's where you get that wonderfully powerful Fallen Paradise of the Sacred Beast field spell as well. Another one which you can activate thrice per turn to add absolutely incredible. The value you get off of each of these Sacred Beast cards is truly amazing.
Chaos Origins really did something there.
Yeah.
That is, people were so hyped about the Blitzkrieg cards and about, of course, the Light and Darkness Ritual cards. However, nobody saw it coming that the Sacred Beasts are so crazy. Plus, they are so crazy with the Blitzkrieg cards as well. Because which one is the best engine cards for the Blitzkrieg deck? It's the City.
Yeah.
The hideout in the skies.
The column.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
This one you can easily search if you have 2 level 10 monsters on the field, because then you can overlay into the new Earth Machine Exceeds, search for a Planet Pathfinder, get another normal summon, and then tribute the Planet Pathfinder to search any field spell in the game?
It is kind of insane. It's a wonderful thing just to add into any strategy that can add that Planet Pathfinder and might not need a normal summon. So many field spells, so many decks that have a field spell in it start with the activation of that field spell. So if you can just use your combo to grab that Planet Pathfinder, you're going from there. You're laughing at that point.
We're setting up the trap already. Oh, this is looking so incredibly good for Richard already. I think every time you start with your Sacred Beast combo, you're absolutely golden.
Yeah, absolutely, 100% on that. We have the Uriah, the Inferno of the Sacred Beast, Uriah, Lord of Searing Flames, to the field now as well. I love how long the names are. They didn't shy away from that, and I'm a huge fan of how long the names are on these cards.
Yeah.
It's so good. Uriah, again, I mentioned before, has this incredibly powerful effect where it can destroy an opponent's spell trap without your opponent being able to respond to that. And we do see here the summon of, I believe that's Varudras.
Yep, because if you already have access to the engine, why would you waste your rank 10 exceeds on trying to summon out something like the Earth Machine exceeds that gets you a Planet Pathfinder? If you already have everything, you could just put out Varudras, one of the strongest exceeds monsters in the game.
Absolutely. We see the activation here of one of the field spells, I think. Going to summon the creator, the summoner of the Sacred Beast, rather, to the field here. I keep calling it creator because the card on it is the creator, and again, it trips me up, and I didn't know that was part of the story. But we see the summoner of the Sacred Beast in the field as well, summoning that Hamon, Lord of Striking Thunder as well. That is a full complement.
It's hilarious that we actually discard the Planet Pathfinder for this. I find that very, very ironic because we kept teasing how good this card is and how strong the combo is, but we don't really need it, do we?
If you don't need it, you don't need it. And now we do see the start of the Blitzkrieg plays here as well, really showing off the ability to just swap back and forth between. Once you have your setup of one field, why not just swap to the other? It's working perfect.
Yeah, but now the only problem that you're possibly having is that you are maybe lacking a little bit of monster space because you can't summon into the extra monster zone. So basically the 6th monster zone is blocked, as you can see here.
Absolutely correct. It is an unfortunate, what's that unfortunate? An interesting fact of the Genesys format as well. It does stymie some Dex plays and obviously does completely lock out certain strategies. But hey, that's the way the cookie crumbles. That's the way it works. Interesting to see how much of the strategy we're going to be going for here with the Blitzkrieg stuff, as we have so much on the field already just with the Sacred Beasts.
Yeah.
Sorry, carry on.
Now we got rid of the hideout in the sky, so we can summon out the Grain Blitzkrieg. We actually get to pop the token as well, so Grain can search us the breakaway, and now we start playing with our Blitzkrieg engine.
I do find it very interesting. I don't think the Sacred Beasts really lock you anywhere. So the fact that you can use them to search Planet Pathfinder, you can kind of cross them with any other field spell reliant engine in the game. I'm realizing that now as I'm saying it. That's crazy.
It is completely insane. However, it does take away a lot of main deck spaces, so there is not really a lot of room for non-engine, considering that the non-engine in Genesys is rather low power compared to the engine pieces that you are playing. I think that's a trade you could just make because you are getting so many bodies, and that is so cool. You keep the Raviel on the field because the Sacred Beast Combined Assault actually summons back one of the Sacred Beasts, and then if you have 2 or more, you can negate a card and destroy it. So we have already set up so many crazy cards.
Yeah, absolutely. We see the summon of the Surge here as well. I'm going to get that breakaway and the Kowloon back to the hand as they just do, and activating the Kowloon again there. Doing such a good job of keeping itself recursive and in the game here. And passing back to Jonas.
Yo, go break that, Jonas. That is
I believe in you.
A tough ask. I mean, you could start off with a Forbidden Chalice on something like a Varudras. That would help a little bit.
Yeah.
Because otherwise it's just extremely okay.
Oh, we see the Lava Golem being slammed down onto Richard's mat there, removing the Varudras and the Surge from the field, leaving the Raviel, interestingly, but there aren't really anything to use the effect of Raviel at this current moment in time. So that Lava Golem is going to be extremely impactful here.
Yeah, taking away the Surge is probably taking away something like a Crackle or a Whisker Surge during the turn. So I do vibe with that decision. And Lava Golem can get rid of a lot, but not of everything. Also, the second breakaway effect then is disrupted, and that is you bounce one of your Blitzkrieg monsters from your field to your hand, and then you destroy a card, and that is also disrupted. But Return Stroke is, of course, the card you are playing instead. You already have the Alternator developed. That is a step leader.
Interesting to see. You mentioned before about how you really need that sort of deck space to make this sort of deck work, but this is a 60-card deck here for Rashad, so it makes a lot of sense that he's got so much of this low-pointed, powerful engine at play here.
I find it insanely funny that you're playing 60 cards in Genesis.
Basti and I said the same thing. It's absolutely absurd that in Genesis, where you really need to keep your count down, it's 60 cards. Is that another Lava Golem?
I believe it is, my friend. That could calm down already. The question is, do you want to throw it on just the Raviel, just to stop the Sacred Beast's combined assault from annoying you, basically?
It'll be very interesting to see what we go for here.
Is that a Crackle that we're summoning with a Step Leader? Step Leader has the cool effect that it destroys itself after it summoned out a monster, so that something like the Crackle Blitzkrieg can actually trigger here. But Crackle is not the greatest card to find and to start playing with, even though getting an Alternator is quite cool. But that is also a resource that you're using. Alternator Graveyard effect is quite important. Now we're getting the Hamon out. Or the Uria. Okay, we got the Uria.
Both very powerful cards at the moment as well. The Uriah being able to, again, without able to respond, destroy an opponent's spell and trap, which also benefits your Blitzkrieg. And there comes the second Lava Golem. Oh no!
That card is massively strong to break fields, but if you do not have anything, then how? Okay, we are going for a Surge. Surge is going to destroy that Lava Golem, and I do believe that these are not protected by the Return Stroke, because this card protects your Blitzkrieg monsters from being destroyed by card effects. So the Lava Golems are not protected. What else are we having? That is the Step Leader that added itself back from the graveyard. That card actually once per turn, I think, just adds back a Crackle or something if you destroyed something.
Yeah.
Always setting a card.
So. Interesting.
Jonas has really done his best to play through this. There's, of course, no point in conceding in an untimed top cut match. But apart from the Sacred Beast engine that is also incredibly recursive, just look at the Blitzkrieg cards that Richard just has on his field. That is an Alternator, that is a Return Stroke, and a Kulum. So he basically has everything set up. Doesn't matter what he has in hand. Kulum can search for one of these incredibly powerful Blitzkrieg cards.
Yeah, absolutely. We're seeing Rashad here considering his play. Exactly like you say, there's no point in rushing a top 4 on-time match here. Got to keep up pace of play, of course, but there's no need to rush yourself if you don't feel the need to do so. Shuffling the deck, ready to draw for this turn.
Actually, does that play on its own? I don't even think it does. Yeah, you can play. You can search for Grain, destroy the Alternator, and then Alternator effect to break away. And then what? Blitzkrieg is a really tough to pilot deck because you have to make a lot out of so little sometimes. And even if you have 3 different cards that search you something on your hand, sometimes it doesn't even play.
Absolutely, yeah. Once again, Rashad considering plays here. We did see the Martyr of the Sacred Beast and the Sacred Beast Thunderclap added back to hand here. So like you say, an extremely recursive engine. I think we're going to have a graveyard effect here of the Sacred Beast released here. Allows you to, I believe, search for a level 10 monster, unless I'm much mistaken.
And that is going to be... I actually don't know.
I recognize it. It's a new TCG exclusive from Chaos Origins. I could not, for the life of you, tell you the name of that card.
Well,
it's concerning.
We're going to see it soon, but we are revealing the Hamon effect from hand. It is so crazy that these cards... Oh, we activate Raviel, and now we search for the Hamon. Now we're discarding the Thunderclap to special summon out our new TCG exclusive.
Just trying to find that card for us now. I know it's a level 10 Pyro, that much I'm aware of, which is why it's searchable with the Sacred Beast release spell there. We just grab that up here.
You slam those into Neuron. And I will see where this game is going, because now Surge is being taken care of. We have fused with it into a Mixusia.
Mixusia, the Confounder, very powerful card, but that card is the Yomagna, the Fire Phantom. Cannot be normal summoned or set, must first be special summoned from your hand by shuffling 3 cards of the same type. And we see scooping up here as well. Very well done from both our players in this game.
Richard taking the lead here with a huge, massive combo. Blitzkrieg is not known for its gigantic fields, but if you combine it with the Sacred Beast engine, there is quite a lot that you can add to it. You can actually just set up a trap that is an Omni Negate and a Destruction, plus a Varudras. That is huge. And I think, even though Blitzkrieg is like the most played deck here in this Genesys tournament, and people have been anticipating it for such a long time, I think the Sacred Beast actually did the heavy lifting here.
I have to agree with you. I think the deck is very overlooked. Even in Advanced Constructed, it can do a lot at the moment. I think it's a heavily overlooked deck, and very exciting for me to see as a bit of a GX fanboy, seeing all these cards do so well in the current format. Also, I think it has some interesting synergies with the Yubel engine as well, as that also has level 10 Fiends, and even again in the anime there's synergy between that as well.
Yeah, that does make sense.
Seeing both of our players' side here. Some interesting side options I remember from Rashad's deck. I don't believe I've seen Jonas's side deck yet, but I suppose we'll see how that continues to progress in this next game as well. But yeah, that card, the TCG exclusive we saw, Yomagna the Fire Phantom, has very powerful effects here. You can declare one monster type. It becomes that type until the end of this term. During the main phase, you can fusion summon 1 Fusion Master from your extra deck using monsters on either field, including this card. So basically, that is a free way to recycle more resources from graveyard with the summoning condition, and then summon Mixusia the Confounder, which is a powerful way to fuse during the opponent's turn as well.
What a huge card. We are seeing that our players are already there, shuffling up, so let's go over to the table to Game 2. Now I have just realized, since we are not on the main featured match, we are always at the table, so saying let's go over to the table really does not make any sense. However, welcome back. Game 2 is about to start. Richard is in the lead versus Jonas, and wow, that was a first turn, but now it's Jonas' turn to start. The big question is, can he come back in a potential Game 3? Because if this is how Richard's deck always plays on the first turn, he's going to need a bunch of entraps.
Yeah, absolutely. Very interesting to see. I think it did do okay last time it was on at going second, but again, I think those Blitzkrieg cards are so good at going second into any kind of established field, so it'll be interesting to see how Richard sees a way to play against Jonas here.
Now, before the players get going, I want to brief you a little bit that we are going to wait for the finals after this one, because we are going to also show the backup featured matches for the top 8 matches who's going to go to the World Championship in Constructed TCG. So after this, we're not immediately showing the finals, but we are going to show more Constructed, because we really want to see every single one of those fantastic games where it comes down to who is going to be a potential World Champion 2026 in Tokyo. But Jonas now starting off with a breakaway into an alternator. And again, don't forget, this deck it really does not have any sort of one-card combinations. Now, that is something that I've seen myself do with the deck in my short time with the deck. You have like 1 or 2 cards, and you're really trying your hardest to figure out if you can do some sort of combo.
I think those decks can end up being the most interesting to watch people play, because, again, they aren't linear in how they play. You have to really think and consider how your game's going to go, how your turns are going to play out here. Sending that Crackle back to the deck to add the Surge to hand here as well with Alternator.
Oh, I'm quite curious about that. I had something else in mind. I thought I saw an Emi, so I thought you would want to Search Grain, destroy the alternator. Oh, we already have Grain. That is huge with the search as well after the normal summon. Alternator popped, breakaway added back to the hand, and now we definitely do have a combo on our hands. We can search for a monster. Might be the big boy, the Whisker.
Looks like it may well be. Again, that card is so incredibly powerful in any format, but especially I think in Genesis here, because it has that effect to just summon, destroy, negate, does so much as an incredibly powerful boss monster. And we see the hidden city in the sky column here as well.
Hideout in the sky.
Hideout, sorry.
This is not Subterra, my friend.
I get confused.
I understand. This happens to me quite a lot too. I don't know how many names I've butchered today. But we activate Search now as well, or we have resolved Search, so Hideout is being played. We get another token, and now we actually have every single card of our engine accessible to us. So I think we might actually just see a Crackle add back that we have just shuffled back with the alternator before.
Interesting, yeah. We're fascinating to see again how Richard managed to play into this field. I don't know that Blitzkrieg necessarily puts up the most insane fields, but it's good at just like keeping your opponent off of things and grinding out a good game here.
That is Emi.
We see the Emi there as well. We do.
He searched for Emi to just extend here, destroy his own hideout in the sky. So does not want to get rid of the token just yet. But activates now Whisker, of course, and that does make sense because you need to destroy at least one card with the Whisker. So you are adding back the hideout in the sky that was previously destroyed by Emi. Now we are going to add the Step Leader to our hand because we already have hideout in the sky in rotation.
Yeah.
We also have the breakaway in rotation. And of course, Emi is going to give us the Thunderstroke access. And that is one of the most important cards in the mirror match, because it says that your Blitzkrieg monsters cannot be destroyed by opponent's card effects. And I don't think I need to explain this, right? Because your opponent really needs to destroy your cards. Yeah.
Pretty darn good indeed. Going to see Richard here going into his first turn of this game. An impressive field setup by Jonas here. With two set cards, we don't necessarily understand exactly which are which or what order they're in, but we know roughly that they are what they could be here as well. And we'll see Richard draw for turn. Let's see how he plays this out.
If you're curious why the Emi is just chilling on the field and what the purpose is, it's that there is a negate in Whisker that you can use by bouncing one of your, or adding back to hand one of your Blitzkrieg monsters. And if you choose to add back your Emi, she is actually going to trigger Special Summon herself out and then target, destroy another card. Not happening!
Lava Golem!
Upside down. That is Australian Lava Golem. Oi, mate.
We do see that second game in a row where Lava Golem has hit the field and become a real huge problem for the player whose field it sits upon.
But now the big question as well, Richard, do you have something to play? Because yes, those cards were tough to play through, but I can guarantee you that Jonas, if he has a breakaway and the good old Thunderstroke, he does have answers to things.
Absolutely, yeah.
He can find his way into a Whisker once again.
100%. I think we probably do have those things available to us here as well. Would not surprise me if we do. I think we saw one of them during Jonas' turn, so probably is still going to be there because it can add back to hand and reset itself. Considering a move here for Jonas.
The question is, does he want to use Breakaway to get the Alternator immediately so that he can search out a Whisker once again? Because that wouldn't destroy anything, and then Whisker is not alive so far. Oh, we have used Breakaway to bounce our own Grain and destroy the Lava Golem.
Interesting.
That plays around the second Lava Golem, actually.
It does. It really, yeah, absolutely.
Oh, and Step Leader is actually going to give us back a Blitzkrieg monster from hand. That is so huge, because then we have found our way into Whisker immediately. Typhoon!
Oh, we see the Typhoon here meeting the activation of Step Leader, stopping that in its tracks.
That is absolutely huge. Or is it? Because now Search can just vary with the searching targets, right? Because you, maybe before that you would say, hey, I'm going to search a Crackle, but no, you can also just take a Whisker. That is still huge.
That is really big. I like those quick back and forth, impactful plays that happen during these games. Still considering our plays for Richard here. Not a lot has happened here, just a little bit, a couple of interactions to break apart Jonas' field. Not a huge amount has actually occurred, though, we can see.
I mean, he just started playing. He revealed the Raviel, discarded it and added the Harmon before that. So he is trying to start playing with the Sacred Beast engine. So actually has used some cards to bait out a lot of interactions actually, and is now going to kick off things with the Sacred Beasts again.
If we do get this Sacred Beast released into the graveyard, I don't know that it can activate this turn. However, I think at the very least...
Each.
Is it both effects once per turn?
It's each turn.
In that case, we can search the Thunder King, the Lightning Strike Kaiju here as well, if needs be.
But we're going to negate that with the Return Stroke, adding back our Surge from our field to the hand. But that is not the worst thing in the world, because we have access to another Whisker. We have already destroyed a card with a Blitzkrieg effect. So
That we do.
Whisker can be triggered. Now Richard is just saying, hey, you know what, I am playing Blitzkrieg too. Alternator set by, or activated by the breakaway. Oh, and now Jonas wants to deny the draw, and he wants to really set up a big field. There is going to be at least, I think, the Grain being summoned, but Surge has already been used, so I think I would keep that resource in hand. We pop the Alternator. And now the Grain is, of course, going to trigger immediately in a new chain. Alternator can still get us a Column at least.
Absolutely it can, yeah. Is that... We're skipping up for Richard here, I think.
Yeah.
And that is going to be moving on to Game 3. Well done to Jonas there for the win on Game 2. Again, it's one of those things where sometimes you just have the enough cards, enough interaction, even with those powerful field-breaking effects that Richard had, isn't quite always enough.
Sometimes you have to be brave, like Jonas here saying, hey, your Alternator effect, I think, even though this card is a valuable resource in the graveyard, I'm still going to deny you this first effect because you have already given away one of your Blitzkrieg cards. So I'm going to pop this one and see if you can still play, because he knows the engine well. He knows this Blitzkrieg engine is not going to combo off with one-offs. He found the right choke point for the Sacred Beast engine as well. So that was phenomenally played. But now that is going to be the uphill battle, playing versus a player of Richard Schaber's caliber, who is going first with such a huge combo deck. And when I say huge, I mean huge, because it's 60 cards.
Literally huge, yeah. Like you say, it's sometimes you just have to take that chance. You have to try and think what leads to this leads to this leads to this, and you do the sort of the flowchart in your head. There comes a point where you have to think, I can't stop what comes after this. This needs to be what gets stopped now. And if it works, wonderful. If it doesn't, that's a shame. But it worked here, and that did win Jonas the game. Considering their siding options carefully here, once again, it seems.
Yeah, usually you can see, for example, Richard was being super quick with the siding because you have your pre-made plans, right? Of course, you can't take a sheet of paper to the table where it says this on there, but you can just have your pre-made plans in mind. Siding patterns that have to be memorized before the tournament. But sometimes you're playing versus different odd strategies, perhaps, and there your choices aren't as clear anymore. Maybe you have a side deck plan for Sacred Beast, maybe you have one for Blitzkrieg.
Yeah.
But what are you doing if you're playing a combo wombo? Do you side in everything? Do you have enough cards to side out for everything?
Yeah, very good point. You do have to sort of think what's going to hit the most general things here. And I think it can be difficult to make those plans and get those correct plays in order, but I think that does come down to deck building. You have to make sure your side deck is prepared for everything in that situation.
And honestly, that is incredibly hard in tournaments like this, because in Genesis, every single deck is basically different, right? There's so many different decks. We had Dark Lords on top of Swiss facing Labyrinth. Side for all of those.
Absolutely. I think we do see the players shuffling their decks after siding here, and we are ready to move on to Game 3.
All right, who's going to advance to the finals? There's a lot on the line because the top two players,
Jonas and Richard here, are going to be having a rather difficult game for this game 3. Just a last bit of pile shuffling there for Jonas and getting ready before we move on to this game proper.
Sorry, I had a small coughing fit. The last two players standing in this tournament are going to go to the Japan 2, to the Jump Festa. Of course, other prizes as well, but this big journey is definitely something you do not want to miss out on. So whoever wins goes to Japan. Will also receive full sets of some of the latest additions to the Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG.
Absolutely. I want to go to Japan. Why can't I go? You know? Because I didn't enter.
Play better.
I'm trying. But we see them a last shuffle here before we get started on this last game of this match.
Very sure that Richard is going to start 60 card decks. Sometimes they just are unstoppable, but sometimes they also have no way to play. Which one's it gonna be?
Yeah, very good point. It is the issue with 60 card decks full of engine like that. However, it is just kind of two separate engines, so it's not as if it's 60 cards of like a little bit of this, a bit of that, comboing a bunch of stuff. It's just this and that, and it's all of everything. So it's actually kind of a lot of different ways you can start playing here.
It does sound quite consistent, actually. Starting off with a breakaway, that on its own does very, very little. However, Alternator with another card together is already sounding a lot better. So we are, for costs, shuffling the Whisker away. Oh, I am seeing some side deck cards in the hand of Jonas. That is one powerful side deck card, let me tell you.
Absolutely. And we are adding... Oh, that's how that works. We add the Haman to hand because it's a Thunder Master we can add off of Alternator. That's really cool. I've just realized that that's how you make that work. It's been a long day. So we see that cool combination here, that bridge. Haman's effect to add the Sacred Beast released from the deck to the hand here as well by revealing and discarding, I believe.
Yep, and the release is going to resolve. Not enough points for some cards that could stop this easily. So this card. Love the artwork, by the way.
All the artwork is phenomenal, I have to say. It looks so, so good. I think my favorite's got to have to be Uriah, because it was amazing. We see that resolving, as you say, and we're moving into this revealing, or adding the 3, I should say. So we're adding the Creator of the Martyr, and the Summoner of the Martyr, and Raviel, and discarding 2 cards here. We have a 7th Ascension and a Trap. I think that's a Typhoon Trap.
It is a Typhoon, and if you're about to full combo, I don't think you need a Typhoon.
No, not at all. And at this stage, you'd expect to be able to full combo because you played through a good few points where you would expect to have met some form of interaction here, actually. So we're going to go here for... just thinking about what he's going to move for here. Got a few ways that we can play, considering either the Martyr or the Raviel, it seems.
But you could also see, I think, a little bit of fear in Richard's eyes when he activated that Alternator and shuffled back the Whisker, because I think a Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit would have really done some damage there.
Absolutely. I think we needed to access the Sacred Beast engine here, and thankfully we were able to. And we do see the Crackle being revealed here from Jonas' hand, destroying that Martyr and stopping it from being able to stick onto the field here.
We're getting access to the Sacred Beast Thunderclap. That card, obviously, as we've seen time and time again, is going to replace itself. Or not replace itself, but it's just going to activate more copies of itself. So this card, the primary way to summon out a Harmon.
Yeah, I think it activates 3 Sacred Beast spells from the deck, so it's the other 2 and the field spell as well, which is why it's so, so powerful in this strategy, because that field spell is insane. Again, this deck just pluses and just keeps gaining advantage off of every single play. It's so hard to stop them once they start going, because they just have so many cards and so much advantage to be able to keep playing the game.
It's so crazy. How many free cards can you get of basically nothing? Fallen Paradise of the Sacred Beast, also an incredibly powerful field spell. But speaking of incredibly powerful field spells, there is a card in hand for Jonas that is going to see the daylight now. That is Vados. We have had Crackle, we have Vados. We're summoning it over to our opponent's side of the field. We're giving him a big body that is, luckily enough, not a level 10 monster.
Yeah.
But we are taking away the Fallen Paradise of the Sacred Beast. Oh, and that, of course, is going to trigger the crackle that we have used before on the Martyr. So we are actually setting up our own turn already. Also, I think we could use Alternator, unless it's only on your own turn, to search for a Spell and Trap card. For a quick second, I thought you could search Whisker. That would be completely broken.
That would be kind of insane. I think there are those synergies between the decks. I think there are these little synergies here and there that just make both decks work together so well, and surprisingly well, I'd say. I don't know that anyone really had this combination of cards on their radar, and yet here we are in the top 4 match here. Ricard with a single loss, 12 wins to 1 loss, and clearly it works phenomenally well.
And I think right now Jonas is looking at the second Vados in hand, and he is thinking to himself, or he's reading, can I do this? Can I do this twice? Can I actually do this one more time this turn? Because if a Hideout in the Sky Column is being activated, that is also a little bit troubling. That is the biggest problem with playing against these double engine decks. That is, if you stop one engine and you would have completely out-hand-trapped it, sometimes they just throw another starter of a completely different deck at you, and then they combo off there.
Yeah, absolutely. And it does seem Vados is only once per turn there, so I don't think we're going to be able to get the second usage of that card out here.
But setting up a Vados already on your opponent's turn is kinda massive, because this card, when it gets removed from the field, it is going to blow up everything.
Can what level's Vados? 10?
9.
9. Ah, Varudras would have been really cool to use some of Vados there.
Yeah, that's what I meant, because this is luckily not level 10, because giving it over to your opponent, that would be basically an issue. If this card is removed, you also, everything on the field is going to blow up, and that is so strong.
We do see the breakaway being added to Jonas' hand here as well.
Yeah.
Back into this Blitzkrieg strategy that has proven itself to be so powerful this weekend, both in Genesis and also put up a very good showing in Advanced Constructed as well.
That is true. We had some pretty strong players for quite some time. Oh, and Uria is going to pop the Alternator. Alternator is going to activate. You can get a Hideout in the Sky. This one is now protected from Column just because, or from Vados, because it can't be Vados twice. You cannot use this card more than once per turn. I'm still quite curious to see how strong the graveyard effect of Vados ends up being.
Yeah, absolutely. It may cause some real issues here. If it destroys the entire field as well, might even cause issues for both of the opponents in this situation.
I mean, we are already setting up an out to the situation rather early with the Hideout, or with the breakaway that we have added, so we can add back Crackle to hand and destroy the Vados. But of course there is Varudras, the final bringer of end times. So this one is also now protecting from potential hand traps, and not only that, also from the breakaway in the next turn.
Using the Kowloon City, the Hideout in the Sky Kowloon here as well. I keep getting the name wrong on that one.
That is super fine.
Going to be adding I believe that's the Surge, I think that's going to be, but just considering which one we're going to go for here as well.
It looks like Surge.
Yeah.
She reminds me of Ray a little bit.
I see that, yeah, I can see that. Still just considering our move, and yes, seems to be the Surge be added to hand here at this moment in time.
So, Surge is added. We have resolved that now fully. Now I think we're going to start perhaps with destroying the Crackle. Exactly, we want to take away resources. We want to take away the breakaway pop that is possible. Of course, you have started the turn with breakaway. Player like Richard does not forget about his potential triggers, no matter how many minutes they have been away from you. And now, Grain, of course, even if your Sacred Beast combo gets stopped, quote-unquote, because honestly, there is a Varudras.
Plenty enough there at this point, yeah.
He put down a Varudras through the Crackle plus Vados combination.
Yeah, absolutely. So we see that Grain using the effect and adding that Whisker to hand as well. Again, this is such a difficult matchup here for Jonas to be dealing with. He's done his best to try and interact as best he can during this turn, but at this point, I believe he will be starting out with a 4-card hand in his opening turn, which is going to be rather an uphill battle to get through this field here.
This deck is completely insane. Don't get me. I think you should run this in the main event, because we have had successful players with Sacred Beast, and we have had successful players with Blitzkrieg already in the main event. So I think a bunch of those we're going to see in top 64 later on. Now Whisker is being summoned from hand, only summoning one, and he is popping the Vados. And now, of course, Vados can trigger, so Richard can negate it with the Varudras. Now, chaining one is Grain, of course, as a trigger, because it's on his own turn, and then the Whisker also takes care of it. You don't want to detach anything from that Varudras just yet.
Oh, that's really a very intelligent play, you know, to cycle your own resources in a way that maybe your opponent wasn't expecting here as well. Because I'm sure that Jonas was waiting on that Vados being an issue here, but destroying it yourself and dealing with it in such a way that actually you seem to plus off of it is really impressive.
And two more set cards. This is through two hand traps to Vados and Crackle. This is basically more than the full Blitzkrieg field. That is higher than the ceiling of Jonas' entire deck. He has Whisker, he has a Surge, good setup. He has Varudras and two set cards, one of which is very likely to be Breakaway. Does Jonas have anything to answer this with? And most importantly, where are you even starting? If you have a Lava Golem, probably Varudras and Whisker.
Yep.
There it is.
Bang on the money there, Leo. Getting rid of those two massive threats from the field with that Lava Golem. Yet again, a favorite in this game, it seems, of both players.
Because you don't really need your normal summon all the time. That is the beauty of that deck. Now Jonas is using the Breakaway, and the question now that I'm asking myself is, or we're activating Alternator, is Alternator going to immediately search us something, or are we waiting for Jonas to commit into the field and then possibly search something like an Emi? Oh, I think we've revealed the grain, and this one is then going to search for the Emi. So we are going to pop the token, and that seems like, oh yeah, of course, we pop the token, so we use the Surge. Surge is going to get us Whisker. Of course, we can chain block that with a Breakaway from the graveyard, and then after everything, we just have the same exact setup that we had before the Lava Golem minus the Varudras.
That really is impressive. It turns the Lava Golem into essentially just a Kaiju, which is, I guess, not nothing, but it has taken down the impact rather drastically from what we were expecting it to be.
This deck is hilarious. The Blitzkrieg cards, they are just so incredibly resilient whenever your opponent throws something at you. Because I think in this format, there's also not that much destruction protection.
No, I don't think so at all. It probably exists, but I don't think we have anything here at this current moment, at the very least. This is more than an uphill battle at the moment for Jonas. This is seeming very difficult. Both players dealing the best they can in the situation, but it's not going to be easy.
It's looking like it's an up-mountain battle for Jonas, if you can say that, because he has to play versus the infinite engine of Blitzkrieg, and the big question is, how many interruptions are there still? Alternator is a fantastic card, but it also has some limitations.
Yeah, that it does. Activating that from the deck with the Breakaway here. Really trying to see how Jonas is going to pull it out the bag here.
Jonas with a phenomenal run at the, I think, last Austrian Open in Vienna. Was one of the top 4 there. Very, very strong player from a region in southern Germany.
Richard checking his graveyard here as well. Just making sure it's not missed anything by the looks of things. We're seeing Jonas considering, as he's searching his deck, what would be best to go for. I believe that could be a Surge being added to hand here by the looks of things.
Yeah. Basically everything starts with the Surge. Now the big question. Oh, Grain popped the Alternator. Now that is rather interesting, since we have already used Breakaway. So how useful is the Grain Surge anyways if we are prioritizing this over summoning the Surge first? However, we could use Alternator. The last one we have used in the first turn of Richard.
Absolutely, yeah. I think we are able to get the effect of the Breakaway out here as well, down back to hand maybe. But we are getting the Surge here. to summon itself to
I
the field.
do like that we haven't used Breakaway immediately, just because we can chain block later.
Absolutely, 100%. We see that destroying the lava golem here, just summon itself to the field and gain hopefully some effects here. I think we are using the Chaining 1 Grain, Chaining 2 Breakaway by the looks of things here.
Very smart move of Jonas to target the lava golem with the surge effect, because otherwise, if there is a return stroke set for Richard, he could just chain that. If he targeted Emi or Surge, the card wouldn't have been destroyed, and then there wouldn't have been a summon from hand of a Blitzkrieg monster. Therefore, it wouldn't have been a Surge summon, and then you can just pack it up anyways.
Yeah, absolutely correct there. Adding an alternative back to your own hand for Richard there here as well. And I think to negate that grain, because I don't think that cares about chain blocking.
No, I think he has just okayed the... Oh no, yeah. Right.
Yeah, I think that is just negating a card on the field and not activate the last activated effect, if I'm not much mistaken. So that is... We have another Vados here. Whether or not this is going to be enough remains to be seen, but it does at least hit the field.
Now Richard still does have a Whisker in hand, and now it is possibly the right timing for Richard. There's still priority on the side of Jonas with the trigger of Surge, and Richard actually lets that go through. If Jonas decides to bring out his own Whisker to destroy the Vados on the side of Richard, Richard can answer with his own Whisker to make sure that... Oh no, I think Jonas could chain block this. I think this is a commanding spot for Jonas actually, with another Vados on the field, because if Richard sets up a Whisker to take care of the Vados effect... Oh no, he has used the Breakaway already.
Do we maybe just let the Vados resolve and then Whisker afterwards?
That is also an option, yeah. But then Whisker has nothing to bounce back.
I see.
We have another monster in hand, perhaps a Thunder monster.
Yeah.
But Charles, I don't know whether we can actually chain block the Vados in our graveyard.
We have our own Whisker here for Jonas inside of the field here as well. Added to the hand of the Surge there.
The Surge.
The Surge. Very good.
Jonas showing, hey, if I stop your crazy engine of the Sacred Beast, I actually can play the Blitzkrieg Mirror like it's a normal one. And let me tell you something, I am a master of the grind game. So Jonas now access to another Breakaway perhaps, right? Or we are searching for the Step Leader, because we do not have that one in rotation yet. She gets another hideout in the sky.
Absolutely.
Activating that one. And what we could now do... Is he... Maybe I'm tunneling too much into the idea of chain blocking the Vados, because it also basically destroys every card that he has set up.
Yeah.
But
I think it is an interesting thought process to try and figure out how to make it work, but it is also... Can you chain block it? And even if you can't, is it the end of the world? Is that what you want to negate here? Again, I think it might be the case of using the Whisker afterwards, maybe. Yeah. I could be wrong on that.
The thing is, you can now add Emi, affect Emi, pop your own hideout in the sky, and then you could Whisker to destroy... Oh, we have popped the Breakaway, the set Breakaway. Emi is a very, very versatile card. And we have already triggered all of our monsters here, so there is no more extra effects to be gained from this. And now this is some Emi on Emi action, taking out the defense position Emi.
Yeah, absolutely.
Only 300, should have summoned an attack position. Are we ever Whiskering here? And of course, yeah, there is a Kulum on the side of Jonas, so he can actually just in the Surge Mirror attack over the Blitzkrieg Surge.
It's very interesting. I'm a bit quiet because I'm just trying to figure out like what... This is a difficult game state for, I think, both players to navigate well, because that Vados is there almost literally like a ticking time bomb, and I think both players are having to really try and figure out how best to play around it, because I think both of them could use their advantage in this situation.
I think... That is so interesting here, because Jonas just basically says, okay, I'm just gonna set a card now, and you know what? If you are extending too much in your turn, I am going to try to destroy the Vados and take care of this situation myself. Now Richard on the other side also kind of does have some agenda, but I need to read the Vados again, because if this is an optional effect, then Richard has no agenda over the Vados.
We do see that Whisker being activated here during the end phase, I believe.
Optional.
Optional, interesting. Destroying the breakaway to summon itself to the field and get that hidden hideout in the Sky Column and the, I believe, breakaway back to hand by the looks of things here.
So, how can Jonas actually still... Does he have access to a Crackle? I think the only monster he has in his hand is... The only monster that he has in his hand is the Whisker. And getting that Whisker life is not that easy. Of course, now we got in a little bit of a destruction effect from Emi. So we actually search for the return stroke. However, in the end phase, that does not help us that much. But now we are using the Whisker ourselves to pop the Whisker of Richard.
Yeah, absolutely. As you said, Emi on Emi. Now it's Whisker on Whisker, just getting that sort of the mirrored versions of themselves destroyed during Jonas' end phase here. Richard starting off his turn. I think we all thought it might have been curtains for Jonas here, but he's done a stellar job in pulling back from where he was at the start of his turn as well.
I mean, it's still going to be hard for him to interact with his opponent, because I think he can just turn that Vados into attack position and attack over the Emi. That makes the Whisker effect much less threatening, because if you activate any monster effect and then Jonas just says, hey, you know what, Whisker, bounce back my Emi for cost, Emi is going to trigger, summon itself back, destroy a card on the field. That is going to trigger Grain and Surge and the Breakout as well. If you even want that, you're going to get access to another Whisker that is going to be live immediately as well. You can summon that Whisker, pop something, for example the Vados, when your opponent tries to extend more into the field, and then you can trigger Vados and Chainlink to Breakaway.
Yeah, we see as well here the second is released from the graveyard effect, adding that Hamon, Lord of Striking Thunder from the deck to the hand, activating the effect to reveal it, to add, I guess, another one of those cards to the hand as well. Why would you not? It's add 3, it's very powerful. We're going to be searching for another Sacred Beast released to add to the hand here.
Richard hasn't really found his way through all of these Sacred Beast cards, so it does not feel like the engine is really running right now. However, even if he gets 2 level 10s onto the field, Varudras has already been gone through.
Yeah, absolutely. It's an interesting place for Richard to be in at the moment. It might be that he's trying to bait out interactions on the Sacred Beast. It is they kind of force interactions, because on the field they are really, just them in and of themselves, are a very powerful presence.
Yeah.
So if you have to interact to stop that, you might run out of interactions to stop the Blitzkrieg cards.
Sometimes I forget that having a monster with 4,000 attack points is...
It's pretty good.
Yeah, the game is so centered around the first turn and setting up a good field, and then perhaps winning with that, that sometimes just having battle phases is something that you overlook.
I mean, they do also have powerful effects as well. So you got that to remember, where you can just leave them on your field at the end of your turn, and that's enough sometimes to get you to your next turn, because they themselves are no slouches in that department. Adding the Martyr, the Raviel, and the Hamon to hand and discarding one of the...
Thunderclap and a Hideout.
And a Hideout, yeah.
Because Hideout, of course, you can just add back if you destroy something with a Blitzkrieg effect. And that already should be a warning signal for Jonas, because that means that Richard is planning on destroying some cards, no matter what happens.
Oh, we see the search here coming out for the Thunder King. The words Thunder King, the Lightning Strike card will be added to the hand.
Wow.
Going to be able to quickly remove the favorite threat here for Richard.
Thunder King, the Kaiju, is so strong onto the Whisker. So that is going to take away the interruption, and most importantly, it is going to really stop Jonas' engine from working. However, I do think that the Blitzkrieg monsters, I really need to fact check this before I say this. We've seen this before, also trigger on destruction of something else.
I believe at least some of them do, if not all of them.
Yeah, if another card is destroyed by card effect, something like Surge, they trigger. So Richard has to pay a lot of attention on what he does with his own Blitzkrieg cards before he pops off and then pops one card, destroys one card on accident, and then Surge says, hey, I'm going to get a Whisker back. Whisker is going to destroy 3 cards of yours, and then I'm going to trigger my Vados in Chainlink 1, the Breakaway that I still have in the graveyard on Chainlink 2, add that back, get more resources, you destroy everything on the field, you have overcommitted, and then it's Jonas' turn again. So he has to be incredibly careful of how he uses his Blitzkrieg cards.
Yeah, very true here. We see the, I think, is it discard 3?
Yeah.
Yeah, adding that Raviel back to the hand here. Again, just 4,000 attack. It's not nothing. It's something to be respected, I have to say.
And he just summoned it because of the Fallen Paradise of the Sacred Beast.
Yeah.
And that is already setting up quite some damage. This one actually even runs over that Thunder Kaiju. So we are in a sublime position to just attack. But I think that he can actually just play a little bit more.
Send 3 monsters here to summon the Hamon Lord of Striking Thunder as well. Then tributing to offer the effect of Raviel to the field. And that is it for Jonas, it seems. We saw the handshake.
Infinity of the Sacred Beast, Raviel, Lord of Phantasms, actually gets Richard to Japan to the Jump Faster with the effect destroying 4 cards, destroying everything on Jonas' side, getting up to 8,000 attack points with a Sacred Beast that is true Yu-Gi-Oh! Poetry.
Absolutely. Again, the GX fanboy in me is very happy to see these cards doing so well in any given format and piloted expertly by Richard here. An absolute pleasure to see this game get played out from start to finish. We are going to throw it over now to a short break before we move over to the next match.
It is time. The make or break matches of the European Championships. After 15 rounds of Swiss, the top 8 have been determined, and now the winners of the top 8 matches of the quarterfinals will go and secure their tickets to the WCS, to the World Championships in Tokyo.
The most high-stakes match there could ever be. And those two duelists previously have already been so close. Actually, Guillaume Marron only 2 years ago was in that points playoff, was in that decider match against his best friend Anthony Lopez and couldn't quite make it. But he gets a second chance here. And on the other hand, we have Paul Robert Goss, who actually just last year managed to make top 16 at the European Championship, which also was only 2 matches away. But now one of them finally will get their dream come true to be at the World Championship in Tokyo this year.
And for the other person, it means goodbye European Championship, goodbye Tokyo. There's always winners and losers. When there's a winner, there has to be a loser. And Guillaume versus Paul Robert, it's a battle for the ages. Our duelists are fierce.
And they are ready as well, so let's not waste any more time. Let's get this second match here of top 8 on the way. Who is going to make it happen? Guillaume or Paul Robert Goss? Let's find out. And it's only fitting that it is Q-Tune versus Branded, the 2 top decks of the format, the 2 most represented decks of the format, clutching it out here against each other. And wow, Paul winning it with a 5 against a 4 there and having the pleasure, the right, the opportunity to go first here in this match.
It is an advantage, especially versus a deck like Cooltune. However, the strength of Cooltune is that you cannot rule it out when it goes second. There's so many hand traps in this deck. Now, Paul, looking at his hand, I can see a Mulchami, which is not what you want to see when you're going first. There's also an Albion Shrouded Dragon. This does not look like the best hand that never loses to any hand trap.
Oh, there is an Aluber, vulnerable to cards like Effect Veiler and Infinite Permanence, but I think Guillaume nodded super quickly, so it will be resolving here.
The Jester of Despia. Are we going to add Branded in High Spirits? And once you have this card together with Albion the Shrouded Dragon, this is the best version of Branded in High Spirits you could possibly have, because you're actually allowed to send Ash Blossom, and Joyous Spring is huge here, because you cannot send a dragon to the graveyard from the extra deck, and that is the best extra deck send that you can have.
All right, so I guess we then just have to activate that Albion the Shrouded Dragon in our hand, trying to find another miraculous card, hopefully trying to find a card like, of course, Branded Fusion or Triple Tactic Talents or something along the lines of that.
We're gonna send a Fallen of the White Dragon, and that indicates something like a Cartesia.
It could.
Because you're now then able to just summon it, special summon it from hand, activate, go into the Gran Guignol, and that basically starts you off-ish into your combo. Let's see, what is Paul Robert's next plan? Cartesia.
And Branded Fusion was picked up, I believe, with that one draw, and we go in and we resolve the most powerful of all branded cards. It has been like that for plenty of years. At this point, you may argue it's not even anymore, but when it resolves, it's still huge.
And it can't be ashed anymore, and there is a card that has found its way into many of those branded main decks, and that is the Kit Tri-Brigade Springens kit. When it's sent to the graveyard, and that has so many applications,
oh yeah,
it is going to summon a monster that mentions Fallen of Albers from the graveyard.
And that makes me believe that the Branded Fusion must have been in his hand already, because he was planning to bring back that Fallen of the White Dragon all the way through, and he now gets that really strong new version of Fallen of Albers onto the field in just a second.
The question is, what are we going to do with the Albion? Because are we going to really use the effect and banish itself now from the field, plus a Fallen of the White Dragon? That does sound suboptimal. Another cool thing about the Tri-Brigade Springens kit, by the way, is that it is a different type, a different monster type for Branded in High Spirits, so you can Send the dragon that devours the
Guillaume, does he maybe have something like a DD Crow or something? It's Ghost Spell and Haunted Mansion, but we have activated the effect of Albion, the Branded Dragon, as Chainlink 2, so we are stopping only, in quotation marks, that, so the Fallen of the White Dragon still gets onto the field here.
Basti, that is the sheer power of the Branded deck. That is 2 hand traps already, and you are still establishing a huge field. And now that is also a new inclusion, the Dogmatica Ecclesia. You don't always want to summon the Incredible Ecclesia, the Virtuous, but this one adds you Fallen and the Virtuous, because that's always treated as a Dogmatica card. Now you can activate this, send something like a Titaniclad and destroy your own Albion, so you can use that effect in the graveyard in the end phase too.
Absolutely, and Leo, I've seen plenty of matches this weekend, or plenty of games where the single Dogmatica Ecclesia was sometimes enough. Like, it was so often just that with a couple of cards in the spell and trap zone, like the Fallen and the Virtuous, and then a Super Polymerization, and then you're good to go. Okay, we're stopping the extra deck shenanigans here for this turn, but be sure next turn there's a lot of them still coming.
Gonna unleash hell on you, and that is again the strength of Branded. We're sending Cartesia, and now there's a question you need to ask yourself in that moment. Do I want to add the Cartesia back to my hand, because that is a possible effect that you can activate, or do I keep it in the graveyard together with my Fallen and the Virtuous, send something from the extra deck to the grave in the next turn to destroy something, and then trigger my Quem to summon back the Cartesia?
I feel like we could just get it back into our hand, and then there's plenty of ways in our opponent's turn to just get it back into the graveyard to then get it back onto the field again.
With this field, I don't think there is, because we don't have Incredible Ecclesia, the Virtuous. We have Dogmatica Ecclesia, so we don't have the access to summon out the OG Fallen of Albas from our deck and then discard the Cartesia to activate that effect. So right now, from the cards we know, I don't think we can access the Cartesia otherwise. And this is why we have set the Fallen and the Virtuous, the Quem on the field, set up Cartesia and Graveyard as a possible target.
Ooh, okay, Guillaume does what this deck does best, reveals the Rotary for the additional normal summon, and we are going to use that for that very Rotary.
Shows the Ghost Ogre. There was, wow, the Ghost Ogre could have been incredible. Or immediate Fallen and the Virtuous on that Rotary, sends Rindbrom as well. There's also a Ghost Ogre in hand, 3 more cards, one of which we know Quem immediately goes to do the work, gets the Cartesia out. Paul has all the options now.
Oh, and that's 3 cards remaining in hand. One of them is another Rotary, so we try to normal summon again with the known Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit in hand. Of course, that would be a level 4 Synchro into the Track Maker, but Paul says, I want to use my Cartesia right here, right now, and we want to fusion summon out a way, possibly to get rid of that. Ooh, Fallen.
I think we popped the Albas. We pop the Albas. Fallen and the Virtuous takes out the Fallen of the White Dragon. Therefore, Cartesia can basically only go into either a Despia monster like the Corides or into the Grand Guignol. Grand Guignol has no immediate impact here.
Let's see whether we play some new options maybe as well in the action.
Oh, he has Albas in hand! He has the Albas in hand! The Fallen and the Virtuous does nothing anymore, and Cartesia fuses with him, summons out the Albion, and the pure Rotary is not gonna be enough! Paul Robert Goes wins the first game versus Guillaume Marron.
Yep, no fusion monsters on your end field, but still plenty of ways to bring them out on the opposing turn. So we are in the lead and on the board, and that must be a huge relief there right away. And you see, he's taking a deep breath there right now, knowing that he's only 1 game away from the World Championship.
Some hands in Branded, they just trade so incredibly well with hand traps. If you have a full hand of Engine, there is no way that cards like Ash Blossom, Ghost Ogre, Ghost Spell are going to fully stop you when you play the turn correctly. You will always get one effect through, and then it's this crazy snowball effect of just accumulating all of the cards somehow. Every card somehow sends something to the graveyard, and all of these cards have a small little impact, and it's really hard to pinpoint a choke point versus this deck.
It is, and Paul Robert is one of many players in the field this weekend that is using the new pot card from Chaos Origins, the Pot of Sloth. And in this matchup, it's so good just making sure against Q-Tune that they are not aware of what you have in hand anymore when they already saw your hand with the Q-Tune Rotary effect, of course. So that is certainly a free up that is finding its way here into Paul's main deck after side decking.
Big question is, what does his deck offer going first? Because right now, of course, he has to worry going second, but Cooltune is rather favored going second. Let's put it like that. If you don't have the craziest of hands, the Cooltune deck can basically outplay you. So in the end, Paul Robert might actually be able to start again. And what does the Branded deck do then?
But let's focus on that game that is ahead of us right now, right? So we are very possibly just going to make it here 2-0 because there is next to the Pot of Sloths also 3 Molchami Purulias in his side deck. So many drawing options. And I mean, you say the deck is going first favored in that particular direction here, but I think Branded, when you put those decks next to each other, I like it even better going second sometimes with the super polarizations, with the Fallen Individuals and all that. I think you cannot rule out Paul at all here going second. I'm sure he has won multiple matches already throughout this weekend against Cooltune where he won a game going second. He actually, in the very last round of the tournament, in round 15, he played against fellow German Julius Schwarzkopf in a Branded mirror match and he came out on top, securing his spot here in the top 8.
That is absolutely massive, and now only Guillaume Marron stands in his way. Who is it going to be? Is Guillaume going to level the score to 1-1, or is Paul booking his ticket to Tokyo? We're going to find out.
Game 2 of the most important match of their lives about to begin. France versus Germany. We have 3 Germans overall in top 8 and we do have 2 Frenchmen. So who will be joining the team of Josh Kelly, Yannick Ackermann and Danilo Siracusa at the World Championship? There is one of those sided Molchami Purulias immediately for Paul, but there also is called by the grave from Guillaume to counter that.
Ring, ring.
Who's there?
It's the grave. Take your Purulia and get out of here. You're not going to get any of these draws. But there is a Molchami Fuvolos just right after, and that might even be tougher. Paul Robert is resolving one of the most important cards. However, playing with 3 cards on Branded is not always that easy, and Cooltune does have access to pretty powerful turns by just ending on a Trackmaker.
They do. Cooltune is one of the best decks of going for a rather minimalistic field, but then you're making yourself vulnerable to other non-engine, like, for example, the Fallen and the Virtuous and things like that. But we do start off here with Mix, and that is not necessarily the best start here. And Rotary for another normal summon. So I think we're just trying to maximize resources here. You can tell that Guillaume was trying to really not have that Molchami Purulia negated there, because we were summoning from the hand left and right. There's the Trackmaker now.
If you start with a mix in this situation, it means that your hand is a little bit tougher. He just wanted to take out trade card for card. If you're not planning on summoning too many cards from hand, which a Q in hand actually could have done, I think Purulia is also something that you can let go, because a Called by the Grave versus a Branded deck is also a pretty powerful tool.
It is, for sure.
And, okay, I just thought he passed, but he just said, hey, let me see your hand.
Let's have a look. Ooh, so this hand is not great. The Springens kit is something, that you can discard and that can generate value. Well, not the Springens kit, the Tri-Brigades kit. When you're trying to discard it for the Branded opening, there is nothing in that grave just yet to bring back, though. So,
Paul Robert does have a way to play, and that is the Branded opening. Plus, he has another Fuvolos, and that card is actually really strong. If you have already... Oh, wow, we are seeing the Fallen and the Virtuous and Branded in High Spirits, and honestly...
Oh, look at Guillaume. Both cards are crazy. You kind of don't want to give any of those to Paul, so one of them will be banished, and I feel like the other one might just go under the deck, Oh, it does.
He lets it stay on top because he says, okay, the rest of the cards in your hand are not as crazy. Sets 3 cards. Has, of course, added probably double Cooltune Synchro. The thing is that if you actually
we added Cooltune playlist, actually.
Oh, yeah, true.
That is another form of interaction.
He needs to play into the Fuvolos quite a bit.
Yeah.
Unless, wait, no. You can immediately just chain a Cooltune Synchro to the activation of the Molchami Fuvolos and then at least get a Zalen out like that. But that you're then going to lack the bounce of the Trackmaker that is usually quite powerful.
And look at that. Now, Paul is the one just going into his thinking tank, lining up the turn, trying to figure out what the perfect way is to play this out. I briefly talked to him before they went into this top 8 match, and he said, I was the last one missing from my friend group. His friends, for example, Ernst Schulze made a top 8 run in one of our YCSs this season, and he didn't quite get there yet this season when they were playing Draco Tail and Branded all season long. But this event is his event, he said. And I told him it's a good time to make it happen here at the European Championship when the World Championship qualification is on the line.
That is possibly one of the best moments, I would agree. Now the question is, does he start with a Fuwalos or does he just ignore the Fuwalos in his hand? Cannot imagine that's the case. First Fuwalos is being activated. Does Guillaume respond with a cool tune synchro to then possibly make a Zalen? Or what? Another thing that could actually work quite well is cool tune synchro, add Rekko, and then just use Mix and Rekko and go into RS, because you know one of the few ways to play is the branded opening, but Fallen the Virtuous is also still there, so it's tough.
Yeah, that's true. And I mean, it doesn't seem like an easy decision here at all from Guillaume's end. I do feel like you have to change something here, though, right? You can't let Paul just generate value more and more with that Mulchami Fuwalos. So yes, we've made the decision to chain Q-Tune Synchro.
Do you just chain 2? Because you do have the Cool Tune playlist to chain as well, so you could make RS and Zalen.
The thing is, the Zalen is only so strong when you actually have one of them remaining, so...
Well, you have the Cool Tune playlist still, right?
Yeah. But do you have 2 Q-Tune Synchro? Is that the case? Because we searched for the playlist. I'm not certain we have 2 Q-Tune Synchro even set there.
Very, very good point.
So we do go into a remix here. And that is all there is for now. Is there even something super valuable in the graveyard right now which we're trying to get back into our hand? There is no hand interaction, right?
No, I don't think we have ashed anything before, so it just sets you up for another Synchro summon, basically, or some more resources. Perhaps Guillaume has enough hand traps in hand to stop his opponent from playing. I mean, there is only branded opening to play, so if you have an Ash Blossom to negate that, I think setting up resources
good to go.
is huge.
Yeah, for sure. I agree with you. Also, I think Remix oftentimes is just an option when you have Effect Veiler as well. Like when there's no hand interaction in there just yet, then you have the Effect Veiler, which you can add back and then use again, which is really, really huge.
That is absolutely true. It's a way to make the most out of your cards. And now Paul Robert, because he has to go for his first push and his only push, honestly.
Oh, it's fine though. I mean,
I think you're onto something with the Effect Veiler, Basti.
We might have the Effect Veiler, but this could be draw phase, well, that's the problem. So like, it's not guaranteed that we can Veiler this. So the Aluber is resolving as well.
So what is Aluber going to get us? It is not going to be a branded and high splits. I think we have to go for the branded fusion. Perhaps Guillaume is also just waiting for that card to use an Ash Blossom, to maybe use a Solemn Accusation or Solemn Judgment.
Are we getting it or not? We're trying to figure it out. Branded fusion time.
Does it resolve? Is that going to be a send to...
We are resolving it. There's no way. Paul is really allowed to play into this. And the moment Guillaume will be responding, he will be gifted with more cards in hand due to that second Bolchami Fuwalos resolving.
If he decides to make synchros. I mean, now we are in main phase, so perhaps a summon to Albion is actually just
still applying. Yeah, you're right. And because nothing activates in graveyard here.
And the good thing is that the kit was already discarded for him, so it cannot send kit, and kit would immediately trigger.
Oh, we do go for the Q-Tune playlist there immediately, and we are going after the Rotary. Interesting.
Cool tune playlist with the Rotary is a pretty strong answer. Paul Robert is still reading this card. Let's bring it up as well, because you can target one cool tune and then you can, I think, bounce, right? Yeah, you can bounce the Albion back to the hand. And...
No, I think you can only put the Rotary back into your hand, and that's what we're trying to do here. And then you can basically do both of the effects, and you can also apply that target's effect when it's sent to the graveyard. So you can technically take the Fallen of the White Dragon from the graveyard here to then make sure that there is at least no Mirror Jade coming out of this, because then the Albion doesn't have that many ways to fusion summon anymore. But there still is the Fallen and the Virtuous being chained onto the...
I think that we are trying to summon back the Fallen of the White Dragon with our Fallen
we
and
could.
the Virtuous, because we have sent Ecclesia together. He knew about the Cool Tune playlist. He knew it all along. And now Guillaume is being confronted with such a strong play from Paul. If that is the play that books you worlds you have heavily deserved this, Guillaume is not looking too happy about the situation here.
No, I think we successfully now force our opponent into at least having to activate another effect to get into a Synchro Summon, which was not really the plan to give him any more draws into the Fuvalos, but it seems like we have successfully forced them to. And interesting enough, through the cards that Guillaume gave him. Like, Guillaume was like, yeah, you can keep the Fallen and the Virtuous. On the other end, like, with the Q-Tune deck, I'm always such a fan of keeping one of the cards on top, because even if they're both decent, just knowing the card and getting that complete information is so valuable.
Now, after 5 minutes post-resolve, we have resolved the Branded Fusion and put it to the graveyard.
Beautiful. Oh, even better, we don't even need to take the Fallen and the White, or Fallen of the White Dragon, because we can just remove the target from Q-Tune playlist.
That is just an extra light monster that we're having on the field if we want it. Now the thing is, we are resolving the Albion, the Branded Dragon right now, don't we?
I mean, I would assume so. But we could also just activate, like, you could apply the effects of Q-Tune playlist in sequence. So, I mean, we cannot apply the effect of the target anymore because the target was removed, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
So we are now finally going to resolve the effect of Albion. So Paul's plan went through, and that looks like a Mirror Jade. And I mean, the Mirror Jade is insane against Remix, because whenever they activate the Remix, you can just respond with it with the Mirror Jade, and then you can deny what Guillaume was trying to do. Paul isn't happy to banish the Albion, of course, because that wants to be in the graveyard, but when you're getting Mirror Jade as a reward, it's still fine.
There we go. In the EMZ, playlist resolves, goes to the graveyard, or, well, it kind of doesn't resolve. And now Paul Robert is going to think, because if you now use your player priority and activate the Mirror Jade immediately, that does play around the Remix. If the Remix is activated first, you're not doing anything.
The way you're saying it is completely correct. So, yeah, does Guillaume respond or not? I mean, even if you use the Mirror Jade first, they can chain the Remix and they can still get to a Synchro Summon, you know?
It's the last card in Paul's hand, the Forbidden Crown. That is also another completely insane card.
It is.
That might actually...
Oh, we go Battle Phase, I believe. That's a way to force those things out as well.
Yeah.
And that is an attack onto the Trackmaker. And that's now the moment where Guillaume sees himself forced to use the Q-Tune Remix.
Now, are we going to see a chain of the Mirror Jade? It does look like it, because he doesn't want to get the Trackmaker to Synchro Summon on him. So, Mirror Jade, as response is being activated. What are we sending? Could be Dragon that devours the Dogma, could be the Albion. Then we've gone through both of those. Then you will have to be a little bit more careful with your fusion summons in the future.
It is the Albion. And we are getting rid of the Trackmaker. We were afraid of that being used as a Synchro Material, because if it would have been, we could have just gotten one of those cards back into the hand, or in the case of Mirror Jade, back into the extra deck. And of course, that's such a good way to remove it, because then you are working around the graveyard effect of it.
But is Guillaume where he wants to be right now? Because he's now going to summon a Mix. Mix is going to add either Q or Rekko, one of the two. You could also add a Rotary, to be fair. But if Paul Robert attacks over it, he just has the Albion Surge in the end phase. Mirror Jade is not going to be live in the next turn. He has the Forbidden Crown. That is going to be a big issue for Guillaume.
That's what I'm thinking.
In the future. But yes, he is actually indeed searching the Rotary, so that pushes through at least one. Mirror Jade unusable next turn because it fully resolved. And then you could perhaps Trackmaker Synchro a way to get rid of the Mirror Jade. And the resources that are built up by Paul Robert, they are not too big. He has 1 destruction protection in the graveyard, and he has incredible Ecclesia as an add-back in the end phase.
It's a tricky game state, but that is what we want to see here at the most important match of their tournament. Everybody can play out their combo, but when it gets down to those niche game situation, those game states that they haven't practiced before, where they are on the spot, where they have to find a solution to a new problem, that's where the best players in the world are shining.
In case of emergency, play Fallen and the Virtuous. This card has been heavily dominated.
Seems to be the theme, right, in this format.
Yeah.
Whenever you are in need of something, just activate Fallen and the Virtuous.
It took the community like 2 weeks to figure out how incredible this card is.
Well, I knew right from the beginning, Leo.
Yeah, you did. You definitely did, Dusty.
So we are passing things over. Guillaume with his signature sleeves. That card may be forbidden, but is his entrance to the World Championship also forbidden by Paul Robert Gossier?
Can he be denied one more time, or is Guillaume finding the strength, finding the lines to get through this Mirror Jade that can't be activated? The Fallen and the Virtuous. And the
so that's
Forbidden
Rotary? Rotary, and what else that was?
I haven't seen it.
I think it was another Q-Tune name. And Paul Robert, knowing that there is another Q-Tune name, of course, makes it less appealing to get rid of that Rotary. Can we somehow get rid of our card in hand? That makes the Rotary, of course, also way less appealing.
You Fallen and Virtuous. This, you don't have Fallen off the White Dragon in the graveyard, so Rindbrum not really the best option here. I think you have to send something for a follow-up, like Titaniclad, that would help you in the end phase if Guillaume is trying to build up a field and not try to win the game this turn. Or something like the Dogma that also does help, that gives more resources since we're all out of Albions.
It is Dogma, and it was Q-Tune Synchro the entire time!
That forces out possibly the last interaction. I think Paul Robert is going to have to let this go, because I think he needs to find a more valuable target for the Forbidden Crown. Also, you were saying trying to get the hand empty. He could have also decided not to add back the incredible Ecclesia the Virtuous.
Yeah. We had it empty, but we wanted it back on the hand size of 1. So that's very interesting. Can we respond with our Forbidden Crown here, or is it too valuable? And as you are suspecting, it is too valuable. We are waiting for a better moment to use it, and Guillaume therefore is resolving his Q-Tune Synchro here.
So Guillaume also the entire time had 2 Q-Tune Synchros.
He had, yeah. He was very, very careful with those.
Yeah.
He did not want to give another draw to Paul.
He was never too hasty. Oh, the Forbidden Crown is going to be a evil surprise. Because I think that was one of the cards he drew off of the Fubalos.
Was it? I feel like we saw it. I feel like we saw it already. I think it should be known. So Guillaume is playing around it.
So the Trek Maker.
I mean,
still banished.
Yeah, it is banished. And that means, of course, also that if we go into Trackmaker now soon, then that is the second and last Trackmaker in Guillaume's extra deck, of course, making the grind game a little tougher. We are going to get that rig. Oh, okay, and I mean, that's why I possibly would have liked to actually just go in on that Rotary, because now with the Rekko being used for that Synchro Summon, we have to activate the Forbidden Crown on this Trackmaker, because otherwise it will just be destroyed.
Yeah, there was also a world in which you don't activate the Trackmaker here, just so you can resummon it later on and the Crown doesn't stop you from this hard once per turn effect. But I think just activating it does also make sense. So Guillaume is going to be able to get another Cool Tune Synchro or JJ Cool Tune.
Wait, hold on. Paul is not certain about how to use this Forbidden Crown. Yes, you could negate that Trackmaker here, but maybe you also just want to make absolutely sure to keep the Mirror Jade unaffected by battle for the rest of the turn.
Yes. Or even another card.
Ooh.
I think the Mirror Jade makes the most sense.
Yeah.
But if the Trackmaker cannot be synchroed off, the only way Guillaume could get rid of that Mirror Jade is by not bouncing it back.
Yeah.
So then again, what are we resolving this on? I think he resolved it on the Trackmaker,
Yeah,
right? So
he did.
The Mirror Jade is either not going to be removed, or it is going to be removed so that it triggers.
In a favorable way for Paul Robert. And now Guillaume still gets, of course, the Rotary going. And Leo, if here we did not have that Ecclesia in our hand. The rotary could have not been activated, or at least, I mean, it could have been activated to get something out of the graveyard.
It could have spinned the Dogma back. That would have at least helped a little bit.
But then we have our Mirror Jade on the field against very little on Guillaume's end, and Mirror Jade is going to give us resources next turn then anyhow by getting, for example, the Dragon that devolves the Dogma into the graveyard. So I feel like getting that Ecclesia back into the hand there in the end phase may have been that small little misstep by Paul, but of course, it's still not over just yet here in this game.
Yeah, that Ecclesia could have also just been added back to hand in the opponent's turn. Guillaume is normal summoning Q, and now he's checking the graveyard. What can I already summon? Have I already gone through something important? Possibly a remix? No. Summons back the Rekko from graveyard, so that there are more top decks in the deck. Rekko is now also activated, and at this point I think we know that Paul Robert is not going to have any interactions. Is this going to be one of those huge cool tune turns in which you try to win the game? Because there is a lot of monsters on the side of Paul Robert, and keep in mind there is branded opening in the graveyard, so destruction protection is granted.
That is true. Guillaume, with plenty of great tournament runs throughout his career, just at the French National Championship, he was very close to making another top 8 run, which you personally denied him there in the last round of Swiss. But he gets the chance here in this tournament, where it matters even more, where even more is on the line, where he could represent France, his home country, at the World Championship eventually. Will he be able to, though? Because this game stage right now, he is free to do whatever he wants here for the rest of this turn, because there is no further interruption from Paul Robert. But we have to be worried about the Ecclesia and the hand waiting, and also we have to be worried about how to deal with that Mirror Jade, because if that sticks around, it's a real big deal on the upcoming turn as well.
The upside is that you are going to be able to manipulate the top deck. So the Q is already doing some heavy lifting there.
True.
Hopefully for Guillaume. What are we adding? Considered the mix. Perhaps we're taking a mix from the deck. Yep.
We do.
Want to get the mix out of there, keeping some more Rekkos in there, unless we have gone through all the Rekkos actually. I think after we've searched one more with Cool Tune Synchro, we might have actually gone through a lot of those. So, what's next? Because did we add Cool Tune Synchro with Rotary, or did we actually add something like JJ Cool Tune?
Leo, do we even have another Cool Tune Synchro? Because we definitely went through 2, and I don't quite remember whether on the first turn we went through 1. I want to say we did not, because our first turn was rather simple. So there's 1 remaining in rotation, so that must have been the search as well, yeah.
Or the JJ. But I don't know. If you got crowned on the track maker, then I don't think you need the JJ for anything. I don't think it helps in any situation.
There is the 3rd copy of Cool Tune Synchro indeed.
And we're grabbing the JJ Cool Tune. Now Paul Robert is just checking, is that even possible?
It is.
It is.
But it is weird, isn't it?
Yes.
Because that could have been the reverse order, where we just immediately add the JJ Cool Tune, securing a Cool Tune Synchro remaining in the deck, because now we're all out of them.
And now Guillaume is just normal summoning the mix, checking the graveyard. What can I add? It's either a level 1 or it is a level 3 monster. You cannot add clip with it.
Guillaume is one more time taking a deep breath here. He knows how important this game is, because he cannot afford to lose another game. He is with his back against the wall. He needs this game and the match to be representing us at the World Championship in Tokyo.
RS, let's count cards.
Ooh, yeah. Let's have a little math lesson here.
Maybe that was the big plan from Paul all along, to get the Ecclesia out of the graveyard so that RS has less attack.
Yep, might be. I'm not gonna lie, could very well be.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's not a lot.
Well done, Leo. I didn't think you could get us there, but we have figured out how much attack there is on RS.
I have my moments.
Okay. Lovely.
So I think, and that is a very nice play from Guillaume, the next play is to go into Loudness War to protect the other tuners from card effect destruction.
I like that. I like that a lot. So the thing is, with the track maker now staying on the field for sure until the end of the turn, and then for the beginning of Paul Robert's turn, we don't really get any use out of its graveyard effect here this turn. So with all of our Q2 synchros being used up, we would need the clip actually to ever get it into the graveyard for a synchro summon here, which is not necessarily amazing. Here comes Brandon opening, protecting us from destruction that Mix was trying to get in.
I like just trying to get it out of there with the Mix effect. By just, you know, it's one less thing you have to worry about, and I don't think you're going to go for a game this turn anyway, so rather running over everything seems more suitable for the situation. You kind of can't leave the Mirror Jade on the field.
You cannot, that's true. Q2 and Loudness War. Are we going to go into that, or is that not the way to go right now?
I think you can definitely do that after the battle phase, because now you can use Q and Rekko to run over the Rotary and the Albion.
Battle phase it is.
Aluba.
Runs over the Rotary, runs over the Aluber.
Is the RS not big enough, or does he not?
We don't want to get over it, I think.
We tributed the Q.
And there is the clip. I was mentioning that. That's our only way to somehow get that Trackmaker back into the graveyard with a Synchro Summon.
Do we just leave the rest of the cards on the field like that? Because I think Clip plus into Trackmaker plus Rekko is actually really, really nice. I think...
Oh, we're passing.
Now the Dragon that devours the Dogma can activate its effect.
Okay, that also actually... The Q would have never been so good, because we would have never actually had the chance to have the consistent top deck stacking, as we would have always, in the end phase, messed up the order of our deck anyhow, as we are resolving here that graveyard effect of the Dragon that devours the Dogma, and that gives us Fallen and the Virtuous. And honestly, Leo, Fallen and the Virtuous and Mirror Jade that will be live once more here for the beginning of the turn. I do see an opener here for Paul Robert to make this a clean 2-0.
If Guillaume survives this turn, and that is a big if, there's going to be no more Cool Tune Synchros in his deck. Rotary is going to be useless because JJ Cool Tune is out as well. There is one RS that is stopping you from going to Tokyo right now. However, you can just activate Fallen and the Virtuous onto the RS. You have the Mirror Jade as well. Things are looking rather good. However, if you go for a Fallen and the Virtuous onto something like the RS, I think you have to do it in draw phase. Otherwise, there's a potential clip summon, clip Trackmaker, go into Loudness War, and then your monsters cannot be destroyed anymore and cannot be targeted, or the other ones at least. So you have to be very, very hasty with the Fallen and the Virtuous. And I think this is the first move that Paul Robert is going to do in his turn. We don't know which phase he is in because we cannot hear the players, but I would assume it is the draw phase.
It gotta be the draw phase for sure. We haven't done anything else, so first move is on Paul and it will probably be in the draw phase.
I think he picked up Brandon in High Spirits.
No way. That's a huge pickup.
But I'm not very sure.
If it is, it may as well be the card winning him it all.
So Paul Robert is now still contemplating what can you do.
For a second it looked like he's targeting the Mirror Jade. Or are we chaining the Mirror Jade? Oh wait, no, we haven't even activated the Fallen Virtuous. For me, it looked like he already activated the Fallen Virtuous, but we're starting off with the Mirror Jade, which kind of leads to the same scenario. As long as you're getting rid of the RS here before the main phase starts in one way or the other, that's good, but we want to maybe even go after the track. I mean, if we get rid of the Trackmaker here, that means our Mirror Jade will never leave the field without going into the graveyard. Second Trackmaker banished, so that is making that clip in hand way less appealing.
And Guillaume just has to let it go through. Now Paul Robert is considering, are we going to use the Fallen and the Virtuous? Yes, has activated it now.
Will destroy. Yep, we're sending from...
Oh, Ecclesia and the Dark Dragon. RS is immediately popped. This is moments away from history for Paul Robert. This could be one of the most important moments of his life. There is no interruptions on the field. He has set up the Ecclesia already. This is going to take away more cards from Guillaume. He is having some cards on the field.
We went main phase, and we wanted to enter main phase, giving Guillaume the option to activate Clip, but with chaining Brandon in high spirits. Leo, you saw it right. We picked that up for turn. What a pickup that is, sending the Ecclesia to the graveyard.
And that is insane, because the Clip will resolve, and that is going to trigger the Gran Guignol. The Gran Guignol can get out that Quem. You have added the Fallen and the White Dragon to the hand. Quem on the field is so dangerous now for his opponent. This card is setting up Paul Robert for the win. The one information that was lacking for Guillaume was the top deck, the Branded in high spirit, and that is going to be so crucial. Paul Robert, after so many years of playing the game, after so many big wins and so many big losses, so many times being close to those grand victories, he is moments away.
Oh, you read it right. Gran Guignol effect right away, as we have met the condition of it. That Clip resolving. Of course, it was activated before the Gran Guignol ever hit the graveyard, but that doesn't matter as long as the Gran Guignol was in the graveyard when it was resolving. So, Guillaume will try to stop Paul here, but can he do it?
How is he going to do that with the RS? Guillaume will need to find a way. He has so few resources. Clip is going to banish the dragon that devours the Dogma. That is right at this moment not the most important card in the extra deck.
Oh my. Can we do this? Paul seems strong enough. Paul seems willing enough. He seems concentrated enough, even though the day was long. So many duels, but this may be the deciding duel already for him here. Possibly making it a 2-0, but hold on. We are going to first of all use RS, trying to negate here.
And the Quem will be negated. I think that was signifying that it did resolve, but the RS can just be spun back by this Ecclesia, the Dark Dragon. Perhaps, oh wow, we even have Windbomb from the last turn.
We do.
So strong. I think we can also just spin away the JJ Cool Tune to deny more follow-up. Honestly, the extra deck of Paul is also getting rather slim, but that is what the Ecclesia and the Dark Dragon is for.
That's the thing, we could even recycle the banished dragon that devours the Dogma there, as we can not only get those cards from the graveyard, but also banish. But we also still just have the Fallen of the White Dragon in our hand. Like, this is crazy. We get another card into the graveyard. There it is, activating it, sending Titanic Lad. Our options get more and more and more, and Guillaume will need another interruption here to somehow stay in this game.
I think Guillaume has something like an Effect Veiler that could be used here. You could theoretically, even though the Quem is negated, chain block the Fallen of the White Dragon to stop a Ghost Spell or something like an Ash Blossom, because we have the Effect Veiler. This is going to negate the Fallen of the White Dragon. Now I think it is time to use Ecclesia from the graveyard, spin back something from your opponent, put it back into the extra deck, and then go for your first Synchro 8 on the side of Paul. That is going to amass so many resources. That is going to be the way into Cartesia, and with a setup of Quem and a possible Cartesia, you are going to be able to summon back that Mirror Jade as well. That is the moment in which Branded amasses almost infinite resources. This is the moment where this deck never stops playing anymore. This is the game that Branded wants to play, and Paul Robert is just sitting in the middle of it.
Some players were scared to bring Branded into this tournament because of the new Chaos Ritual decks and them having a pretty decent matchup into it. Not Paul though. He was one of the ones making top 8 with it, and I think we even have multiple top 8 participants on that Branded strategy, so that pick certainly paid off for many people. Now Guillaume, is there anything else? Hopes for himself and for all of France, as we know that that community is really cheering their players on when they're trying to perform on the big stage. But he is currently not looking like he could be fighting on against that onslaught of Branded cards here.
He is a national champion of France. He is beloved by the community, and he has been so close to getting a ticket to the World Championships before, just merely 2 years ago. Having this elimination match did not go to Worlds then. He really wants to go. You can see it in his eyes, but it is not looking great. Paul, of course, this is an untimed top cut. he can take his time with those difficult decisions.
Oh, battle phase, and we are not even going to attack over the RS because it ain't big enough, that Mirror Jade, so we are sending it in, destroying it with the battle, and that means we are going to get that end phase effect of it, and in the end phase then it will be able to destroy RS, which now is interesting because I thought we tried to get rid of all of those track makers to make sure that this card is never really ever going to happen to be in the graveyard in any other way than the opponent destroying it, but we figured this out. Ooh, we're now putting the Mirror Jade back into the extra deck with the Ecclesia, so that's another card taken away. We just get rid of the JJQ tune, so that is going to be so little resources for Guillaume. Can he make a comeback? He gets another turn, but he will need to find a good top deck, as Paul Robert just did with the Brandon High Spirits as well, of course.
Paul Robert is going to have a massive end phase as well. Quite a bunch of cards have been sent to the graveyard. Most importantly, the Titanic Lad. Actually, how much does the Titanic Lad even do at this point?
We're in the end phase. Ecclesia back into the hand. Paul was kind of shaking his head. Did he forget about the Mirror Jade, maybe? There's no way. Is that even an optional effect?
It has to be sent by an opponent's card.
Oh.
I think it is crashing, honestly, when you're in battle by an opponent's card.
Oh, Ghost Ogre, though, on the Fallen of Albas. Their last card in hand remaining for Guillaume. Last card destroyed by the Mirror Jade. So Guillaume is in absolute top deck mode.
He now needs to find any cool tune names. Otherwise,
Heart of the
Robert is going to run away with the game. Guillaume Marron, this is your moment to get back into this game. This is the time where you top deck. He passes back. He passes back. Now he has nothing on the field, so Ecclesia cannot spin anything back. Nothing can be triggered, but I think that... Oh, Ecclesia has already been.
Yeah.
It has spun back the JJ Cool Tune, so I think Paul Robert can just go into the Ecclesia next turn and start really amassing resources.
So Paul is just thinking whether he wants to use the Rindbram now in the end phase maybe, and it looks like we are going to do that, and there is Fawn of Albas in our graveyard, so why not?
He gets out the Fawn of Albas, perhaps just to get another body.
Yeah.
He's drawing a card. Guillaume Marron has nothing to his name. No cards in hand. One card in hand, no cards on the field. Is this last top deck the hand trap that is going to save his Johnny?
Oh, we pick up more chubby football loss on Power Robots, and only imagine if it would have been the other way around. Drawing the Molchami Fulos first and then drawing the Brandon High Spirits. This game would be over at that point in favor of Guillaume, but due to Paul last turn picking up the Brandon High Spirits, he is all of a sudden in the driver's seat here.
Now Paul can just go for the Synchro Summon. Has used the Rindbram just to get out on there. There is the 3 champions of Sword Soul.
And that is, of course, something that may even be better than that Ecclesia, because it gets you the Cartesia, but also it stays on the field, providing those 2,500 attack points. And that's already, with those 2 cards on the field, half of what we need to make this our game, to make this our match, to make this our dream, to go to the World Championship.
Cartesia is being special summoned. Guillaume is shivering. I don't know, at this position there's not a lot you can do. He doesn't have the agenda over the game anymore. Paul Robert, he is not too happy that he had to use the Quam as synchro material, because it rather wants to stay on the field when synchro summons are being performed. He is looking for a line to possibly find game to get him to Tokyo.
Is there a possible line for 8,000 points of damage? Surely there gotta be with all of those monsters.
1,500, 4,000 damage, 5,800 with the fall of the White Dragon. Mulchami Fuvalos also adds 100.
Well, you may as well normal summon it, sure. But Paul, he's searching for a solution. This is the 3rd Fuvalos now in total in this game. The first 2 did some real heavy lifting, but this one now is a little late to the party.
He so far hasn't sent a fusion monster.
Oh, he's shaking his head. Is this just battle phase and pass over?
Is he out of Granguignols?
He's on 2. I don't think he's out of them, no.
Because Granguignol would be a way to at least get all of the end phase triggers, because he hasn't sent a fusion monster.
True.
This turn. He has also recycled a bunch of cards.
Oh, Powell is going to use that effect, maybe. He's not sure himself. Is it more damage when you just go battle phase, or do you want to do this first? And seems like we have now activated the effect of Blazing Cartesia.
I think at this point you really do not care about damage anymore unless you can win the game immediately. And now Secretarion Dragon is being summoned by Paul Robert. Meanwhile, on the other featured match, Tim Gräfe won. Another German is already in Tokyo. Can Paul Robert make it to Secretarion Dragon? Is going to summon out the Albion or the Cartesia. One of the two Albion goes back to the extra deck. Another resource. Cartesia is summoned to the field. That is already more damage, but it's not quite 8,000 yet. Fugalos is being summoned. Do you have another Synchro Monster that you can make with those two? There is one of them as a tuner. We are nearing the damage, but this is right now 7,900.
That's Ecclesia. Almost there.
Do you have a way to get more attack points onto that field? Ecclesia. And
It is
the
enough!
fist bump!
Paul Robert Goss is going to the World Championship with that 2-0 defeat over Guillaume Marron, and his dream becomes reality.
Incredible scenes at the EU WCQ in Brussels. Paul Robert greeted by his friend and former world competitor Tom Kleinegräber. And on the other side, there is Guillaume Marron, one of the best duelists in the entire world, one of the favorite of all of the French players. He is going to have his moment in the future, but it is not now. This is the time of Paul Robert, who showed everyone that Branded is still, even though Chaos is in the tournament, one of the best decks. This deck can get you anywhere.
One of the players in Europe that may not have had the biggest name just yet in the community, but was always mentioned by a plentitude of strong players, like you just saw Tom Kleinegräber, that is really, really good at deck building, always was involved in deck building for all of those top tournament decks, and now finally building a deck that brought himself the success here at the EU WCQ.
What a match. Two people from the main event we have sent to the World Championship now, and it is time to find out who the other two are. We have two more
spots remaining at the World Championship. That's true. And interestingly enough, I mean, you have seen who's in top 8. There's already one of them qualified. So let's see whether Danilo will be able to still compete in this tournament or whether he is going to be eliminated. Stay tuned, everyone. 2 more matches to come. So make sure to watch both of them on both streams. See you in a moment.
we promised you it would not be long until we get into the next top 8 match. Daniel versus Florian. This is going to be another decider match on who goes to the WCS, to the World Championships.
I am so excited to see which of these players is going to make it through. Both of them have walked through fire to get through here and have come out on top, but this is the final test to see which of them will be going through to Tokyo.
And now, when we're looking at the decks, it's a completely different game than what we have seen in the other semi-finals, or in the other top 8s, I'm sorry. We have seen 3 Cool Tune and 1 Branded in those 4 decks, and now we have Elf Note, big combo deck, versus Mitsurugi. And what I am asking myself is, because I don't think we have had a single Light and Darkness Ritual deck in the top 8.
No, I don't think we have. Having said that, it did phenomenally well yesterday in the playoffs as well. But it's interesting to see how it will go on through here in this game. But we are now ready to move on to game 1.
Players are ready. Have we performed the die roll already, or is this? I think we have.
Seems we have, yeah. Let's have a look, see who is going to be going first here. Will it be Florian and the Mitsurugi deck, or Daniel on the Elf Note deck? Let's have a look, see which of these will be going first. It looks as if we have Daniel on the Elf Note deck here.
Oh, and that is a Regina. Did Regina start? And this one is now going to be able to summon an Elf Note from the deck. That does not look like the strongest start. Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring is being activated, but normal summon Elf Note Power Patron is going to kick us off. And let me tell you, this normal summon, while it's not ideal for most combos, this is a strong start, because now we can go into the Strelitzia and we can search for another Elf Note card. Plus, we can get a free main monster zone.
Absolutely. I think most days you'd see that start from Daniel, and the Ash Blossom would be an automatic usage there. That didn't seem like a very powerful start, but we had the extension, we had the extra play in hand, and we are still going.
Now let's see whether the used up normal summon is going to hurt us in our Elf Note combo during this turn. Strelitzia is, of course, an absolutely gorgeous card as well, very colorful.
Yeah, absolutely. Has an effect as well, which during the main phase lets you special summon 1 level 6 or lower Elf Note monster from your hand or graveyard. And you can reduce the levels of all level 4 or higher monsters on the field by 3. Has an amazing effect there to impact the opponent as well.
This card is basically also Crystal Wing. It's just, you can just summon out Crystal Wing Synchro Dragon. Oh, we are reducing the levels and we're going to TG Hyper Librarian. What is happening now? Tinya is being special summoned, activates the effect, and I think Daniel has lured us in a false sense of security.
Haven't seen TG Hyper Librarian in a deck in a very long time, but we do see that Tinya summoned as well here, and the Elf Note Welcome Home activated directly from the deck, discarding the Mulchami Fualos to add an Elf Note card from deck to hand with, I believe, a different attribute to that.
The last time I saw TG Hyper Librarian, it cost some kerfuffles.
Good, do tell.
Well, it just drew a bunch of cards every single time you made a power
causes
turn.
problems, it does. We see the Fortuna summon here from deck as well, able to activate a trap directly from deck. The last time I saw this usage was, I think it was a tech option in some early Yummy builds, but since then I've not really seen it for a while.
I wonder how strong the draws are going to be in this deck, because that means that you're going to run a big amount of non-engine that you're trying to find. So we got the Power Patron back. We can now go into the June Pride.
Elf Note June Pride, such a powerful card. Has an effect that lets you summon 3 Elf Note names from, I believe, your graveyard and your deck.
Up to 3.
Up to 3,
because
apologies.
Banishment is also, or is it from hand? Hand, deck, or GY.
Because so I know you can actually, I know you can Ghost Spell it, so it's very easily interactable, but very powerful card as well in and of itself. We do see the summon of the Regina from the hand. We see one coming from the graveyard here in the Strelitzia, and one coming from the deck. We'll find out in just a moment.
I think we haven't gone through Lucina, or we could go for another Elf Node Power Patron, because that one is a tuner. And ever since we have summoned the TG Librarian, we haven't really synchro summoned. Back in the day, this card was also basically Floodgate-esque for your opponent, since you also draw when your opponent synchro summons.
Yeah, absolutely. We do see the Elf Node Power Patron summon from the deck here as well. Going to do for another synchro summon, getting another draw from that TG Hyper Librarian as a mandatory Chainlink 1, summoning the Axel Synchro Stardust Dragon here.
And that is, of course, a cool way to play here, because you are going to go through more synchro summons while getting to your end field with the synchro monsters you want to end on. I wonder if you're going to be able to find your way into the Crystal Wing. I'm pretty sure you can. You have the Rhapsodia of Madness, so that one is going to get the Strelitzia back. But we are going to go into another synchro with the Regina and the Elf Node Power Patron. So we're summoning FA Dawn Dragster, which is going to net us another draw. I think we picked up Ash Blossom and Joy Spring. That would be absolutely crazy.
Pretty darn good. A card that does benefit you anywhere in the game, but it's so nice when you can pass your opponent and have that extra interaction in hand as well.
Wow, that is a pretty loaded hand.
It really is.
But he's actually playing versus Mitsurugi, a deck that went a little under the radar recently. It was deemed too inconsistent to perform at big tournaments. However, Inkori, a card that feels like it was designed for the Light and Darkness Ritual deck, was released. The Ragged, and the Ragged Records of Rights is actually just another Habakiri that you can put into your deck, because Habakiri reads something with Mitsurugi Ritual.
Absolutely, indeed. We do see the normal summon here of the Aramasa coming down to the field. Maybe not the most powerful start here from Florian. It's not bad, of course. By no means is this a terrible start, but it's interesting to see how he's going to play through this here. We add the Mitsurugi, Amina Habakiri, no Mitsurugi to hand. I got there in the end. And we're going to see how we can play through this field here. Plenty of interruptions. We have the Trap, we have the Excel Synchro Starter Dragon, we have the FA Dawn Dragster, and of course a very full hand of interactions as well.
Is there a world in which Daniel activates the effect from the Excel Stardust Dragon to summon out Stardust Dragon before the Mitsurugi hits, Murakumo hits the field, so that he can actually use the effect?
I'll tell you what, Leo, your brain's much bigger than mine, because I had not thought of that, but yeah, that sounds like it could be something very interesting here. Absolutely, goodness me.
Would sound incredibly funny. However, I think if your opponent uses one of their big monsters on the field to summon Stardust Dragon, I think you're like, okay, let's go. Do that. I will attack over it.
Yeah, I'm not sure you'd need to, especially because we have the FA Dawn Dragster here, which can negate this ritual if needs be. And of course the Trap as well. So we have two different ways to interact with this.
Trap is throwing away another Fuwalos and tries to summon out the Strelitzia. Of course,
it is Ghost Bellable, but it doesn't seem to have happened here.
That does negate a face-up card on the field. Elf Node's Rhapsodia of Madness is not only a card that enhances your combo, but also negates something on the opposing side of the field. Non-targeting. Card's kinda crazy, actually.
It's a very powerful card as well, yeah. You can use it during your own turn as well. The negate is optional. It's the other thing that you really use to get value out of there. Summoning that Strelitzia back to the field and negating that ritual summon.
Only if you have a synchro monster on the field, though. So sometimes when you're playing through that field and you have used some hand trips to diminish their combo and they end on the Rhapsodia, it's not as threatening.
No, perhaps not. But we do see here the Mitsurugi Prez activating, tributing the Habakiri from hand, and will that see an answer here from Daniel?
That could be Ghost Bell and Haunted Mansion. However, that doesn't ever feel so good. I mean, yes, it's special summon something from the graveyard or from the deck, basically, or just add something. But in the end, if you trade a Ghost Bell for the prayers, you are going to have an issue with the Habakiri effect. So you could use the Dawn Dragster, negate that, and then Ghost Bell the effect of Habakiri.
That's my thoughts exactly. I could be wrong as well. I understand that certain different cards have different interactions with this, but if you go spell the prayers, can they not activate another prayers because it negates the activation?
Yes, that is 100% correct.
But then so does FA Dawn Dragster, so either way.
It's also true. So that is a card that you're apparently likely to let go through. We're getting the Saji back, and that is already something dangerous, because now all of a sudden there's 2 level 4 monsters on the field. And if we have learned anything in Yu-Gi-Oh! History class, is that there is a plethora of options that you can go into when you look at your extra deck. Rank 4 monsters are incredibly powerful ever since the beginning of that game. Even something like an Exciter-Knight could be incredibly strong here, especially since the Rhapsodia has already been used.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. What do we have going on here? We have the prayers being added to... Was that added after the Habakiri?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Oh no, this could be Saji. We summoned back the Saji.
But we already used Saji's effect to add the original ritual.
No, we started with the normal summon of... Did we? Okay.
Yeah, because the Habakiri summoned Saji, tribute Saji.
Thank you so much. Glad to have you here.
I have to be looking at stuff. I got eyes and things. We do see the Axel Synchro Stardust Dragon here activating the effect. Are we going to see anything?
Are we going to just have a Stardust Dragon as part of our end field? Is that going to be the case?
Kind of cool if we do, truthfully. But we do get the draw as well. Of course, it does count as a Synchro Summon.
So we get that draw, and now this card would be an answer. I know why he did it, because not only does that give us another draw, but Exciter-Knight does kind of look like it's unchecked on the field, right? So if you would go into the Exciter-Knight, you could, as player priority, just go Vums.
Yeah.
Just go Exciter-Knight, boom, destroy everything. Now Strelitzia is going to be activated, and I think it's going to shrink the levels of monsters on the field. How exactly does that work again?
Well, it would reduce them by 3 in this situation if it does resolve, and therefore you would not be able to make a rank 4 here, because it does affect, I believe, all of them a level 4 or higher monsters on the field, I believe.
So this card is actually really strong in this situation.
Discussing something with the judge here by the looks of things. Not sure what the issue is at the table. We're putting that Stardust back in the deck now.
Do you have to perform a Synchro Summon with the Stardust Dragon that you are
I don't
summoning?
think you do. I think you maybe have to perform a quick Synchro, but I don't think it doesn't have to be with Stardust Dragon. That much I'm aware of.
Special summon Stardust Dragon from your extra deck. Then immediately after this effect resolves, Synchro Summon using monsters you control as
So
material.
you do have to Synchro Summon is the issue there. That's a shame.
And it does not necessarily look like there is a...
No way to do it here, it seems.
Yeah.
Unless we can resolve the Strelitzia first to summon a tuner from Graveyard and then do the Excel Synchro. But I don't know if we're going to be able to do that here.
Yeah, that will work. And now we're discussing, okay, we have had...
We did draw the cards.
Illegal draw. He's just showing another Full loss. Thank goodness that we are recording this matchup. We have this with judges keeping their eyes on this. So I don't think it would even change anything, because we are probably going to go into this regardless if we use the Strelitzia and we are then able to perform a Synchro Summon.
Yeah, I think you're completely correct on that. Again, it will be interesting to see what the judge call states and what we do go into here. I think that's what's going to happen. I think we're going to go for the Strelitzia, maybe Chainlink 1 or Excel Chainlink 1. Although we can't activate that if we can't perform the Synchro Summon as a Chainlink 1, surely. So I think we are going to go for the Strelitzia effect first, if anything.
Yeah, I think we have to. Then that also reduces the level of the monsters on the field. Still having a little bit of a discussion here,
Yeah.
but that is fine, that is all right. This is an incredibly pressuring moment for those players. This is your play-in for the World Championships, for the semi-finals. And we've been talking about the WCS for so long this weekend already, but there is still a pretty big title on the line, because yes, everyone wants to go to Worlds, but so many people remember the European champion.
You're absolutely correct. Being the European champion comes with its own level of prestige, own level of respect. Getting to Worlds, as you say, absolutely wonderful. Being the champion of your region is also a truly incredible achievement that both players are, I'm sure at this point, desperate to achieve. still considering our plays. Again, we are on an untimed match. There's no need to rush our plays here, and it's good to players take their time, consider their plays. We don't need to rush anything here, and it is fair that we are waiting to make sure that everything is, the I's are dotted, the T's are crossed, making sure everything is done to the letter correctly.
So we are still checking out those different cards. So I think we are having a little bit of a longer situation on our hands. But don't worry, we are going to be with you through this. You're going to enjoy a little bit more of our yapping.
We do be yapping. I think we just... yes, Florian now just reading the... I saw it not on the field. I went, where's it gone? How do you think the Elfnode and Mitsurugi matchup is going to go here? I'm not asking you to predict a winner, of course, but what would you expect to happen each game? How do you expect each game to go yourself?
So I think going first, Mitsurugi has a big advantage.
Yeah.
Because if you can set up your full field, a deck that has a lot of monsters that they need to summon to work is rather fragile versus Murakumo, especially if you can destroy cards or get rid of cards or go IP into SP when the Welcome Home is being activated, because that actually protects the monster in the main monster zone from destruction,
yeah.
So you have to be wary of that. I think Mitsurugi can tax enough cards from the hand with Murakumo and other interactions to be able to win that game rather easily. Going second, I think, of course, Elfnode is a huge combo deck, so even though the hand wasn't ideal, we had to normal summon the Elfnode Power Patron. There is still an argument to be made that Elfnode is probably still favored. It's a huge combo deck.
It is, and has more recent direct support for it as well. No, I think you're right. It's an interesting matchup to be sure. It's not something I think anyone necessarily expected to see exactly the matchup of in the top 8, in the deciding match to send someone to Worlds here. But it is a true pleasure to see what's going on and see these fantastic deck pilots, see how they can keep themselves in the running here as well.
It's funny how strong Mitsurugi all of a sudden is if you just add a little bit more consistency to it. Because that was the main choking point of the deck. That was the reason why many players actually just pivoted away from the Mitsurugi strategy, because they said, hey, the deck already doesn't have the highest ceiling ever. I also don't want to brick. In addition to not making the craziest field, bricking is also a pretty bad thing. But now, with the Ragged from Chaos Origins, I don't want to say it's completely fixed, but you have so many more power spells that will get you your Habakiri. And honestly, I know the deck feels a little bit linear, but Murakumo to go rums and destroy every monster on the field of your opponent, it's pretty strong still.
I think it does feel linear because we are so aware and comfortable with the deck at this point. But yeah, it depends on the pilot as well, obviously. Linear or not, if you know how to pilot your deck, know where your opponent needs to be interacted with, anything can do well in any given situation if you are a good enough player. And obviously these players are good enough. So we're still working out what's going on here. I think what might be happening is, if I had to assume, I'd say, can the Axel Synchro even activate before there is someone on the field to be able to quick synchro with, and therefore it would have to be the Streletsia first, that resolves, and then Axel Synchro. I'd imagine that's the issue we're having here, but I don't know for sure. Just checking the graveyard, checking that everything is done properly here as well.
I mean, that's what also the judges are there for, right? But it does look like we are... I mean, we have resolved our card, right? So we are still in the process of checking if everything is correct. Now, sometimes these rewindings, they take a little bit of time, but let's view the situation for our Mitsurugi player, because one activation of Mitsurugi Ritual has already been negated. However, we do not know if it is the summon from hand or from deck, and that changes the situation drastically.
It might also be the issue of Daniel having drawn a card as well. Obviously, although we can see the game recorded, if that bit wasn't caught specifically on camera, it ends up being a bit of an issue as to know exactly which card was drawn and which card needs to get put back.
I think we are continuing the game.
Wonderful.
Well, this does look like, okay, Strelitzia is actually going to resolve. Okay.
There we go.
We are back in business, everyone. Strelitzia has now just summoned the Avnol Power Patron.
And then when that resolves, we go for a new Chain Link 1 for the Excel Synchro Stardust Dragon, and we go from there.
Yeah, and now at this point, the nerves have been kicking in a little bit. We can't summon the Omega here, but I think it's time for Daniel to take a quick breather for Florian too, because this is the high stakes. We make the Psyframe Lord Omega, and we get another draw from Stardust Dragon and from the Omega, actually.
Of course we do. Interesting. Another very powerful card in and of itself, but it does a lot for any given strategy that can comfortably summon it. We did not use the effect of Strelitzia to decrease levels on the field because we wanted to be able to summon the Omega there.
Can Hyper Librarian trigger 2 times on a summon, on 2 different summons that happened in the same effect?
I don't see why not. They both are synchro summons.
Yeah.
Each time a monster is synchro summoned.
Yeah.
So yeah, in the same way that, for example, if you were to get a Forlos from Crystron Tristaros, that summons from deck and then immediately afterwards summons from the extra deck, that's still 2 draws.
Okay, perfect. Then we have figured out the situation. So we are trying to overlay here.
That is the Baguska, the terribly tired Tapir here. In attack position, interestingly enough. So in attack position, this card cannot be destroyed by opponent's card effects. Interesting, and it's in the center main monster zone for that as well, which could come into effect. That's interesting. Your opponent cannot target this attack position card with card effects. An interesting thing to summon here.
I think we are trying to summon one of the coolest cards in the game of Yu-Gi-Oh!
Oh, yeah, that took me a second to realize what you're going for here.
An Exceeds monster that defies all rules of Exceed summoning. A card as old as time. Sky, Divine Arsenal, AA Zeus, Sky, Thunder. If you ever see a Baguska in attack position, this is what this is leading towards. And there are monsters in defense position, so you can even attack over the FA Dawn Dragster.
As a side note here, I've been testing another deck, that being Melfi, and it's very funny summoning this card in Melfi with like 8 material. It is a very nice thing to have this gigantic mech piloted by a bunch of bunnies. But we see this here attacking over the FA Dawn Dragster as well, able to remove that potential threat from the field. As you say, Sky Thunder does send cards from the field to the graveyard rather than destroy them. So this is going to be extremely impactful if it does resolve.
It's been a while since we've seen Zeus decide games. Daniel is contemplating whether he wants to react, but that is only a Ghost Token Snow Rabbit. That would mean that the Zeus would resolve. The field would be gone. Are we also chaining the Psyframe Lord Omega? Because we have just resolved that.
Goodness.
Oh no, the Omega is unaffected, of course.
Oh, of course it is. We still have the Stardust, we still have the Omega. This is still a game to be had. We have Daniel still in the game, Florian still not having won just yet.
Wow, and actually Axel Synchro Stardust Dragon protects both of these monsters. On resolution, Daniel says, hey, you know what, I kind of do want to rip a card. And there is going to be the 4. Banishes a Pot of Prosperities. That is a huge card to take away from your opponent.
It really is. Having said that, was that the main thing to take? Because that's not a card. I see that as it's not a card yet, you know? And we do have we must have something in hand here to be able to summon from the deck. Or actually, no, vice versa. I'm not sure which way this could go here, but we have something to be able to release tribute from hand, if that is the case.
Oh, we are sending the Futsu from our hand, and that is going to probably be Ame no Murakumo no Mitsurugi, the boss monster of the reptile strategy.
I think the Stardust Dragon stays on the field here, or rather contribute itself to stop. Either way, it's not really too concerned here.
I don't think you want to activate the Murakumo here. I'm gonna be quite honest with you, because if that is the case, the Stardust can just negate and destroy it, and I don't think that is helping you in any sort of way.
No, absolutely not. but we do have a potential search here from the Futsu. Oh, we do. Well, Chain Link 1, Chain Link 2, of course.
Yeah.
So it's Murakumo effect, and then the Futsu chain blocking that Murakumo's Raigeki-like effect to destroy the opponent's field, and searching something from the deck, unless that is itself stopped.
But I mean, the starter strength is unbothered, no? I think it is protected, otherwise it would have been sent by the Zeus.
I think you're right. Oh, yes, I think the Excelsior Grove protects it,
Yeah.
unless much mistaken. Yeah, I think it's unaffected this turn.
So Futsu is going to search. We have spotted a Ghost Bell and Haunted Mansion in the hand of Daniel. So it is very, very interesting how his field, through his big Synchro combo, is not the greatest. Oh, we are Ghost Belling the Futsu already, so we aren't even letting him go to those crazy, crazy mirror turns. And Florian says, okay, Murakumo effect. Well, yeah, all right, the price to pay is Meteors the Pure. That is gonna be fine. This card.
Summon that back from the graveyard as well, very easily. So this is maybe not as big of a deal as Florian would have been hoping here.
There's one card set. That's what people mean when they say that the Mitsurugi ceiling is not the highest anymore. If destroying everything doesn't work, then there is very few other plans. And this is what Florian really needs. So he now passes the turn, sets one card. Daniel communicating with the judges. Like, can I draw a card here?
Yeah.
Yes, you absolutely can. And honestly, he has a Stardust Dragon on the field.
It's doing a lot for him right now against this Murakumo. It's going to be a bit of an uphill battle here for Florian to be able to make sure that that Stardust is dealt with or gone in some way. We have the Cyframe Lord Omega here as well, being a problem, and a very full hand as we had plenty of draws from the TG Hyper Library before it was destroyed.
So Daniel, let's see how many resources you actually do have in your deck after your big combo, because the field is decimated. There's only Stardust Dragon and the Omega, but now we are opening with another Power Patron in the scale.
We see the Power Patron here. One of the best starters for any of these given strategies as well, able to use an effect to either... Basically, it has various effects that just put it in the extra deck, and when it's there, you can search your deck for something as well. So it does an awful lot for the strategy. But able to summon here the Elfnote Power Patron by putting itself in the extra deck, and then it gets itself another search, of course.
This card, Vidolium, the Unstable Power Patron of Unity, is phenomenal. All of the big Power Patron Pendulum monsters are breathtakingly strong. The engine sets up for not only big combos, but also plays through fields like it's nothing. And Florian, of course, in an untimed top cut, you would not want to scoop unless you know that you're going to lose the game.
Absolutely. So we have here just a bit of a thought process from both the players. Again, like you said, there's no need to rush it, it's untimed. Considering our moves, considering our plays, taking our time to make sure that we are doing everything the best we possibly can here. We see the Terminus been activated, or added to hand, sorry, I should say, from the deck for Daniel here as well.
So I think Daniel is just really where he wants to be. There is only a Murakumo. The Stardust in the field is doing surprisingly well, because it just negates the Murakumo if that's ever an issue.
Absolutely, yeah. We also have the summon here of the Meteors the Pure, able to summon a Power Patron from the deck here and get into so much of the Meteors Power Patron. All of the things you need. Obviously in this deck it's more Elf Note geared, but it gets into kind of anything you want depending on what you're going to go for. We see the summon of the Ginaldo here, which is a very powerful card in and of itself. Add to hand, of course, it can add to hand as well. It's me thinking it's going to be summoned. But the Pendulum Scale effect of the Ginaldo is, I think, essentially a free draw two. It allows you to draw two, and then I think you have to discard a card. But you then, when it goes to the extra deck, you can add a Elf Note card from graveyard to your hand. Where in this situation, you can either discard an Elf Note card, which you get back to your hand, or discard a dead card in your hand and get an Elf Note that's already in your graveyard back into your hand. So we're going to consider our plays here for Daniel, making sure we do the right thing. And we have the Regina in hand as well, just sending that Ginaldo straight to the graveyard, not even bothering to use this scale effect. And we see the Mitsurugi Prez activated as well, tributing the Murakumo as its optional cost here.
So the big question is, do you Ghost Bell this or do you Ghost Bell the Murakumo effect? Because I'm not quite sure that you're gonna get it off. Hence, since there is going to be a possible chain blocking event happening,
Yeah, this is really difficult here.
we're trying to resolve everything properly. Now the Saji is being summoned to the main monster zone, and then I think now it's going to be Chainlink 1 Murakumo, Chainlink 2 Saji. Florian just, yeah. 1 Murakumo, 2 Saji.
Chain blocking where we need to make sure that this Murakumo resolves as best as it can. That Saji blocking it, protecting it, unless we have something like a Call by the Grave, for example, I don't think there's anything here that can help help Daniel from stopping that Amino Murakumo no Mitsurugi.
But what can we even search that saves us here? Because yes, we're going to get one effect of. I think we have already used the effect that forces a discard. We've seen an effect Vader in the graveyard. I think that's how it got there. And yep, we used the Stardust Dragon effect. Doesn't destroy it because the Saji protects it, but Stardust Dragon effect actually negated Amino Murakumo no Mitsurugi in 2026.
What a day. What a day. So we have here, continuing to play, get some more Synchro Summons here, going for the Elf Note June Pride here, summoning from the extra deck, and then able to summon multiple of these Elf Note cards from all over the place, which I don't know if Florian's going to be able to interact with here. I think it is just the Murakumo. Wait, no, we have a hand, of course we do, but we... be interesting to see how he decides to interact, if he's indeed able to do so in this situation. Searching his deck, we have Daniel here deciding what, if anything, he wants to summon from deck. We see a Lucina ready to go, and potentially something for Graveyard as well as is his option.
Daniel just amassing more and more resources. It is looking rather strong, especially with the June Pride. He just needs to get over this Murakumo. Brain, a bunch of those cards in hand came from the Saji effect, for example, and I think he also searched something with the prayers, resummoned the Saji, and of course added something with the Murakumo.
That's
so 3 of those cards in hand are already just off of that. Let's see what else he has in hand. I think the one other card in hand was... Oh no, I think we know 2. I think it was Ritual and a Murakumo.
I think you might be right on that. However, if it is just a handful of engine pieces, this might be difficult for Florian here. Summoning the Strelitzia yet again to the field, able to get some powerful effects as we keep on going. And now the Lucina as well, which is able to, I believe, activate a... summon from deck, I should say. And we have the Tinia here as well. This is going to be very difficult for Florian to come back from because there's so much damage. Those Elf Note monsters are not small in attack.
I think the only thing he needs to find is a way to get rid of the Amino Murakumo no Mitsurugi, because that one has a whopping 3,200 attack points.
Yeah, absolutely. It will be difficult. Not impossible, though. We have a lot of powerful cards in the extra deck here, which are going to enable Daniel to get around and get through them. If he is able to summon them, that is the main thing, and it's a rather big if.
He also, I think he has the Terminus in Graveyard, right? So if he has a Power Patron monster on the field, he can banish the card and damage step to banish the Amino Murakumo no Mitsurugi. Now Florian is checking his graveyard again. Daniel is asking himself the big question of attack points. How do I get over this? I think he has the Terminus in hand, actually. So not quite in the graveyard. He does not seem convinced about the situation.
Yeah. I was going to say, I think the Terminus has not been used yet. So it'd be interesting to see how it... Oh, I think we're seeing here
Chaos
a
Angel?
Link summon. It is the IP Masquerena that will not get the effect, however, because we don't have anything that was an extra type used for the summon here, but we do free up a spot to be able to summon the Elf Note Power Patron from the graveyard with the Strelitzia. Using the effect to do so and summoning from the extra deck here, we're going for a Chaos Angel.
That one can actually get a lot of attack when it battles versus monsters that are level 5 or higher, so you can just gain the current attack while attacking.
I'm sorry, is that not Chaos Angel?
No, there's Crystal Wing. Chaos Angel, it wasn't
apologies.
even possible.
I was not even looking at the screen there, goodness me.
And now the Crystal Wing attacks, gains the attack, and that should be enough for game. just because the Crystal Wing just steals the 3,200 from the Murakumo. Then 4-8 with the SP Little Knight. That is definitely more than 6,400 life points. We're just making sure that it is completely correct. And the game goes to Daniel. 1 foot in Tokyo already.
Very excited for Daniel indeed, making sure that he can close out that game in a very convincing manner, and also sending up protection while he does so with the Crystal Wing as well. Florian here having a bit of a difficult game there. Again, I don't think he had the best start to the game with that the Aramasa summon there as well. Rather unfortunate. Not, you know, again, both players played phenomenally here. Both did their best and did what they could with the hands they were dealt. But it would be very interesting to see how they both go into game 2 after they finish their siding as well.
I'm just flabbergasted that Stardust Dragon in 2026 negated a Murakumo, and that was actually very, very much relevant for the outcome of this game. Stardust Dragon, that is so cool. I love this card.
It really is. We see some interesting cards in Daniel's side deck here as well. We have some fairly standards. We have something like Harvey's Feather Duster, Bestial Magnum, which may come in very handy against Florian here. But then we also see the draw on Lockbird, obviously very powerful. The Perulia, potentially good. Pot of Sloth, such a powerful card we've seen in this format. And also something for going first, which I won't spoil yet, just in case, because that is very spicy, and I don't think we've seen him use that yet in any of the games we've seen.
You Elf Note combo enjoyers at home probably know what Charles is talking about, but we are still going to conceal this for a little bit more. Elf Note versus Mitsurugi here in top 8 at the EU WCQ 2026 in Brussels. We are in an untimed top cut, and this is the match for Worlds if you've just tuned in.
I think we are getting ever close to being ready to move on to the next game, so I think we are just about to move in to game 2.
Can Florian put up a field that is big enough to defeat Daniel's Elf Notes, or is he perhaps going to brick or just make a field that isn't strong enough to withstand the onslaught of Elf Notes? Let's see.
I think having gotten this far, he's already proven himself to be able to. As you say, the deck can be somewhat bricky, but even with that, clearly he's done a good job to get this far. It is, to quote, I believe it's one of the American casters, Billy Brake it might be, but to quote him, it's not what you do with the good hands that makes you a good player, it's what you do with the bad hands.
Yeah. That is very, very much true. There's some games that we have seen over the past season, for example, by players like Philipp Weidinger or Jack Wermer, was suddenly speaking German, that played the Mitsurugi deck so perfectly, even when the hands weren't ideal. It was absolutely magnificent to watch. But now Florian is starting with an Aramasa again, so he is just finding his engine. We summon out the Murakumo, so no draw on Lockbird. That check is already made.
I think that Daniel has just a handful of engine here, but that does mean that we're going to see Florian pop off, as it were, and see a lot of these plays. We're going to go the Chainlink 1 and the Chainlink 2 from the graveyard to be able to get that spell back to the hand, and also be able to grab a spell from deck as well, because I think that was the Sagi that attributed as well. But we are going to see here how this goes for Daniel, because again, it's not as if the Elf Note deck can't play into a field. It can do some very interesting stuff, but having no non-engine visible in hand, that does make it an awful lot more difficult. We're going to see here what Florian goes for. We're adding the press. There is the Ragged Records of Rights here as well. Going to be revealing a spell from the deck and then adding, I have to assume, either a Habakiri or a Futsu to hand here as well.
I think we can take the Habakiri, because if we're now activating this, we can summon a level 4 monster. I don't think we have any more in... Oh, probably another Aramasa. Then tribute the Murakumo, trigger that, and then we have access to another rank 4 Exceeds right next to the Murakumo that we're then summoning back. Plus, we also, of course, have the resource of another level 8 Ritual monster in our hand. So if we prioritize something like a Baguska to stop our opponent, because versus Elf Note, a deck that does very little link summoning, that could be quite strong. However, we're post-side deck, so Dugares to draw 2 and possibly find a nice little solemn trap card or something like that. Could also be quite juicy.
That would be rather juicy indeed. It is going to be interesting to see, like I say. I think the strength of the Mitsurugi deck is in the non-engine that it can play, because it can do a lot. What it does is not a huge amount. It's impactful, but it's not a huge amount of different things.
Yeah.
But it's that powerful non-engine the deck's able to play as well, because it can play pretty much just the best non-engine in the game. It can play Shifter, it can play Impulse, it can play Spark. It can play all of these cards very well, and we are going to see the mirror here coming down to tribute the Futsu and summon the Habakiri, and then resummon the Futsu by searching.
What's your take on Dominus Spark?
I think it is situationally very good. I think it's good at the moment. I don't think it will always be good.
Would agree.
Yeah, I think with most of these cards, it's not a particularly spicy take. I think at the moment it's powerful because you can send, for example, a cool tune back to the hand during the opponent's turn. Maybe they can't, not back to the hand, sorry, banish it. Things like that. You can do a lot with it, as you know, with all the Dominus cards, but you can see they do sort of ebb and flow in popularity. I think that what makes Spark so good is the fact that you can run it with this plethora of other trap cards, which mean that your opponent doesn't get the plus off of that. A fun fact, I don't know if it was you and me or me and Basti who found out on Friday, you can Impulse Spark because it lets someone summon. Yeah, that was cool.
There was a Rico Eichelberger matchup in the playoffs. That was very, very impressive. Nice to see there. Of course, it would summon a monster. Now Dugaris. We're shuffling our deck, of course, before drawing. We have searched quite a bunch. As the rules dictate, before you draw the next card, you have to randomize it again. So 2 draws and 1 discard, and we're skipping the next draw phase. That is something that shall not be forgotten. Important
to note, because when I play this deck, it's forgotten way too much, unfortunately. But we see here, again, Daniel shuffling his hand and just not really anything to stop Florian from comboing here.
The question is, what does Florian find here? Does he have something cool, like an Impulse, like a Solemn Judgment, an Accusation, anything that can make this board just that little thicker?
I like having Dugaris in the field as just a bonus monster as well, because it does allow for link plays here. Discarding the Ash Blossom, that has to telegraph another Ash Blossom in hand, surely.
And while it's cool that you can discard one because you already have another, it's also your opponent then knows,
Yeah.
They know that you have another Ash Blossom, because surely you're not prioritizing this over something, or you're not prioritizing a Ghost Bell or something over it. Honestly, a Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit versus the Elf Mode deck, I even think I would consider.
Yeah, it's interesting. Again, it depends what we don't know what was kept in hand. It could have been something truly phenomenal that was traded off. These 3 Spell and Traps might be just game-winning by themselves. So the Ash Blossom might have been just the worst of an already very strong setup.
Now we go into Dynamondo, another way to summon a card back. We are not running IP Masquerena.
That is interesting, actually. You do often see that.
I think that is to play a little bit around the good old super polymerization. While this field is super polymerizationable,
yes,
the Dynamondo will stick and then be able to summon back the Murakumo or the Futsu, depending on which route you want to go, if you really need the pop immediately. But a Tinia summon is going to be the start. And of course, Florian just says, okay, you know what? I'm going to let you play a little bit, but I'm also going to activate the Futsu, get an Aramasa onto the field. No, that is Kusanagi. Kusanagi will add me back some more resources so I can play like crazy on the next turn if I get it. And I will have some protection from destruction for my ritual monsters.
I think this is one of the main strengths as well as the non-engine it can run. It's the resource loop and the grind game that this deck has to make it so powerful.
Futsu is a very, very big maxi.
It's an insane card. It really, really is. Being able to just keep summoning those monsters from the graveyard, and it's not just the little ones either, it's all of them. They can just keep being summoned, and then you can protect it with the small ones. It just sits there being a problem, and you really have to find a way to remove it quickly, otherwise it's going to keep causing issues for you.
And 3.4k defense is also nothing to scoff at. Wow, immediately pulling the trigger on the Mitsurugi prayers. We do not want our opponent to start playing with the Tinia. That is surprising.
It is surprising, but it is, I don't think, a bad play here if we can remove that Tinia, because it is a very strong starter for the deck. And again, these are not unsummon effects for the Elf Note cards.
Yeah.
They are an activated effect later on after the summon, which I forget the word for.
I mean, the thing is that you also activate the Welcome Home Elf Notes card with the Tinia if you get to use that effect, and then you're protecting the monster in your middle monster zone. So you're making Murakumo just that little bit weaker.
That you are as well. I think this 6-card draw there for Daniel was a draw a lot better by the looks of things, which is devastating if that's the case. But we see here the summon, the Chain Link 1 of the Murakumo, the Chain Link 2 of the Sagi, and I think that's the Chain Link 3 of the Mirror here.
If you have a Droll Lockbird and you don't necessarily want to play yourself, you can then now discard this.
You really can. Or, just as a potential, not that it really comes up anymore, because the Murakumo is already used its effect. You can use it during your own turn if needs be, to stop that from happening as well. But we are going to see here the Tinia being sent to the graveyard, destroyed rather, and then the Lucina being summoned in its place.
See, and now this card actually just gets to activate its effect. Futsu could just summon something back. Now the Dynamondo, I understand the sentiment of wanting to be protected from super polymerization. However, Dynamondo, after Murakumo has been used, especially if that's the first thing you do, it's just sitting there.
Yeah, what's it doing at this point? It's interesting. I guess you can bring back the Murakumo again if you really want to. But there's no point to do so. You can bring back the Futsu if needs be. It's not doing a lot, like you say. It's an interesting choice to have made here, to have done this exact play.
It's just sitting there. Get a job or something. Yeah.
I refuse.
There's really not a lot you can do with this card right now. It gives you some sort of utility, okay, but your cards are going to be protected anyways. But there is the Purification, of course, the big red no button. But Florian, he is very, very fast with pulling the trigger on his interruptions.
We see the Vidolium here being activated as well. It's interesting, like you say, it's as if he's trying just to not let Daniel play at all, not allowing him to get anything onto the field, not stick any monsters, not get any of these effects activated in the slightest.
I think versus the deck like Elf Note, Baguska would have been such a strong play.
I think you're so right.
Now we go into the Terminus, and Florian, he has a bunch of cards in hand. One of them is going to be the Ash Blossom that is going to be fired off. Daniel packs up his cards, and Florian takes game 2 back. The non-engine was too strong, the Dynamondo was too chill, and the game is too tied up.
Absolutely. We were digging for cards with the Dagaris there. I don't know which of those were drawn from that and which were drawn beforehand, but it was enough. And again, really unfortunate for Daniel just having a hand full of engine, even the trap, which is kind of a brick going second as well. But then also your 6-card being droll, almost taunting you at that point.
Right. I mean, but it's giving us a little bit more of a show, right? So that is just a great thing. Game 3, another decider on who goes to Worlds. So far, we've only had one game that ended 2-0 in the top 8 here, and that was Guillaume Marron versus Paul Robert Gauss.
Indeed. Going to see here what these... I always find this interesting to see as well, because obviously after siding one way and then going the other way, both players have to side their options back and forth, one going first, one going second, and then the other way around as well. And it's always fun to see how each player structures and alters their deck to do so.
Quite curious to see that as well, indeed. What goes through your mind when you are sitting one game away from a qualification for the World Championships? You are sitting at the stage, you know, thousands of people are watching you. Your friends are sitting at home in the audience watching you. Even people from your life who do not know about the rules of this game are watching you at this very moment. I cannot imagine the pressure that these players are under after playing continuously for so many hours.
I think what goes through my mind would be screaming. I think I'd be having a rough time at this point. I did attend the WCQ as a player last year, and at this point of the day, I did not make day 2, but even in the side events, I had a thumping headache at this point of the day. And these guys have been playing at the main event for 2 full days, and it is a huge achievement to have made it this far. And it will be even a bigger achievement when one of them does win. But I think we are going to move over quite quickly in to Game 3. Still pile shuffling a bit here. I may have jumped the gun on that slightly, but that's okay.
It's fine.
But we have here setting up there for Game 3. Again, interesting to see what the starting options will be for each player going into Game 3. I think some of the starting options for Florian for going second are... We have obviously something like the Wosu, which is very powerful, searchable Kaiju type card. Also the Harpies, the Lightning Storm, again, quite standard. Honestly, the side deck is kind of, without trying to sound in anywhere rude, kind of unexciting here. It's just kind of standard, but it's because it's good. This is what is tried and tested. We know all these cards work very well here.
Oh, and the players are picking up their cards. Daniel is looking at his opening hand, and that looks like the card that you have been talking about, the Secret Village of the Spellcaster's Terminus as the start. It looks like Terminus is also the only play. Ash Blossom Joyspring is discarded. Does Daniel have something? He can normal summon Droll and Lockbird and then activate the Secret Village of the Spellcasters if there really isn't anything. He passes the turn! Florian is now facing nothing on the side of Daniel.
That was very interesting play. Again, do you want to summon the Droll and Lockbird?
No.
And, well, this is the thing. It's the option. Summon it and then have the Secret Village on the field, or keep it in hand and hope for the best on that front as well. But again, Mitsurugi does struggle with it. It is not necessarily always... What? But then we have nothing for Florian as well. Set 2 and sending straight back to Daniel.
What is happening here, Daniel? Can he find a top deck? Something. He has another Terminus. What does Florian have? Another Ash Blossom!
This is going to be a very back and forth game of just waiting on the top deck. Which of these players will be able to play first? I cannot wait to see.
Does he set a monster? Perhaps he has the Elf Node Power Patron in hand. Maybe he can make something happen. Florian does not look like he's going to push a lot. No, he's not setting any cards. Florian finds another top deck. What is it going to be? You need to find plays.
Habakiri! Activating the effect from hand, summoning from deck, tributing. This could be everything. Having said that, we do know that Daniel has the Drawn Lockbird in hand. If this is not everything for Florian, it might end up being nothing.
Oh, but if you actually do resolve this and you get the ritual, you get Draw Unlocked, that is still kind of okay because you actually get to play a little.
And there's the call by the grave, stopping that Draw Unlocked from activating at all here.
Ring ring, who's there? It's the grave. Taking away your Draw and Lockbird, get out of here. Habakiri is being summoned, and there is so few things that Mitsurugi does better than winning games on the spot onto empty fields. Such big monsters. Kusanagi, Aramasa, bring in the whole family. It's party time.
It is indeed party time. Let's see. I don't know what else Daniel has in hand. If he's not able to play, I have to assume he's got a lot more non-engine. I think it looks like an infinite permanence and effect Vader, which don't really do a lot here against Mitsurugi as a strategy.
Now Florian, he just needs to find a clean way to win the game, while Daniel, he is smiling a little bit. He's sadly looking at his cards, shaking his head. This might be the end of the journey at the EU WCQ. This might not end in this absolute dream of attending the World Championships for him. He might be slowly accepting his fate, but before that, Florian will have to find a way to end the game. Mitsurugi Ritual is activated. Habakiri is considered as a ritual tribute, and we're summoning from deck.
I think this is a very unfortunate place for Daniel to be in here. But again, they've both done so well to get even this far in the tournament. We have the Murakuma on the field, which is going to be contesting any activation of an effect from Daniel, if any at all. We have the summon of the Habakiri from the graveyard, getting more and more advantage and keeping playing here.
So in theory, with full knowledge, just this with a prayers would be game.
But we do see the Mitsurugi Mirrorbit activated from hand here as well.
Oh, are we going to summon a Futsu as well? Another Murakumo. The second one activates the effect in the graveyard. Just summons itself back. This is way more than 8,000 attack on the field. Florian is searching at Purification. Daniel looks at the camera, shaking his head, and that is the handshake. Florian goes to the World Championships. Our next contender at the WCS in Tokyo.
Well done to Florian as he's heading to Tokyo. Daniel, commiserations, you did the best you could, did a fantastic job throughout the entire game there. What a wonderful, spectacular weekend you've had, but it has ended here, and Florian is through to Tokyo.
He is being celebrated with his friends, but with this we're going to send you over to the other top 8 match to see who's going to be the next contender at the WCS.
Hello everybody and welcome to the final of the Genesys Championship at the EU WCQ 2026 here in beautiful Brussels. My name is Charles and I'm joined by my spectacular co-commentator Sebastian Lemke. Basti, how are you doing, my friend?
Thank you so much. Doing wonderful. And we've waited a little bit here. We played our top 8 in the main event, but now we're finally into the finals of this very special tournament of the first Genesys Championship at a European Championship, and we have two exciting decks. We've previously seen Richard on that crazy 60 card deck with the Sacred Beasts, with the Blitzkrieg cards, but then on the other end, we also have someone flying under the radar the entire day essentially, and that is Sigge on his Archfiend, Light and Darkness, Red Resonator deck, and he fits all of that into 40 cards. How is that possible?
12 as well for going first here.
That's a good match, so let's get it started here in the finals. Not a shabby time to roll a 12, but he actually just set a card and passed it right over to Richard. You gotta be kidding me! What an entrance into this final!
Oh, devastating. We've just seen the list as well, and it's such an interesting list. We do see the activation of the continuous spell for the Sacred Beast here as well, doing so much for the strategy in this. Again, I can't get over 60 card Genesys list as well. Going to be getting the other two continuous spells and the potentially, maybe not. I'm going to think of the field
getting the field spell as well, I would assume. There it is.
There we go.
It was in hand though. That's not optimal, but still we're going to get it onto the field, and that's at the end of the day all that matters really. And Richard must be happy, sending all 3 copies of Thunderclap here to the graveyard. He lost per roll, but that's actually a plus here because he just starts with an additional card, playing only against a measly set card by Sigge. And I mean, when you're combining all of those different decks, of course, sometimes you're just going to draw some parts of them, and we just get rid of that Book of Eclipse, possibly the last resort there for Sigge. Not able to defend him here anymore as we destroyed it with the Uria.
And we see the Martyr of the Sacred Beast summoned here as well, able to summon 2 more from the deck, I believe. Yeah, this is truly a devastating state of affairs here for Sigge. Having said that, these guys are both already the top 2 in Europe. They're both already going to the Jump Fest in Japan. They have won their prizing. They've done everything they need to do this weekend. They did a phenomenal job, and they should be very proud of themselves, regardless of a bad hand here at the start.
Totally, but I mean, that first place prize of also getting all those Starlight rares is not too shabby, including those extended arts as well from recent sets, so you definitely want to have those for your collection, don't you?
You definitely do, but my point, you know, it's...
Sure.
At this point, it's unfortunate, but you've done phenomenally to get here. We do summon the Hamon, Lord of Striking Thunder from the deck as well. The Calamity of the Sacred Beast right next to the Inferno of the Sacred Beast. Are we going to see the Infinity of the Sacred Beast?
Oh, we need them all. Come on.
I think it's game if you get all of them.
Oh.
There we go.
And we're packing things up. Game number 1 is over before it even really started. And Richard, with his crazy 60 card combination of cards, is up into the lead here. And that must be nice for him. They waited so long to actually get started with this final, and then the first game is over in a heartbeat.
Truly devastating here for Sigge here. But again, not the end of the world. We have 2 more games to play out here, and Sigge once again going first. After signing for going first as well, it is such an interesting deck that he's playing as well. So it's truly devastating that he was not able to play in that first game. But we have such a fascinating deck available to us here. You see the name of it, Archfiend Light and Darkness Ritual. It is a mishmash of various different strategies and things going on that we've seen in different formats through the weekend. But I think the only thing we've not seen is this slightly larger actual Archfiend package we don't really see very often here.
That's true. There actually is 3 copies of Royal Archfiend, for example, in there. But there also is 3 copies of Archfiend's Usurpation in there too. So we're really actually playing a multitude of those cards. And then, interestingly enough, I mean, we see it here. This is and DR, so the ritual theme in there as well. Mind Shuffle is 40 points. Like, making that decision to even get to this deck, and then including 2 other engines next to it, gotta mean that those Archfiend cards are rather unpriced, and I think they don't have any points, and that's possibly why we're even able to find a solution to this ritual deck here also in Genesys.
Very interesting. We also see the singular copy of Pebeska there, just in case to reveal, I guess, but it's very powerful, so it's worth taking account of that. But yeah, the very highly pointed cards the Alarm Dance Ritual cards are, so seeing them used in such small quantities, they are accessible via the Archfiend cards, via the Red Dragon Archfiend cards we're seeing here as well, the Resonators and whatnot. There is so much happening. I think, you know what? I think this deck is just Light and Darkness Ritual Turbo. It's just all of these little things that get you to the few cards you're able to play in this deck.
Of course, and we want to see it, so let's get started here with game number 2.
Starting out game number 2 here, starting with the Archfiend's Usurpation here, as you pointed out earlier, having the set Archfiend Trap from the deck as well, which is going to do an set and activate immediately as Usurpation allows that to happen.
It does, and that is Archfiend's playtime, and playtime finally it is for Zigga after not playing at all in the first game. Now we get it rolling, and we have immediately that connection there between the Archfiend cards and the Red Dragon Archfiend cards, because that is one that you rather usually see in the Red Dragon Archfiend deck there, as this is Bone Archfiend, but Bone Archfiend now is able to send a Resonator to the graveyard, which is of course the other part of our deck.
Archfiend, fun fact, is I believe the most represented technical archetype in the game, because there are so many cards that just have Archfiend in the name that are part of the Archfiend actual strategy, but also cards that, like, for example, Genesys Archfiend has nothing to do with the strategy, but it is there because it has the name. And there are so many cards throughout the history of the game that share that little tag in the name. The Crimson Guard activated now, adding the Resonator back to the hand, and continuing to play by normal summoning I believe the Crimson Resonator as well.
Yep, that is true, and we have also just gotten the trap card that we started the day off with on our first featured match of the day when we had Ryan playing there, as we do have access to that King's Resonance there, which is a very flexible trap card, and that can get our monsters back on the field. And I mean, with King's Resonance, really, you are very much able to get 5 summons out of your opponent against Richard's deck, because Richard's deck, he summons 5 monsters in a heartbeat. Like, in the moment he basically breathes, there's already 3 of the monsters on the field.
This is incredible. We're summoning the Crimson Bladed Dragon here and using the effect of Grifo, which we added to the hand with the Crimson Resonator, immediately activating that Mind Shuffle, getting that. This is an incredibly inventive way to play this deck. I am loving watching this, because this is essentially just the Light and Darkness Ritual deck in the best way you can possibly play it in the Genesys format, where it's so heavily pointed.
And people were looking for solutions to make that deck work, and so far most of the people have failed. Of course, with the new cards only available since a couple of days, but I saw nobody really finding a solution to it yet. So maybe Zigga is giving the world now an example of how to play those cards, and maybe is going to be responsible in the future that those cards get priced even higher.
I am simply adoring watching this here, seeing the summon of the Dark... No, what's it called? It's got a weird name, I forget. It ends in Black Chaos, that much I remember. But it is the Dark Magician of Chaos, Black Chaos, I believe, summoning to the field here and adding back a spell from the graveyard to the hand. I love that it can add back any spell.
It can. Anything you ever could imagine and want. And we ain't done yet with this at all yet. And Richard is like, yeah, just keep on going. Scarlet Archfiend, and another Archfiend, I just realized.
Again, I think this is the bridge, I think, or not, maybe the synergy at the very least. Scarlet Archfiend and set 3 pass. This is an incredibly difficult field for Richard to play. Hold on, though.
It is 3 monsters, and we have seen Richard on that sphere mode, so that could be a very nasty action to lead this turn off here, getting rid of all of those monsters at once if we have found it. It's not? I'm lucky.
Yeah, very much so. But we do have a handful of Sacred Beast by the looks of things here. We have the spell card here, Card of Soul.
Card of the Soul. Still 8,000 life points, so we're able to just grab that required Uria or Hamon, and in that case, Raviel from the deck.
I keep saying it, I love seeing these cards being so powerful here because the GX fanboy in me is loving this. Seeing that Raviel added from deck to hand, nothing resolution, which I doubt there would be in this format. It's very heavily pointed, that draw a lot, but we are going to reveal the Infinity of the Sacred Beats, Raviel, Lord of Phantasms from the hand, to be able to add another one from the deck to the hand here as well. I think at this point, maybe, I could be wrong, but it's potentially baiting out interactions here because we are adding a Martyr of the Sacred Beast, not having added a Hamon and not using that yet either.
That's true, and I mean, Richard seems a little unfazed here. There's so many cards that he's facing, but he knows exactly how to play, how to maneuver into this field, and that is the Martyr, and we're using the effect. That seems like a valuable card to interact with, but Ziga also wasting no time whatsoever at all, immediately confirming that we are going to have that resolve.
Absolutely. Adding, activating, I should say, the Thunderclap of the Sacred Beast from the deck here as well. Or Sacred Beast Thunderclap, I should say, sorry.
Oh,
interesting.
That seems like maybe we are just going to bring that ritual into the graveyard there, and that is also going to give us access to the Black Luster Soldier.
Which here, if we are able to summon this from the hand, can banish a card that Ricard controls here. And we are going to activate the Mind Shuffle, adding the Magician back to hand, summoning the Black Luster Soldier, and then it's, well, importantly, it's not an effect here, it will be on the next chain we get the effect, so I think the Thunderclap will still resolve here.
Oh, was that what Ziga wanted? Because we are, like, there was a little bit of a talk between the two of them, and it seemed like Richard was confirming that he has already activated the effect and not only the card of Thunderclap, and therefore we are resolving that now, which is just giving us 2 more copies of the card right onto the field.
Absolutely. We also have the field spell available to us now, and we are going to banish the field spell. Honestly, makes a lot of sense. Yeah. It has a lot of potential to plus and plus and plus thrice in a row on your own turn here. We're going to see all the flipped face up. That was the quick placement of Debunk being flipped face up here.
Oh, Debunk, a Genesys staple in the side deck. We can just get rid of those hand effects, but there is another hand effect coming right away. Is there maybe another Debunk on Ziga's end? Oh, we're chaining Mind Shuffle now.
Mind Shuffle summoning that Dark Magician back to the field again here. The Summoner of the Sacred Beast being sent to the graveyard for its effect, and we are going to see the effect here as well of the
Dark Magician of Chaos, and we're going to grab another spell card back from our graveyard, and that is another Usurpation there that we are going to activate on Ziga's end. So we're back to the starting point. We're back to our Archfiend card, and that is, I think, Ghastly Glitch that we see there, right?
Goodness me.
Yes, it's also an Archfiend's card. At the end of the day, we're immediately able to activate that. We are, of course, still controlling a Fiend monster, and therefore we are able to just destroy 1 card on the field. And you could even now send another Fiend monster from the deck to the graveyard, which we do, and that is our Resonator that is going to give us Crimson Gaia again for follow-up.
No one can see, obviously, maybe Basti will be able to tell you, I'm just grinning watching this because this is such an interesting way to play this deck, and this is what I love about this game, is the inventiveness in deck building, something that Genesys is so good at bringing out in its top players.
Yeah, sometimes some decks in the constructed format seem like they're just better than the others and you can't really beat them, but here in Genesys really everything feels possible. You can just go in any kind of different direction. We had, I believe in top 8 we at least had 5 different decks competing, and they were all completely different from each other. Really, they were not alike. They were just oh, but Martyr now is getting 2 more Martyrs. I see a theme here, free Thunderclap, free Martyr.
Well, we might see the activation of the Raviel here, sending those 3 Martyrs to the graveyard, or 2 of them at least, to be able to, I believe, destroy or clear off at the very least Ziga's field here as well.
Will that be the case? Well, before that, we start with our Blitzkrieg cards. Now there's Surge, 60 cards in total, and once more, those Blitzkrieg cards, if one of the decks is possibly a little over the others in Genesys. I think it is both Blitzkrieg cards, but Ziga now has waited carefully for so many monsters to be summoned. So finally, it is time for King's Resonance, and as you have seen, he has summoned, I believe, easily over 10 monsters this turn. That does mean here in that case that we can even resolve the third effect to change all of your opponent's monsters face down. So we might be, with all of those monster zones locked up, just putting Richard into a checkmate situation here while we are just reading the cards.
Seem to activate though. He's been reset to the field, so I'm not entirely sure what's going on here.
Well, there's no restriction to the cards. It's just when your opponent summons 10 times, you can just not respond to the card. But besides that, I don't see any reason why we would not be able to use it here.
I'm not sure what's going on here.
Well, I'm sure they just want to make sure. It's a big final, so it's worth double checking, of course.
Absolutely.
And while it is a big final, I mentioned it earlier, first place does get the complete set of Rarity Collection 5, of Blazing Dominion, of Battle of Legends Glorious Gallery, including all of those Starlight Rares. Second place, still getting a couple of complete sets of Blazing Dominion and also Battle of Legends. We are excluding the Starlight Rares for that though, so it is a real big difference between first and second place, even though both of them will be going to Japan together.
Absolutely. And again, I think the main thing to fight for here is the crown, the achievement of being crowned the best Genesys player in the European scene here as well.
And also the very first at the European Championship.
Absolutely,
basically the European champion of Genesys when there is the first Genesys Championship at a European WCQ ever before. So, I mean, that's something to brag with when you're like telling your kids in like 50 years, yeah, the first one, that was me. One of many to come, hopefully.
And the kid goes, "What's that, Dad?" Anyway.
Well,
well, hopefully not. But we'll see here. I think also the fascinating thing about Genesys as well, not that Advanced Constructed doesn't have this, but I think Genesys, more than anything, rewards creative deck building as well. It is the technical play has to be stellar as well as an Advanced Constructed, but you can be so inventive and different and off the wall with your deck building in Genesys because there are so many different options available to you in this incredible format that we have here playing today.
So let's see whether this works out here. I've been informed that there is just currently the head judge being involved when we're checking whether there is going to be some kind of upgrade on a penalty. Always worth checking. We always have to make sure that everything goes according to plan, and we do have for Genesys, but also for any kind of other big tournament in Europe and anywhere in the world. Of course, we have those procedures in place where there is first the judges at the table, which are looking out for everything, and then there is a way to double check with the head judges, as every decision that is made by any kind of judge can be appealed to the head judge, and that decision then by the head judge can no longer be appealed as they are the final end boss and the head judge. And as the name suggests, they are the ones that making that final decision.
I think we are still, like you say, just deciding whether or not the King's Resonance can be activated here, and or maybe have to maybe resolved. It says, well, the 10 is so that you can't respond to it. And maybe they're trying to figure out if 10 have been summoned here to see if Richard can respond here before it does resolve.
That gotta be the question, but
it's been at least 5, so we can do the most powerful effect of this, which is to essentially Bucket of Eclipse your opponent's monsters all face down. But it is, we just don't know if it can be responded to in this situation or not.
Yeah, that is the question.
Let's have a look and see how these players manage to navigate this situation. Again, I keep saying both these players do such a wonderful job and have done an amazing job to get as far as they have here as well. So although we are going to crown a champion here, both players should hold their heads high for having played so phenomenally over this weekend as well.
So, I am informed that what this is all about is that there is no Synchro monster currently in the graveyard for Ziga. And the first effect of King's Resonance would be to special summon a Dark Synchro monster from your graveyard or banishment.
Right.
And so the question is, can you even activate the card while there would not be any way to possibly resolve that effect? But that is currently still being checked because I'm not even 100% sure myself, because there's the other effects still that could be working. So good thing we have judges for that, as I just explained, because they will make sure to get the right decision on that.
Absolutely. Well, yeah, that's tough. It says resolve in sequence, and if it goes 1, 3, 5 on there, you wouldn't be able to resolve the first one first, and therefore you couldn't sequence the others either. But I don't know that. Yeah, let the judges decide this one, because that is way above my pay grade here. Have no idea how this will play out. That's insane.
I sometimes miss my judging times. It's different, of course, and I love what I'm doing here with you, but I mean, it's also a whole different perspective to a tournament when you're sitting there as a judge, or in that case, standing there as a judge, to follow the players so closely for every move that they do and to make sure that everything goes according to the rules. And I think that is just a big responsibility to the entire tournament and to the community when you are in that position and role.
Absolutely. So it's why I've never done it, because it's way too much for me personally. I have such high respect for our judges that play these tournaments, or rather I should say judge these tournaments, staff these tournaments, do a wonderful job every single time, even just down as low down as a tournament as an OTS, for example. There is someone there making sure that the I's are dotted, the T's are crossed, the plays are happening as they should be, and these people are greatly appreciated by not only us, but of course the whole community as well.
Greatly appreciated is also that we apparently have gotten to a final ruling, and that final ruling is that the trap card can be activated and will be resolving without doing the first thing, and that results in Richard picking up his cards, and Zigge, with that innovative combination of deck archetypes, is picking this second game up in his favor.
You can really see why Richard was trying to fight his own case there, because that is such a game-winning move to go with there. And again, it's if that hadn't resolved, that would have gone completely the other way, I believe. So that really was the pivotal play in that game. I think both players knew it, and so they were both fighting their cases, and the head judge made their decision.
And it's a super legit appeal and question in the first place as well, because I could have told you we weren't sure ourselves. So of course, why would the players be? I mean, to be fair, they're maybe a little bit better in their craft here in the Genesys format, but still, of course, there will always be questions, as Yu-Gi-Oh! Is in some instances a very complicated game, and at the highest level especially. And we are in the finals here of the Genesys Championship 2026 in Brussels at WCQ, where it is the most competitive it could ever be.
Absolutely. Both players siding, shuffling, getting prepared for the next round here. Richard going first for the first time this match, going into this last game of the finals here. This is it. It's all to play for. We're all so excited to see how it plays out. What are your thoughts on how it could go here?
I mean, Richard, whenever I saw him this weekend and he went first, he went off and he produced one of the biggest combo fields you could ever imagine. So I feel like when he got the right cards, he may as well have this game in the bag. But we shall find out as we do get into game number 3. Which one of them can claim themselves the very first Genesys champion here in Europe, here at WCQ? This very game will determine that, as there is no more games to be played for Genesys here for the rest of this weekend. This is the ultimate game, and one of them is only going to be able to come out on top. And Richard, as I explained in previous featured matches, a real big figurine already in the Genesys community, making top cuts with previously his Monarch deck at YCSs in those Genesys tournaments, and now in the biggest of them all, in the finals with a complete homebrew, I want to say.
It does seem to be, and again, we do see that card of the soul activating here, adding whichever of the, well, aside from Uriah, Sacred Beast want to add from the deck to the hand here. Such a powerful, you just wouldn't expect to see this in Advanced Constructed. It's such a cool thing to see the card of the soul being activated here and resolving, adding that infinity of the Sacred Beasts, Raviel, Lord of Phantasms from the deck to the hand.
No Drone and Lockbird, That's already a big relief there
Yeah.
for Richard. But as you said earlier, that card not super popular in Genesis as it does have a couple of points on its back. And we have also found that spell card that is gluing this deck all together.
Yeah, the Sacred Beast release here, such a powerful one. Again, it can use both effects in the same turn, as I found out earlier. Such a powerful card. So not only can it search for 3 Sacred Beast cards, then discard 2, it can then also, from the graveyard, I think, search for a level 10 Fiend, Pyro, or Thunder as well. So the value on these cards is absolutely absurd.
And I love the artwork as well, right?
Oh, they're
with
so
with
good.
the 3 of them just in there. And I mean, it's also 3 cards, but you're searching. It just all matches. It just all fits. And we are normal summoning the Martyr. And that is something that has been very much like a red line going through this entire Genesis tournament. It's not really about stopping your opponent when they are comboing. It's much rather about breaking their field with cards like Dark Hole, cards like Sphere Mode, Lava Golem, and so on and so forth. So Richard, for the most part, in most matchups, will be able to completely go off here, and then Zigge on their turn might be able to break that somehow, but maybe there's a Vidos, as that card is also super popular in the Genesis format, but doesn't seem like it.
Very true. We did see that earlier today, actually.
Yeah.
Used against Richard yet again. So it's very interesting to see how this would go here. And again, the Sacred Beast field spell, thrice per turn, as you said earlier, and I'm sticking with it because it's a great word. We can summon a Sacred Beast monster by tributing, or I think maybe just sending 3 cards of the same type, monster, spell, or trap, from the hand or field to the graveyard here.
And there he is again.
Raviel, Lord of Phantasms.
And Richard, just carefully. So, in case you're seeing this for the first time, Richard has been on feature a couple of times throughout this Genesis Championship here already, so maybe you want to look back into the other matches as well in which he featured him. But mostly, we've seen the trend that he just starts off with the Sacred Beast cards and goes for the Sacred Beast, big combo, going into the Rooters as well as already a big end-field piece, and then afterwards goes into the Blitzkrieg cards as well to round off a perfect big combo turn.
And they do bridge into each other fairly seamlessly. The Blitzkrieg Alternator Trap can add the Raviel from deck to hand, and the 2 Sacred Beasts can overlay into one of the new Train Execute monsters, which can add Planet Pathfinder, which could add the Blitzkrieg field spell from deck to hand as well. So they bridge seamlessly back and forth between the 2 of themselves.
That is absolutely correct. You were mentioning that Super Dreadnought Rail Cannon Flying Launcher. So if we do not have access to our Blitzkrieg cards here yet, maybe that is what we're going to aim at.
We do see the an overlay network is forming. Here we go. Oh, it's Varudras instead.
Indicating that maybe there already is Blitzkrieg cards in there.
May well be, but here we go. Let's have a look what the next activation is going to be. It looks like it might be a Surge. It's, oh, no. Was that a Reveal Raviel? I think it might have been.
Yeah.
Or a Hamon, maybe.
For a second I was like, well, was that like a pump fake? Just trying to fake it? But no, it is actually just the reveal and the resolution. And look at that. We have already our alternator, which is now discarded to the graveyard where it really wants to be, because we can then use that graveyard effect nicely.
The synergy between these 2 strategies is just phenomenal to see pop off here as well, because who in their right mind would put them together conceptually?
Not me,
No.
that's for sure.
And yet, Richard found this incredible way to play these 2 decks together in a 60-card Genesis list, and it has been on an absolute tear through the tournament this weekend. We see the Summoner here, summoning the Uriah, Lord of Searing Flames, the Inferno, the Sacred Beast, and also summoning here the Infinity of the Sacred Beast, Raviel, Lord of Phantasms.
And in the meantime, we have also already searched Sacred Beast's Combined Assault, so possibly accumulating multiple trap cards here to interact with the opponent's turn. And not gonna lie, it has always been the hardest when you are playing for a monster field and additional spells and trap cards to back it up. Because yes, there may be a Dark Root, there may be a Dark Hole or something like that, but when it is backed up by those trap cards then as well, just breaking all of it is never really that easy.
Absolutely. We see the Blitzkrieg Breakaway being activated here as well, activating the Alternator directly from the deck, able to find us these Blitzkrieg cards as well. Again, it's just everything in this deck, because these are both fairly low-pointed engines here that can work so well together. So we have that full field of the Sacred Beast monsters, and now rocketing, hurtling towards another full complement of the Blitzkrieg strategy as well. We have the Grain in hand, destroying the Fallen Paradise of the Sacred Beast to summon itself. Just truly wonderful to see this deck in action.
It is, and there also is already the field spell, the column, and we're giving a token over to Zigge. First monster being summoned on Zigge's end in this game, but I don't think he's going to be too happy about that one. And I don't think it is going to survive this turn either, as of course that is what the Blitzkrieg deck is doing, just destroying monsters left and right also on the opposing end.
Yeah, absolutely. We do see here Richard considering his next play carefully as well. There's plenty of interaction on the field already, but we are going to try and get more. We add the Emmy to hand here as well, which we're trying to find our way to Whisker, I believe, here as well, which is going to be the most powerful way to end off here. So we have the Verugus, we have the Uriah, we have the Raviel, and the Whisker, as well as whatever else we have in hand already. I don't think we know entirely what's in Richard's hand, so it'll be interesting to see if there's anything else we don't know about as well.
Another field spell, already additional follow-up for the next turn. I don't even think we need it, because all those Blitzkrieg cards, they are replacing themselves so nicely anyway, so the field spell currently on the field could have easily also been recycled then into our head. And look, we just destroyed it there. Now Emmy Blitzkrieg on the field is activating its effect as well, as we have destroyed something, and that gives us access to another trap card. As I was mentioning, we are amassing trap cards here. We got both engines delivering a trap card, and the Blitzkrieg engine even 2 trap cards now with Return Stroke and Alternator available to Richard.
This is truly just everything that Ricard could possibly want in this game. Adding the Whisker to the hand as well, this has got to be a difficult situation for Zigge to be in as well. Seeing all of this incredible field being formed in front of them, and having to surely think about how this is going to go. Set 3 on top of all of what we have here on the field. This is a lot to deal with.
Well, Zigge, now it is on you. Do we have something such as Lava Golem, Sphere Mode, Dark Hole, or Dark Ruler? It will need one of those cards to break through all of this. Also, of course, something like Patronade or so going after the back row. Okay. That could do it.
Possibly being met with a reaction from Richard here. I think it must have to be active. And we see the Sacred Beast trap being activated here to meet that Book of Eclipse and potentially stop it from activating entirely here as well.
That will be the Sacred Beast combined assault. And yes, we can negate that Book of Eclipse there on resolution, and we have done so successfully. So Zigge's plan failed for now, but maybe with another one available to them.
And we have the Haman, Lord of Striking Thunder on the field as well, the Calamity of the Sacred Beast, another interaction, because again, they all have quick effects themselves and can all interact during the opponent's turn as well. I don't know about the others, but I know that Uriah you can't respond to as well. The others all have powerful effects in and of themselves. This is such a powerful strategy to face against here on the last game of the final of the championship.
All right, another one maybe. Okay, we are
removing
going
the
after
Emmy.
That seems like the most innocent card there on the entire field, but still it is the one that we are trying to get rid of here as we use our Gadala tributing it away.
Humongous, the sticky string kaiju here coming down and removing that Emmy from the field, leaving everything else. Like you say, that is a fascinating choice. And we see the Archfiend Usurpation here as well coming out to attempt to set an Archfiend trap from the deck, which can be activated this turn. Are we going to see another interaction here from Richard?
Looks like that is fine for now. I mean, you can set an Archfiend trap from a deck or graveyard, which we are going to immediately do here, which can also be activated this turn. We could have also Ritual summoned an Archfiend Ritual monster from hand or face-up extra deck. That option apparently right now not anything we were looking at, and instead we just activate once again that trap card that we saw in game 2 as well, the Archfiend Playtime. And is this time really playtime? Yup, the Bone Archfiend is there, so maybe we can actually make this happen. Even though Richard's still sitting on all of those big monsters there.
quite interesting that Richard didn't try to activate Uriah to remove that playtime before it was activated, because I think there would have been an open game state where that was able to happen.
Certainly, but we just want to get that Crackle into our hand now. And Crackle, of course, on the opposing turn, another piece of interaction. Where does it even end with this deck? It's already putting up a huge field in terms of monsters, in terms of spell traps, and then even from the hand, it's just even more so overwhelming.
It does just keep playing, and I love seeing decks, especially when they are inventive decks like this that you wouldn't often see. Oh, and we do see, I believe that's the Raviel activated, removing that Burnout Shroom from the field.
No, but it comes back right away for its own effect, discarding the Skullmeister there. Wow, but that's a huge investment too, though, isn't it?
I think it is. The Skullmeister maybe not doing a lot here, to be fair, but...
So I think it was trying to come back, but Ziggo was a little quick with it, because of course when we activate the effect in the graveyard, it is Richard's right to respond to it. And now, okay, we destroyed it in the first place, but now we just let it come back and use its on-field effect anyhow. And maybe a response. Yeah, that is the Crackle. And that will be the game and the championship for Richard Schaber, who has invented a completely new strategy here. 60 cards, Sacred Beast Blitzkrieg in the hands of Richard Schaber is going to make him the very first Genesys Championship champion here in 2026 at EU WCQ. So he wins all the big prizes. He's going to Japan, and he could be happier, I could tell.
Massive well done to both our players here. Both did phenomenal, but well done to Richard, as you say. Our first champion of Europe in the Genesys format. We're going to throw it over now. Oh,
we're not going to throw it over just yet, because we have the information. If you want to see the prizes that we just all talked about to be given over to Richard and for him to be crowned the champion that he just made him, then you should be still tuning in, because on the main stream we're going to have a big ceremony where we are crowning our Genesys champions as well. So stay tuned for that.
did it wrong.
Hey, no, you didn't see it. Like they gave me the info, and I was like, yeah.
this cool tune, I think Fallen and the Virtuous might even be the better choice.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. Just that direct removal can be very, very effective. Being able to resolve the Fallen of the White Dragon here, we're going to be able to get access to another Ecclesia and try to push a little bit further through what we have here. But is there any response from Tim? 2 unknown cards in the hand. Could one of them be a game changer? And it looks like we're going to be resolving the Fallen of the White here now.
Let's see what we're going to summon out. It is going to be another incredible Ecclesia. I thought for a second we're going to just summon back the Dogmatica Ecclesia, but that one is already in the graveyard. Could be summoned, of course, as well. However, that would basically end on turn.
Yeah, very well done here. So it looks like we just need to get a monster strong enough, and is that about to be... It looked like we're contemplating. One of the 2 monsters is currently in Paul Roberts' hand, but remember, this is the top 4, so take your time, think about the right move. You do not want to be going over any regrets here, and it looks like we might be considering either performing the Synchro Summon or utilizing another monster from our hand to help us do so.
6,900 damage is not that much, so normal summoning the Fuvalos would actually be able to give us a level 8 Synchro monster with the Ecclesia while keeping the Fallen of the White Dragon on the field that could just contact fuse with the Hydraulis Harmonia to summon out an Alba Lenatus, and that would already be 5,000 damage. Not to say that you can't extend with an Ecclesia effect into a Cartesia that is going to fuse and summon again. Then maybe you can find... I think you can push for game here.
Yeah, I think you have read Paul Roberts' mind here directly from the chair. So we are going to be going into Ecclesia, the Black Dragon, and then also still maintaining that the Fallen of the White Dragon, just to try and get that final bit of damage off. Is there a response? And it's an effect Veiler on the Ecclesia. Are we going to see this utilized in response?
I think this stops the turn for a little bit. You can still, of course, get rid of the Hydraulis Harmonia with Alba Lenatus, which is a cool card to have on the field. And you have plenty of follow-up, right? You have already sent the Dragon that Devours the Dogma. You could add a Mercurial in the end phase if you have this card in your deck. We have seen players cut it from time to time. Man, I want to play Branded after this time.
So I can confirm that the Macoria is not in the deck for Paul Roberts on this one. But that Effect Veiler putting in a little bit of work here for Tim, just trying to stave off one more turn. Are we going to be seeing that Alba Lenatus come to fruition?
I mean, just taking away a Harmonia is not the craziest thing in the world. However, okay, we're just going to the end phase. There is a possible chance that we search for Fallen and the Virtuous here, because the Fallen of Albas on the field could still be of use. So I think maybe Fallen and the Virtuous, pop the Hydraulis Harmonia, send a Retribution, because we send Albion for the FNV, as the community calls it. And then in the next turn, your Ecclesia can tag out into a Cartesia, and Cartesia can make herself and the Fallen of the White Dragon into an... then you wouldn't have an Albion anymore. So there is a mistake in that line.
Not to worry, we are going to be seeing the Fallen of Virtuous. You are partly correct on this one. Going to bring back that Fallen of Albaz. We're going to use the effect to try and contact fuse. And we have another Hydraulis Harmonia to be utilized here by Tim. Very, very powerful.
Every single one of those Fallen of Albas is countered by either Ghost Ogre or Hydraulis Harmonia. I've never seen so many Fallen of Albas try to activate their effects. We are bouncing the Ecclesia with the Malong. All of a sudden, Tim might actually back in this game.
Very, very well. Back and forth. Both duelists in the ascendancy. It is going straight back over to Tim here, drawing for turn, and we can see exactly what we're looking for. A first for Hydraulis Harmonia attacking over the Fallen and White, and a second one directly for a decent chunk of damage.
That is just not enough. That was such a genius Hydraulis Harmonia. Paul Robert just really wanted to have a little bit too much there. Bit of a little more than he could chew. However, Tim again did not find a cool tune name. Puts his opponent dangerously low on life points. Bounced back the Ecclesia and the Dark Dragon. That was such a huge play. And he's passing again. Possibly having another hand trap in hand. Can Tim win the game off the back of two very cool looking dragons from Burst Protocol.
Very, very interesting play there. Is there any resource left here? I know we've got the Fallen of Albaz in the graveyard. We've got the Fallen of White also in the graveyard. I believe that is either 1 or 2 copies. Paul is having a very, very deep think here of the 2 cards we could possibly have in the hand. That could get us a bit more resource or a foothold back in this duel against the double Fedrolis Harmonias on Tim's side of the field.
I think the Incredible Ecclesia cannot summon anything from deck anymore, right? Every target should be out there already, so it is all about the top deck for Paul Robert, and he actually did find a card that lets him play. If there is no further hand trap for Tim or the third Fedrolis Harmonia, then there is going to be a Cartesia that could actually go send a Granguignol to the field. That would at least set him up with more resources in the graveyard. Oh, the patience on this Harmonia in the last turn was crazy. Cartesia special summons herself. Now she's probably going to try and activate the effect. Does Tim have a response? No, he just nods.
Yeah, so we're going to be playing through that exact same line you just mentioned, going into the Grand Grignol. The Grand Grignol is then going to attempt to send one of the monsters we might need from the deck or extra to the graveyard, and it looks like Paul Roberts has picked up the deck. Is there anything here from Tim? It does not look like it. Paul Roberts is just considering which option we send. It's going to be the Shrouded Dragon to try and get a little bit more resource. Send in that Retribution, and we could very easily bring back that Branded Fusion.
Keep in mind, Tim, since he has resolved 2 Fedrolis Harmonia, has a Wind Pegasus and Ignister in his graveyard. So if you decided to run over them by battle, there is going to be some shuffling action. But wow, he could go crazy with an Albalinatus. That is insane. The gold spell is actually stopping him. Paul Robert is just passing. Tim Gräfe is moments away from winning that game. He just needs a little bit of attacking power.
Did we draw any starter, any cool tune monster, anything that can get past this Grand Grignol? It doesn't look like we have enough.
The Harmonia is not enough on itself to overcome the 2,500 defense points of Granguignol. Wow.
Straight back over to Paul Roberts. He lives another turn. Is there anything we can follow up on? It looks like it's a spell card here.
Does Tim even play Cool Tune Monster in his deck? Another pass. Can Tim finally find the engine that he needs to play the game? Fallen at the Virtues onto the Granguignol. This is 3,300 life points. Is there Branded Opening in the graveyard? Can you protect it? Yes, you can. Fallen at the Virtues is going to reset itself in the end phase, or rather the Albion is. So that is a clock on which Paul Robert is sitting, and it's ticking.
Very, very good top deck there for Tim. Setting that Fallen of the Virtues again, trying to survive another turn for Paul Roberts over here. We're going to be drawing the card for turn. The resources are looking very, very thin when we take a look at the graveyard. Is there anything that we can draw that can turn the tide of this duel? And this is only game 1 of the top 4 feature. Both duelists wanting to make their way into the final. Both having a quick look during their extra decks and their graveyards right now to see what we possibly have left.
That is some of the best Yu-Gi-Oh! I've ever seen from Tim Gräfe right here, because he has so little to play with. He saw a crazy good hand from one of the best branded players in Europe, and he is just sitting on 2 hand traps that have big legs. Paul Robert, can you push through those Harmonias, or are you going to lose to Fallen and the Virtues? He sets 1 card, and in the end phase, Tim Gräfe is contemplating whether he wants to activate the Fallen and the Virtuous, and he sends the Ecclesia and the Dark Dragon. That is possibly going to take care of the set card as well.
Yeah, so moving into the end phase here, grabbing back the Cartesia and the Incredible Ecclesia. Is there anything that Tim has here, or are we just going to go to the battle phase? I suppose we want to try and use the Ecclesia where it's all possible. Going to the battle phase, 2,500. Any response from Paul Roberts?
Can he find a way to avoid game? Barely any cool tunes played, just the harmony of Hydraulis Harmonia. Paul Robert is checking his life points again. That is not going to help you. They're branded opening as the last defense mechanism. Can it resolve, or does Tim have another hand trap? No, he doesn't. Fusion deployment actually being discarded.
Very, very interesting here. Also, Tim Roberts trying not to play into that Grand Grignol graveyard effect.
Yep.
Very, very resistance here from Paul Roberts, not giving up, going into the Aluba. The Aluba is going to try and gain access to a card that will allow him to start the turn on a better footing. Is there any response from Tim? He is contemplating an action.
What does Paul even have left? He has Cartesia in his hand, which is absolutely huge.
Another Harmonia! Another Hydraulis Harmonia to answer that Aluba during the battle phase.
Hold. There is Grand Guignol in the graveyard of Paul Robert, so he can actually still play versus that. So Tim, he could have just activated the Ecclesia, but he didn't. Now he would have had a better sense. Sends the Crackle to the graveyard. Triple Harmonia. Paul Robert, is he going to activate the... Oh, we are actually still searching. We are resolving the Aluba. Grand Guignol is being activated. Does Tim have any responses? Or are we going to summon out something like a Quiritis, which would also put an end to this battle phase?
Yeah, very, very well done there. One step away, we're going to get access to the Guardian Quem here.
That's just a Quem. That is just a Quem. That would be a replay. The same Harmonia could just attack again, since the number of monsters on the field has changed. That would not be enough to stop the onslaught of attacks. But is there perhaps another chance? Is there a way to get more? Sends the Branded in high spirits. I think Tim wants to continue attacking. Paul Robert is nodding. Attack over the Quem. He packs it together. Hydraulis Harmonia of Tim G is winning him the game. Triple Harmonia. How did he pull this off? Barely any KT played.
That was insane. That was only game number one of the top four. Back and forth, back and forth. Absolutely incredible. And like you said, not a single Cool Tune monster was really stuck on that field there.
After turn one, he just played with the Harmonias on his field. Those are basically 2,500 attack points vanillas that won him the game. Of course, yes, he always waited so patiently to resolve those Harmonias on the Fallen of Alba's attack effects. Oh, this was crazy.
That's one game. You've got your heart rate going to be okay for the next two?
I don't know. I don't know. That was some of the best Yu-Gi-Oh! I've ever seen, and especially the patience of Tim Graefe has been rewarded massively. That was so. He just basically sat there and said, "You know what? You play your game. I will tell you. I'll call you if I need anything. I'll tell you if I want to do something." And then, after Paul went through all of those motions, Branded outgrinds Cool Tune massively, especially if there's no Cool Tune cards played. But he still found choke points.
Yep. Very, very well piloted. Not only just by Tim as well, but also by Paul Roberts, trying to break through that field. All that resistance that Tim put in place, and Paul Roberts took it bit by bit, and it all came down to which was able to react the most effectively there. And it was Tim that's going to be taking the lead of game one. One duel away from entering the finals of the EU WCQ. Or on Paul's side as well, we have two more games to save the dream of an EU WCQ final. Very, very interesting.
My flabber is gasted. That was absolutely intense, and this shows that you can, with enough patience, win any duel, even if your deck really doesn't want you to. If you work perfectly with the resources you are given by the draws, with the heart of the cards, even Triple Harmonia can win you games. And now the debate has to be started. Is Harmonia just the best card in the game right now? The best hand trap, at least?
It's hard to argue. It's hard to argue, but I will counter that with, does that then make Fallen and the Virtuous the best card in the game right now?
I would very much agree with that. I would say Fallen and the Virtuous is such a crazy card. Help both players here, of course. Branded relies a lot more on that card as a main piece of their engine with a lot of flexibility, but the other decks, they just like a reoccurring destruction effect as a quick play spell. Also so strong against those Mind Shuffle decks. But our duelists are ready. The semifinals will continue. Let's go over to game 2.
Straight into the action here. So Paul Roberts most than likely going to be going first here. Tim 1 duel away. Paul Roberts 2 duels away. Let's see where we can go. Having a quick look, what start off play do we have? An Aluba and a Branded Fusion, Branded Open, Fallen of the White Dragon, so many different options.
I love that Paul Robert is playing one of the most difficult decks in the format and one of the most flexible ones as well. And he always takes his time when he looks at his opening hand. There's not a single, oh, I'm just going to start with my Fallen of the White Dragon. No, take your time. Maybe there is a even better route. But now this Fallen of the White Dragon hard-drawn start is already really, really tough to beat when you're playing Cool Tune going second. Sends a Titaniclad, the Ash Dragon, immediately, and that already plays around a lot of hand traps. It does not play around Mulchami Fuwalos, because this is basically 2 draws right there, unless you want to ignore the Titaniclad in the end phase.
Yeah, very, very good there from Tim. Mulchami Fuwalos putting in a decent amount of work here. Depends on how much of a controlled field Paul Roberts wants to be putting up against a very, very powerful Cool Tune strategy and a very, very confident pilot right now sitting in the blue chair.
Look at the aura that is oozing off of Tim G right now, because he's just cruising in his chair. He is enjoying the show. He says, hey, you know what? You do your thing. I Fuwalos your deck. I will get draws for free every single time you want to do something cool. And if anything else fails, I will throw a bunch of Harmonias at you.
I mean, it worked in game number 1, so let's see how we go here. We're definitely getting that 1 draw as we summon out the incredible Ecclesia, the Virtuous. Being able to get a tuner to the field if we want to go down the synchro summoning routes, but again at the cost of giving Tim more resource.
Oftentimes you see a Fuwalos being activated in the draw phase as well, but that leads to players playing around it a little bit better, because if you are starting, this is the punish for this, right? If you know that your opponent is going to Fuwalos you, you are never, ever, ever sending the Ash Dragon to your graveyard as your first thing with the Fallen of the White Dragon. So this is the answer to that. Send Titaniclad and then Fuwalos is the answer, and then you're guaranteed 1 draw and your opponent misses out on an effect, or you're taking 2.
Yeah, exactly that. But like you said, Paul Roberts will take their time in order to kind of make sure that they go down the correct route. If we do perform a synchro summon, an extra deck summon, or a summon from the deck to give Tim that draw, you have to believe that Paul Roberts would have thought about it excruciatingly in order to get where we want to go. We still have 2 spells that we're going to be setting onto our field and possibly resolving the Titaniclad and then passing over to Tim to draw the turn.
Perhaps the Quem is too good to give up, or we want to go into a Dogmatica Ecclesia that is going to do a little bit more. Nope, we have the Guiding Quem, the Virtuous, giving another draw. And while this field does not look threatening, that is a lot of stuff, let me tell you.
Yeah, a lot of interaction there, but we've given Tim enough tools to try and play for it. And here is the favorite card right now, the Fredrolis Harmonia, entering the field of play and getting rid of possibly 1, if not 2, of those cards that are currently staring Tim down.
And now in this position, his favorite card, Fredrolis Harmonia, is so incredibly strong. Because you can either use the Malong to get rid of 1 more card from the field, you can get rid of the Fall of the White Dragon, or the Ecclesia, because we are in end phase, you're destroying the Guiding Quem, the Virtuous, but you could also possibly counter a Fallen and the Virtuous by sending the Wind Pegasus at Ignista. We're resolving the Cartesia, and in the next chain, Malong is probably going to get rid of that incredible Ecclesia, the Virtuous, because this is a direct threat to the build-up of your field.
Yeah, and that is exactly what Tim is doing, getting rid of the incredible Ecclesia, the Virtuous right now, and then being able to try and push that little bit further forward. But we are not done with Paul Roberts' end phase as of yet. There's still possibly 1, if not 2 cards we might want to consider resolving before we hand over to Tim.
Are we using that Oh, we are having the Fallen and the Virtuous in hand already waiting for this Fidrawless Harmonia, and we're setting up with an Albion in our graveyard. So we are going to get another Fallen and the Virtuous or a branded Retribution. I was a little bit worried for Tim about the Fidrawless Harmonia on the side of the field, because that opens up so many doors for Super Polymerization. But that is a card that you can also use later in the turn. However, if there is a Rekko normal summon, for example, there is a good chance that a Trackmaker is just going to let the Rekko snipe that Super Polymerization out.
Yeah, so we're going to be drawing for turn here. A very, very well piloted. Yes, we did have to give up a couple of draws. Is there going to be anything more? We have a Duelist Genesis to start us off. I'm curious if we're going to see another one of Tim's favorite cards that we saw previously, being the Pot of Sloth. But let's see if we're going to resolve the Duelist Genesis here to get us access to Cool Tune Synchro, or maybe even Synchro Overtake. There we go. There is the Synchro Overtake as expected. This is going to get direct access to a possible Cool Tune Rico, as you said.
And do you want to Retribution this? I feel like Retribution is a card that you want to really use to clutch out something, to stop a chain, to stop something like a Cool Tune Synchro and prevent a Zalen effect that is possibly trying to push through your field. However, if you're just giving your opponent a free special summon from the deck and a free search, that is already looking tough. So this powerful one-off might actually force you to act preemptively.
Yeah, it could be a very, very big dilemma. Keep in mind that we do have 3 cards along Paul Roberts, Set, Spell, and Trap Zone. One of them we do know, and we know its location. It's the other 2 that are the question mark, whether it could be a Super Polymerization, whether it is the Retribution. It could leave up a couple of issues there that if we do go for the Rico and we do try to get rid of one of those unknowns, it could mean that we are a little bit more free to expand this ever-growing play from Tim.
So Paul Robert is contemplating for a long time now. It is untimed, so nothing to worry about there. Keep in mind we are only in game 2. Meanwhile, there's also another semi-final going on.
Yeah, so revealing the Cool Tune remix, meaning that we are going to try and get the Cool Tune mix directly from the deck. This, once it is used as synchro material, will attempt to go after one of our opponent's monsters, but there is a Forbidden Crown to negate and try to lock down that Cool Tune mix.
Now, that is going to stop him from using this mix for this turn, and he's going to deny the Surge. However, if there is more pushes from Tim, if he has more normal summons, that could be very much fine for him. That is just one of the weaker cards on his own turn. Actually, that it stays around for the next turn can also still help if you have something like a clip. Then Cool Tune Synchro is now being activated, trying to find a card. And this card, if it's not used in response to something, can always be a sign for a bad hand with Little Engine. However, this might also just be a bait out for branded Retribution, because technically this card also summons a monster.
Yeah, so we're going to be revealing that Cool Tune Rotary in the hand and the Cool Tune Rico to try and get what I could only imagine is that Cool Tune Rico to the field, searching out a Cool Tune monster that is not a level 3.
What are we having here? Oh, there is going to be the Fallen and the Virtuous trying to get rid of the Fallen of the White Dragon. That plays around Super Polymerization incredibly well. You don't want to have this card on the field while you are trying to push.
Yeah, very, very well predicted there from Tim. We get the Rico onto the field here, and we are going to attempt to activate the effect and search ourselves out a Cool Tune monster that is not a level 3.
The thing is, while the Alubar is sitting there, Despian Coritis might still be a valid Super Polymerization target if that card is even there. Rekko is now getting us more and more cards. Tim is also a little happy that his opponent does have cards in hand.
Yeah, so we did give a decent amount of advantage under that Mold Charmy Fall Loss, but we were very confident in our end field as well. Are we going to see a Fallen and the Virtuous to get rid of that Rico from the field, limiting some of the resources to Tim here?
See, if there was a Cool Tune Synchro to be activated from Tim G to stop this from Tim Gräfe, that would be the perfect moment for a branded Retribution.
Here is that cool tune synchro, and here is that branded Retribution, stopping that cool tune synchro straight away, and we still have access to the Fallen of the White Dragon in the graveyard thanks to the Rindbrum, and no further pushes here apart from our normal summon of Cool Tune Q, and this will also get us access to another tune-up from the deck. Is this where we're going to be seeing the Rindbrum being activated?
Yeah, especially with the Cool Tune Q being a light monster, that is absolutely huge. As long as there is 2 monsters on the field, you can pull the trigger on the Rindbrum. But there is one thing. Rindbrum is going to summon Fallen of the White Dragon. That is going to summon Incredible Ecclesia, the Virtuous. That one is going to try and summon Fallen of Albas. But a big, big, bad dragon that is an answer to Fallen of Albas. Could be the case, but no! Q can always summon Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit. He has done that already yesterday versus Jordan Gallagher. Put him in a checkmate position.
Yeah, very, very good there from Tim here, setting up a bit of insulation from that Fallen of the White Dragon. Let's see how far we progress. Is there an Effect Veiler in the hand? We know that there is Rotary, so we do get access to Trackmaker should this all resolve, and we're now confirming how much further we can go and making sure that that Cool Tune mix is confirmed to be locked down by that Forbidden Crown.
Tim Greffe still has the Rotary in hand, so that can take a look-see at, I think, Cartesia and an Ecclesia in the hand of Paul Robert Groß, and then is going to be able to add some more cards. We are firstly going, of course, to resolve the Fallen of the White Dragon. And I think now that the Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit is out there, it's the time for Dogmatica Ecclesia to build up more resources.
Yeah, I completely agree. That Ghost Ogre is set there, ready to do one thing and one thing only, and that is to trade off with that Fallen of Albaz if it attempts to contact fuse with the field. And it's going to be very interesting to see how Paul Roberts navigates here to try and book a spot in the final of the EU WCQ. But we have gone for the Fallen of Albaz.
Did we even go through the Incredible Ecclesia? Yes, we have. All right, there it is. Ghost Ogre is checking this card. We, of course, need to discard a card too. I think we did that. So now Rotary. At least for Paul Robert, this card took away the body of the Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit, because level 3 tuner monsters, let me tell you, can get to a lot of damage at some point. I think at this point, Tim knows the entire hand. It is Aluba, so he is playing very, very freely. But how many pushes does he still have? He gets to do 2 searches now. Possibly a JJ Cool Tune or a Cool Tune Synchro from the side of the Rotary. Now let me check if Retribution negates the activation of the Cool Tune Synchro, because you are allowed to activate it twice per turn. It negates the activation, and since that happened, another Cool Tune Synchro should be able to activate if you want to.
Yeah, I completely agree on this one. So I think getting access to JJ Cool Tune can still be very, very valuable. And then backing that up with another Cool Tune Synchro can really solidify your position here. That mix can't be used this turn, but it can be used next turn to still give you a nice line of advantage.
There's just one issue for Tim right now. He can play freely. He has pushed through all the interruptions. That is great. But if you have basically summoned all of your monsters once, you have triggered them once, sometimes the deck has problems with closing out the game. If you now find a way into a B2B and you don't win the game on the spot, it is not the hardest thing in the world for Branded to just find a Fallen and the Virtuous to destroy the B2B.
Yeah, completely agree here. And it is going to be that Cool Tune Synchro. And we're going to try and resolve, confirming what we want to grab off of. So I believe the Cool Tune Synchro is off of the back of the Trackmaker, and then we're trying to resolve the Rotary to grab the JJ Cool Tune.
So we get another normal summon of a tuner, checking the top decks. And we're banishing the Branded High Spirits. Another Incredible Ecclesia is not going to help Paul Robert at all. That is not a great top deck. But is the pushes that he has in hand maybe already enough? The question is, does he still have a Fallen of the White Dragon in his deck so that the Incredible Ecclesia can actually summon it out? Or is the only push that he still has Cartesia? And how much is that going to help?
Yeah, so we're just contemplating what our additional normal summon off of JJ Cool Tune will be here. It looks like it's going to be the Cool Tune clip.
Oh, since we have the JJ Cool Tune, we can tribute it immediately. That is a nice interruption for the opposing turn, but we kind of, Tim is right, need to get rid of this field right now, and it doesn't have a lot of attack power. Okay, we are going to resolve the third Cool Tune synchro, because the second one, it never happened.
I think that's exactly what Paul was just confirming, and then Tim responded as well, seeing exactly what you have as going straight into the Zarlin. The Zarlin sets up another line of protection during our opponent's turn. We have the Track Maker to return as well, and we're going to be returning that Aluba to the hand.
And now we're going to go into the B2B, business to business. Is he going to acquire a new customer, or is he just going to send him to the Shadow Realm? Paul Robert takes quite some damage from the Cool Tune. B2B, that is a hard card to out if you don't have the Fallen and the Virtuous. The Aluba in hand on normal summon does search that card though.
Yeah, so it looks like we're moving to the end phase here, because Tim is going to resolve that Albion in order to grab us a Fallen and Virtuous. Then we've got Paul Roberts just having a look at the graveyard to see if there's anything to resolve here to be able to add them back, gain back resource, or even get his own copy of the Fallen and Virtuous. And it looks like we're going to be drawing for turn and utilizing that Aluba that we've returned.
Why did he bounce the Aluba?
Very good question. Very good question. Starting it all off again. Maybe we're confident that there's even nothing left, or very little left, or we have the direct answer to whatever Aluba could do. Maybe there is an Effect Vader in the hand. Maybe there is another Ash Blossom. We do not know. If there is anything in the hand, actually.
That could be quite possible. 3 Cool Tune synchros already out. We know the Cool Tune clip isn't in hand. We know Fallen and the Virtuous and B2B. Oh, we're going to activate an effect in the end phase. We're going to add back Cartesia, and that is going to add Tim. The Phydraulis Harmonia B2B can, of course, just add back any tuner or special summon it. So you actually can summon out your Zalen as well whenever you want to.
Yeah, very, very powerful card, the Cool Tune, back to back. And we are utilizing the Graveyard Effect of Retribution to grab us access to that Fallen and the Virtuous, as you rightly mentioned here. Is there any response activation from Tim here? Looking at the graveyard, I don't believe there is. We know the card in hand is the Phydraulis Harmonia. Adding back that Fallen and the Virtuous. Paul Rollers not giving up here. Let's see how much further we're going to push, utilizing that Fallen and Virtuous straight away.
Yeah, that is the biggest enemy of B2B, and Tim is shaking his head. He says, I did not see that one coming. He still has his best friend, Phydraulis Harmonia, in his hand, so that one is still a viable option. But Robert, now he can also just go for the Ecclesia, get rid of that Fallen and the Virtuous on the side of Tim. He sends the Rinse Room back to the extra deck, and Tim is checking his graveyard. Is there perhaps a chance in which he's going to chain this? Yep, Fallen and the Virtuous is being chained to send the Ecclesia to at least have another push in the next turn. Gives up the mix for it though.
Yeah, probably a fair sacrifice, I guess, in Tim's approach on this one. Keeping in mind that we still have the Phydraulis Harmonia that may get activated off of the back of our Aluba, but the Aluba still has a lot of very useful cards that could be searched here, and let's see which one Paul Roberts decides to grab. I mean, there's a host of options, and it looks like we're eyeing up that Branded Fusion, which could be a very, very good choice here. In such a simplified game state as well, can push you quite far.
Yeah, you just need to be very aware that there's a Phydraulis Harmonia in hand of Tim. You should know at this point. If you didn't see it being added, you should still know. It's always going to be there.
Special summon down at that Blazing Cartesia, and it looks like Tim is scooping it up, going into game 3 of the top 4 feature match. Wow.
Paul Robert, against so many threats from Tim, stayed so resilient, said, okay, you know what, you can get through all of my interruptions, but I'm gonna put up enough bodies that you can't OTK me, you can't take my life points away. And then he stood there, just waited, And you know, Tim had to be on the offense the entire time. He couldn't just, like in game 1, chill on his hand trap, see, okay, how far is Robert pushing me? And can I still take him out of the resources? No, he had to push through a field, because in the next turn, surely it would be game. And then, you know, you have to commit into something like a B2B, and your opponent finds an easy way to get to the Fallen and the Virtuous.
Yeah. Very, very well navigated from both duelists there. Again, it just kind of shows the resilience, but it also kind of shows that the focus needs to remain throughout the entire period. It's going to be very interesting to see, because now Tim gets to go first on this one. It's going to be interesting to see what we're going to be bringing in. He does have Cool Tune Playlist in the side deck. That might be an option he could consider just to give another extra push, but I feel he could be quite confident and comfortable with some of the hand interactions he already has.
Yeah, that is true. I never expected the Fedrawless Harmonia to be such a key point in this matchup. Just like the Ghost Ogre and Snow Rivet, Q Summon Ghost Ogre is such a checkmate to Rindbrum or the incredible Ecclesia on the field. And that is one of the key interaction pieces of the deck. It's very, very cool to see that most of the time you are just still using that Fallen of Albers. In the beginning of Branded Sin's Fallen of the White Dragon came out, some people discussed just running 3 Fallen of the White Dragon. Nah, you can't do that. I think that's illegal.
I mean, it's definitely an approach that some duelists have made for the better or for the worse. And then just having a quick peek into the side deck here, something that's very, very interesting for going second is that we could see Paul Roberts bringing in that Moljami Perulias, but also the Winged Dragon of Ra Sphere Mode.
Yeah, I think if your opponent sees a Sphere Mode and they're on Cool Tune, there is no way you're ever going to summon that. I think that is just a blank card that you would have to throw away then. So that is not really it. Cards like Lightning Storm are perhaps a little bit more useful, but then again, all of the monsters will just be summoned in defense. I think it's going second very hard to side versus a deck like Cool Tune, except for one card that has just come out, Pot of Sloth. This is one of the cards where you can change the information that your opponent has and nullify it. But I think the duelists are ready. They're shuffled up. So let's go into Game 3 of the semifinals of the EU WCQ.
Here we go. So our duelists are ready. The fist bump for one of our duelists. This will be the end of the road for now. But for the other one, we will be progressing to the final of the EU WCQ. And we are going to be getting off underway. Tim is going to be starting us off here with a Cool Tune Rotary revealed in itself and Cool Tune Mix.
That is going to summon out the Mix immediately. That is one of the few plays that gets punished by Droll and Lockbird in the deck. But perhaps we haven't ever seen a Droll and Lockbird being activated by Paul Robert. So we might feel a little secure. No, there it is!
Willed it into existence there. There is the Droll and Lockbird. There is the celebrations from the crowd. How is Tim going to respond to this one here?
Oh, that has to be another big hand trap sequence. What you can do... Oh, can you really even do something? You have the Rotary in hand, you have the Q in hand. So, you know, 2 of the 5 cards in hand for Tim. Tim could go into a remix with the Q and Mix just to determine the top deck. If you don't have access to the hand, the top deck is really tough. But of course, we have still the normal summon, so we can set up a little bit more. You can go for a remix with an Ash Blossom that you could summon here, or a different hand traps that you might want to have. But then it's gonna be tough to get the Q away, right?
Yeah, I mean, you can still utilize that Rotary in the hand. Just having a quick look at Paul Roberts' main deck, there is no Ash Blossoms at all for interacting with the Q. It does look like Tim is going to go directly for that Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit. Yeah. Still ways to push a little bit here, but as you already said, the resource of the searching can be a little bit limited. But we are going to work our way into possibly the Track Maker here. How do we push through? I mean, we just get the Q knowledge of the top decks. We don't get the Rotary knowledge of the hand fully.
We do. We're just not allowed to search. It is a look into the hand, and if you do, you can search, so you can resolve this as far as possible. So that is a hand Oh, you have a lot of monsters on the field already. Fallen... Okay, wow, how do you play through this? Fallen of Albus, Forbidden Crown, Super Polymerization, and Fusion Deployment. Now you get Information. Well, both of those aren't great for Paul, but I don't think in the opposing turn, except for with a clip you're summoning from hand. So it is going to be Perulia on the top. Super Polymerization. In Branded, this is one of the decks where you can use 2 per turn.
Yeah, very, very interesting hand there. Plus the Forbidden Crown is going to limit certain access for cards. It depends on what else Tim has in the hand that can facilitate this field here. The Ghost Ogre, of course, would try to trade off with the Fallen of Albaz. It would cost his opponent a discard, but then why even use the Fallen of Albaz? Effectively, you could just use Super Polymerization straight away and save the discard for that. But it looks like we're going to synchro up into that Cool Tune remix.
I think that is the correct choice here, because this kind of forces Paul Robert into just starting the turn with the crown again. And the last time he did that, we could stall our way through the entire game. So I think if he starts with a crown, it's also going to be tougher to get a great Super Poly through. However, we do not get access to our Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit. So there is actually a way to get into... So if we crown here, we deny the Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit. But if we Fallen of Albus then, we take away the Track Maker, we make the Mirror Jade, and then we can activate it, but it would have to banish itself because it couldn't banish the remix.
Yeah, I think we might hold the crown a little bit more as a reactive option. Obviously, the Cool Tune remix will tribute itself as cost. And we are going to be activating the Forbidden Crown straight away.
Oh.
Is there a Cool Tune? Oh, Fallen and Virtuous instead.
Yep, and you can just target your own remix if you want, and then chain the remix, or you can target the crown. That also does work perfectly well. Set up for the graveyard. Tim Gräfe is staring down his opponent, and that would give him such a nice Ghost Ogre. Chains the remix.
Yeah, we want to try and get access to that Ghost Ogre to trade off with that Fallen of Albaz. Is there another card we might want to get back to the field? We do have Mix as a possible option to search here as well. Couple of different resource avenues, but keeping in mind that we do know every single card that Paul Roberts has.
I don't think you get to search with anything, because the crown does not target, so it is going to resolve on the monster. Oh, we are perhaps adding the Q back. We want follow-up, because Tim has he also destroys his own Track Maker, so he wants to make sure that there is no great Super Polymerization target. That is so huge, because he has the full information. That is a dangerous hand from his opponent, but it is not one that really plays that much. He also doesn't need the Ghost Ogre. If he plays it like that, Fusion Deployment, can you Ash Blossom?
Instantly hit with the Ash Blossom on that one. Very, very important. So this is going to stop access to the Blazing Cartesia, which would have opened up the door to a couple of more avenues. We already have the answer to the Fallen of Albaz, which right now with a kind of Forbidden Crown mix on this one, you won't be able to use it anyway. And I think we are just going to be setting that Fallen of Albaz, setting the Super Polymerization, and waiting for Tim to commit to the field for that to become active.
As soon as he summons an Extract monster, that Super Polymerization is going to be a pain. Fallen of Albaz, how much defense does this iconic card have? It is zero. So I think that a reasonable play is just pushing the 100 attack points mix into attack position and attacking over this. But of course, Synchro Overtake can also be used. We're showing the RS that is going to get us a Reco. As long as there is no Dark or Light monster on the field, we are not threatened by Super Polymerization into Dragon that devours the Dogma.
Yeah, very well done here. So we've been able to add that Rotary. I think Tim is going to try and navigate this. We are attacking that Fallen of Albaz with 0 defense. Is there any response here? I don't believe there will be. Very, very limited on the resources for Paul Roberts here. And that Albaz is going to enter. Ooh.
Now we are still giving a little last look into our extra deck. Is there perhaps something that he could do? Mixes a warrior. Nope, the battle resolves. Rekko triumphs over Fallen of Albas, and maybe that is the story that this game is supposed to write. Are we seeing another remix, or is it going to be an RS? In this simplified game state, a remix will suffice. Rekko is destroying the Super Polymerization. One card left in hand. Normal summon Q. Tim Graefe is on his way to the finals of the EU WCQ.
You have so much more to play for here. It could be anything on the top deck, but you are very, very right. And that's the handshake. Tim Graefe makes it to the final of the EU WCQ.
I have never seen anything like it. No matter how little resources Tim has, no matter how hard he gets stopped, after a normal summon mix into draw and dogfight play, he finds a way to beat his opponent. He solves the puzzles that the Cool Tune deck shows him. The deck gives him a bunch of cards in hand of his opponent, and he says, okay, I will find the most unconventional way to beat this. I will have to stall this out in game one. Triple Harmonia. The game looked so incredibly hopeless, but he pulled it out, and then he got rewarded for it by winning game 3.
Yeah, incredible from both duelists. It's not the end of the road. They will both be joining as teammates in World Championship as well. But for Tim, this is going to be moving on to the final. This just shows exactly what persistence is made of. Hitting the final hurdle every single time and finally getting over that step, making his way to Worlds and now to the EU WCQ final. We will find out exactly who is going to be joining him for this final match here at the EU WCQ live from Brussels. So, absolutely amazing. We also have our winners of the Genesys Championship as well. So that was an incredible duel that we got to see throughout the entire weekend, and you can watch every single game back, follow the journeys on the secondary YouTube channel. But wow, absolutely wow.
That is incredible. We have now, at this stage of the European Championship, found every single person we're going to send to the World Championship, to the WCS in Tokyo. Let's look at the faces. Look at our phenomenal duelists that we're going to send over. Danilo Siracusa, Yannick Ackermann, Josh Kelly, Tim Graefe, Paul Robert Goos, Florian and Francesco Simoncelli. Look at these players. I don't want to say anything, but there's 3 Germans.
They all represent Europe on this one. I've got Josh Kelly as well. We are going over there, and hopefully one of the Europeans will be able to take the crown. We had Julien Collong, who came over last year to Paris and was able to walk it around and kind of technically took it back to America. So hopefully we can bring it back to Europe on that one. But every single one of them duelists worked incredibly hard to get there. We're not done. Tim is now looking a little bit more relaxed. It's amazing to have seen him over this entire weekend progress. Unfortunate for Paul Roberts there, but an incredible showing of Yu-Gi-Oh! A lot of creativity, a lot of resilience from both duelists as well. Absolutely amazing. And I just can't wait to see what the final round's going to be putting up to store for us.
Absolutely. Have you ever heard of the saying, the best stories write themselves? This story was not written by itself. It was written by Tim Graefe with months and over a year, 2 years of hard work, playtesting every single day, playing a tournament almost every weekend, over 2 years, OTS championships, regionals, open. He drove over the entire continent of Europe to gain those points, made it to the playoff and failed. But over those 2 years, where in some crucial moments he fumbled the bag perhaps, sometimes he lost those games to misplays, but now this made him stronger, this made him better, and he is standing here with the coolest hat ever in this scorching hot venue here. Actually, it's incredible how well he plays. He is such an absolute mentality monster by this point. He's so relaxed, and he might be able to call himself a tournament favorite.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know Tim personally, but seeing the emotions the second he booked his place at the World Championship was incredible. So much good following behind him as well, so much good support. And like you say, every single trial and tribulation it took, whether they were successes or whether they were defeats, or at the end of the day, always going to be a learning curve. And that's what makes good duelists great, is that they dust themselves off, they get back up, they learn from the misplays, they learn from the mistakes, they don't do them again, and then they find themselves on the stage for the final of an EU WCQ.
Unbelievable. You're saying they don't make the mistakes. Those scenarios are so unique. If you are incredibly playing so much, it's crazy how much Yu-Gi-Oh! This guy plays. But can you imagine that in how many hours of testing you're encountering situations like this where you sit on 3 for Drawless Harmonia and you're like, hey, I just need to stall for 3 turns basically, so I'm going to get their interactions out and I'm going to drain a branded deck of resources with 1 pop.
That in itself is absolutely incredible. Like, I don't think I know many times that Branded have been drained of resource. They're one of the very, very good decks that can control their own resources incredibly well. But Tim seems to find these unique scenarios to overcome to make sure that they don't come back in the future. He's prepared for pretty much every scenario.
The patience and the aura on this man is incredible. Of course, Paul Robert goes incredible player as well. He has performed so many times, especially on the national level in Germany. Everyone knows him as a threat, as a possible Swiss bracket demon, basically. He's so strong, and he has also made it to the World Championship. So commiserations on the top 4 loss, but I think he's more than happy.
Yeah, I actually feel kind of sorry for Asia and, of course, America, because looking at that team there, I think every single one of them duelists, we've seen Danilo over the entire weekend utilize it in Vote, playing with a smile on his face every single round and bringing a strategy not everyone was expecting. We got to also see Josh Kelly utilize the brand new Light and Darkness ritual strategy with Branded as well. And one thing that I think is absolutely incredible is every single one of these duelists, whether they used it as their main deck of Branded, whether they've used it as a supporting engine, they're all very, very familiar with that strategy. So I can't even compare to imagine the type of testing, the type of theory crafting, and maybe the type of decks that will be utilized by this team here.
Now, Dale, where was Lighted Darkness Ritual in our top 8? Where has it gone? Why has it vanished? It looked like the deck of the tournament, basically.
That's a very, very good question. I wish I had the direct answer for you on that one, but all I can tell you is that these duelists have worked incredibly well, and ultimately, it looks like Tim, it looks like Paul, it looks like every single one of our top 8 finalists were able to overcome that new Light and Darkness strategy, and it kind of prevails that Cool Tune Pure, or utilizing the Branded strategy on its own, is far more superior than the Light and Darkness strategy as it currently stands.
Yeah, it is strong. I think the problem of the Light and Darkness Ritual deck is that there is so many bricks. It's incredible how many bricks the deck has, and doesn't matter how many starters you have in your deck, if you can always basically find a way to play. Some hands are going to be kind of ruined by the bricks that you're drawing, right? You draw the Rich,